We're taking off. Y'all need some soap up in here. And then they brought something known as Al-Kuhl, A-L-K-U-H-L. And said after you wash your funky self, disinfect yourself. Today we call it alcohol. These Europeans, barbaric in nature, sat at the feet of these Africans and learned. They then left Europe, went to England, started a university today we call Oxford, started Cambridge. Some of them got hip, came over to America, started Columbia University. Universities that we have to fight to get into, they sat at our feet to learn to even open up the thing in the first place. We're paying all this money to be miseducated. I saw last February 11th, they had on prime time, they had a segment on the math and science scores of U.S. students. And when they went into these classrooms, they weren't looking at our children. I didn't see ours, I saw their children. And what the finding was that of all of the countries that took math and science exams, there were only 7 countries in the world that the United States outscored. Only 7. No, think about what I'm saying. These folk not bright. They got guns, but they're not bright. They're like children with weapons. I'm afraid of a kindergarten child with a gun, but that don't mean they have the kind of intelligence that I have. Brothers and sisters, I'm telling you, I've studied their work. I am one of the reviewers of most of the curriculums that are out today from major book companies. And I'm telling you, these are some of the most ignorant, most backward people I have ever experienced. I've heard Dr. Ben say that he's not scratching the surface compared to what is to be known. And I stand before you telling you I'm nowhere near scratching the surface where Dr. Ben is. So you see how far I've got to go. But there's a path. There is a way we can make this happen. There is a curriculum. And over the past 16 years, we've been working on this curriculum. And I'd like to share it with you this evening. From all of the latest information that we have, and I apologize if this is not clear, or as clear as it could be, but basically, what I've done is to show you, looking at the work of Dr. Theophile Obenga, Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. Jacob Carruthers, our sister Dr. Sharshi McIntyre, looking at the work of Sister Raketi Wimby and Meduneteb, and even tapping into the work of Dr. Stephen Hawkins and Dr. Carl Sagan. If we were to say that from the very first moment of the beginning of the universe until this day, if we were to say that we would have a great cosmic year, in terms of curriculum, what we do is we teach, even if we were to say, let's teach our children from the moment of consciousness, human consciousness, the level of Homo sapiens sapiens. Look at where we would find ourselves on the cosmic calendar. Human consciousness arose on the planet the last 10 seconds of the last minute of the last hour of the last day of the first year of the cosmic phenomenon. In other words, look at all of the history. All of these months, all were within the formation of superclusters, clusters, galaxies, star systems. The formation of the Earth occurred approximately what they say September 14. And it's not until December that I have to start a whole new chart to show you how much happened in the month of December, considering our great cosmic year. Humanity arose December 30th. And every one of these months represent approximately, give or take, a little over 1 billion years. So it is my belief that if we are to begin looking at ourselves and understanding what the Kemites and the Dogon and the Bambara meant when they said, know thyself, that we must begin at the beginning of where we as a people theorized the coming into being of the universe. With that in mind, we use the work of Dr. George G.M. James in his work, Stolen Legacy. In this work, Stolen Legacy, it is said that Shabaka, a pharaoh of the 25th dynasty, coming upon a worm-eaten document that he called the Memphite text, it was so badly worm-eaten, but it was such a valuable scientific document that he ordered his scientists to rewrite it. But this time, so that it would never be destroyed, he asked that it be written in stone. To this day, it is now called the Shabbat Stone. It rests uncomfortably in the British Museum. And it is a document that I anxiously look forward to returning to Africa. So what we're looking at, basically, the Shabbat Stone it's approximately 1.13 yards by 1.6 yards in size. It consists of 2 horizontal lines written at the top across the entire width of the stone. I'll show you a picture of it, and I have copies of it back there, so it'll be all right. And there are 62 columns which you begin reading on the left side and go across. It is in this text that the Kemetic philosophy of how the universe came into being, what would have started that first moment, in science we call it the primordial scission. That first moment where one becomes two, and then the ordering and arranging of the universe. This is what the Kemites were talking about. This is as high science as you're going to get. But what makes this so attractive is that it's the primary source. It is the oldest text we have dealing with the science of ancient Kemet. It doesn't mean it's the only one. It just means that it's the only one that we have so far. The Shabbat Stone looks like this. I'll give you a closer look of it so that it's easier to understand. This is what the Shabbat Stone, basically 1.13 by 1.6. Let's take a closer look at the Shabbat Stone. Let's go up to the left-hand side. As you can see, you have the 2 horizontal lines. It's on these lines that it talks about having come up to Kemet, come to Memphis, or what the Kemites call Hikupata, and finding this document and ordering it to be redone. And then you begin the process of going down. That tells the story of how the universe came into being. Now what we have done is in honor of our brother Kwame Ture, we are calling our program Truth Through Courage. What you will notice is Ma'at and a Jed column. Jed column meaning courage, Ma'at meaning truth. The impression is that truth rises through courage. Courage doesn't come from truth. Truth comes from having courage to tell the truth. We call it, in a very interesting way, history through heritages. But if we play with the words, it becomes his story through her ages. And we have the panthers, in honor of our brother. The panther, by nature, is considered the aristocrat of the animal world. It's diplomatic by nature, but deadly when provoked. Cosmic beginnings, Kemetic origin. We spoke about our program. Let's look at this for a while. We have broken our curriculum into 4 parts. Because of the nature of the program and the awesome task, I think you can see why it took 16 years. It would have taken 8 years, however, I have 3 children. 1 child doubles time, so you know what I'm talking about. You know, if we were to raise an entire nation, but fail our family, we fail 51% of our life. We can't afford to lose our families. We must keep them together. So whatever it took to keep the family together, however long, I had to double my time for study, because you see, when I'm ready to type something up, and my daughter jumps in my lap, we got to put away our work. And we got to deal with our family. Then at 12 midnight when they go to sleep, then we bring the typewriter back out. But that's the sacrifice that has to be made. We did it on the plantation. We need to do it today. It is a 10-year plan that took 16 years to create. The first part is called Ancient Beginnings. That's a 5-year program. Just that alone is 5 years. Part 2 is called Ancient Civilizations, which is 2 years. Part 3 is Ancient Geography, which is 6 months. And then Ancient America is 2 years. Let's look at part 1, because that's what we're ready to talk about. Part 1, each part is broken up into sections, and each section is broken up into terms. Part 1, Section A, is what we just talked about. A Kemetic origin of the cosmic universe. And our focus in this section is universal, cosmic, supercluster, cluster, and galactic systems. Looking at it from a primary source, the Shabbat Stone, at the pyramid text, the coffin text, the book of the coming forth today by night, the Bremer Papyrus. These are all primary sources. Copernicus, Galileo, all of them studied these sources. They admit it themselves. They admit that they studied the golden law of planetary motion by the ancient Kemites. They admit this. It's just not written in the textbook. Section B is Kemetic and Dogon origins of the solar system. Our focus will be star systems. What is the energy of the sun? You see, the material and the spiritual world are flip sides of the same. You can substantiate, you can prove what you can't see by understanding what you do see. And that's what the Kemites would do. They would hook into what they know, which to them they called Amenet, to reveal what they couldn't see, which was Amen, the hidden. And what they were able to do was to develop a life system that would enable them to tap into so-called secrets. There are no secrets in the universe. They're open for Ma'atian eyes to see. Nothing is secret. You don't need a PhD. You don't need a master's degree. You don't even need to go to school. You don't need to be literate in order to achieve cosmic greatness. And the only evidence I can give you is you. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for our ancestors who never went to school. And when you stop and think about them, the first person that gave somebody a PhD had to have been someone without one. Because you sit in a classroom don't make you wise. It just means you sat in that classroom. There could be people outside learning more than you. Not only can it be, but for the most part it is. Section C of Part 1 is revisiting the Shabbat Stone and the Memphite text by focusing on earth systems and the life system of the earth. What happened starting September 14th that would have brought forward all the things that would then bring forward Section D, which is plant and human photosynthesis, the role of chlorophyll and melanin in organizing organic life on earth. I have some tapes on melanin. I did a 4-part series, and then I have other materials. And you know, you heard Attorney Maddox talking about them not being able to reproduce. Brother's absolutely correct. And I'm not saying this because I'm upset. I'm not saying this because I'm trying to mess with nobody. I'm not emotional or passionate about this. This is a scientific reality. Bring me your books, I bring you my books, and we can talk about it. The reason why it's like that is because melanin is found in every organ and gland in your system, particularly your reproductive system. And when you have a lack of melanin, it has an impact on both the male and the female, some way or another. In terms of the male, the spermatozoa has a tail that moves and swims towards the egg. Well, in a lack of melanin, there's no movement in that tail. That tail is slow. Can't go too far. It dies before it can even get halfway near the egg. In a lack of melanin. Brother, well melanated, well, that, from the moment that spermatozoa gets within the womb temple of the woman, that's speeding up towards the egg. It's got a lot of life in it. That's what melanin does to that tail. It gives it electricity. In the female, she has magnetism. Her egg draws the sperm. In a woman that is not well melanated, the egg lacks strong magnetism. So you put a European man together with a European woman, you got a slow-moving spermatozoa and an unmagnetic egg. But amongst people of color, well melanated, you got a swimming spermatozoa and a magnetic egg. So guess what? Their only way to survive is to find a black woman or a black man. Because within the European woman, the lack of the magnetism of the egg is made up for in the movement of the male spermatozoa. And the lack of movement in the European spermatozoa is made up for in the magnetism of the African woman's egg. So when Brother Maddox is talking about the inability to reproduce, see, they got to take eggs, give them 20 children at a time. I say, you're not giving birth to children, you got a dog litter there. But you see the sister and the brother that had the 5 children, they didn't use any fertility pills. They did it au naturel. Are you wondering why they fear you? See, this is what I liked about Kwame Ture. I remember when he'd be interviewed and people would talk to him about the terrible conditions in our community, he would turn it around and say, well, the reason why it's like that is because they know that if you step into who you are, you'll eradicate them in no time. He always turned things around to help us understand the flip side of this, because I teach the children, they don't hate us, they fear us. And out of the fear comes the illogical feeling of hate. There's no doubt in my mind why they feel towards us the way they do. My problem is we don't see it. For 16 years I've sat on this curriculum. Never going out, except for here in the family. Never asked, in fact, I'm not even going to the Board of Ed with this. Because you know, the Board of Ed is not failing. They're succeeding. They're doing their job real good. Their purpose and function is to miseducate our children. If you can start from there, then we can change this whole thing around. You think because they're pumping money in and adding more books and doing this and fixing up the buildings, that's to give them jobs. I know, I'm in the system. It takes a lot to be in the system and talk about it. Sometimes they have problems. I told a group the other day, and many of them were not necessarily us. They were getting a little flip in the audience, and I said, I think I want to shut some of these people up here. So I said, you know, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, you want a quieter room? Just use that word. That'll shut them all up. I said, you know, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, I said, you know, I hear a lot of people got problems with him. But I was with some brothers the other day. If you think Khalid Muhammad is something, wait till you see his grandchildren. Because the reason why Khalid Muhammad is the way he is because you didn't listen to Malcolm. And his grandchildren are going to do to you what you're not listening to him for. I've never heard him say anything untrue. He may say things in a way that people don't like, but I've never heard him speak anything that was untrue. And of course I ended all of this by saying I anxiously await to see his grandchildren. Now, what I'd like to do, each time I'm doing this, I'm focusing closer and closer in to what we'd like to develop this evening. Part 1, Section A, is broken up into 3 terms. Every term being approximately what a college course would be, 13 to 15 weeks. Term 1 deals with the introduction, a holistic educational plan. Term 2 deals with the signature of Atum, the dawn of consciousness. And term 3 deals with professional development. How do you teach a Kemetic origin of the cosmic universe? Now, let us take term 1, because that is ready to go into place right now. 13 classes. The introduction with a resource guide, talking of a vision and a mission. You cannot start anything, particularly a curriculum guide, without a vision. A vision is what do you see? A mission is how do you plan to fulfill what you see? The method. We deal with definitions and applications because we're introducing Kemetic words that many of our community members may never have been exposed to. We look at the holistic educational plan and we break it up into the disciplines and the topics that we want our children to excel in, because this is not just astronomy. This is not just physics. This is language arts, performing arts, mathematics, and every other kind of science between chemistry and oceanography. The African philosophy, as Theophile Obenga presents it to us. This doctor says, along with Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, that in fact not only did Africans philosophize, but they in fact invented the word itself. Philosophia, the love of wisdom. Sophia being wisdom. We look at the 5 periods of African philosophy, with the 5th period being what we are experiencing now. The 4 educational centers, we go deep in depth and we look at it. 4 in particular that Dr. Obenga and Dr. Diop talk about. Memphis, or Hikupata, Thebes, Heliopolis, and Hermopolis. What did they teach in these centers? While each of them dealt with a particular area, all 4 centers were related. Most interesting, way to develop an educational system. You know, we got colleges teaching all the same thing. Can you imagine taking City College and breaking them up all into different philosophies, but you've got to know all 4 philosophies to put the whole picture together? That make people come together and be cooperate. You don't have to ask people to cooperate, you got to cooperate. This is the way they set up their educational system. Cooperation was embedded in the very nature of how they learned and taught. We do reviews. We look at texts. What are the ancient African texts? Because to me that's very important. What is the writing? What is the written form? What is the pyramid text? Where is it? What is the coffin text? What does it mean? Shabbat Stone, what is being said? Now, the Moratunga, very interesting. I want to jump just a bit because I want to show you something. This is not the greatest copy, but I had to do something in order to at least bring some of it to you. This is a December sky, what we're experiencing right now. And I'd like you to pay attention to the southeast here. There's a very important relationship in these stars. You'll notice here, triangulum, that's a constellation. At the head of this constellation, triangulum, you have a star known as Beta. This is triangulum here. It's formed of a triangle. There are 4 constellations that we have to be aware of in this picture. Canis Major, Orion, Taurus, Triangulum. The Nomuratunga stars are stars that were found to be in northern Kenya, southern Ethiopia, that actually were in place and utilized by Konso people, by African people, at least 300 years before the Christian era. If that is true, then they would have to have started their research thousands of years before that date in order to understand the flavor of the movement of the constellations. But what's so important to see is that out of here you come down and you come upon certain stars that they tracked. In Taurus, it was the Pleiades. In Orion, you had a number of different. Saiph was one, S-A-I-P-H, by the way, which is a Moorish word. You then come down through Taurus, down through Orion, into Sirius, which is this star right here. Now, if I were to draw a line connecting these stars, you would have a serpent in the sky, which then goes forward to understand why serpents were so important. But more importantly, I would want to do research. If I had the time and ability, I would want children to do research on what is this triangulum right here. What system is it pointing to? And that's where you're going to find your cosmic energy. There's enough evidence, whether it be the pyramids, whether it be Dogon text, whether it be other texts from Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, throughout the African continent, north, south, central, east, and west, showing that they understood cosmic power. See, there are 4 kinds of civilizations, so-called. You could make many, you could make less. But every civilization is based on from whence they draw their energy. This civilization is based on earth. Oil, gas, water, wind. The pyramids, from my research, it's obvious they were aware at least of solar power. They knew how to tap into the energy of the sun. There's no question in my mind that the Kemites were well advanced of this civilization as we see it today. So advanced it can't be explained. But so advanced and can't be explained that these numbskulls will say that aliens came down. You know, you've got to really be deep into a Little Red Riding Hood syndrome to create a fairy tale like that. But you see, they know that if you have to deal with earthbound people, doing this, you have to deal with the fact that this was done before Europeans had even depigmented themselves to be alive. You have to admit that right off. Because the European that we know today is no older than between 10 and 6,000 years old. No older than that. You go back beyond that, you got yourself an African Eurasian called Cro-Magnon. You go beyond that, you got Grimaldi, all African. Didn't exist. They are mutations. When we couldn't get it right, we became them. And the reason why they're trying to live so long, because I saw that news article that Brother Maddox was talking about, I saw that too. And you're right. They got to prolong their life because they know that after this, the game is up. You go back 10,000 years, 15,000 years, they were not on this planet. They were not here. Now, I'm not angry. I'm not saying this because I'm emotional. I'm not wishing them any ill, although, no. This is scientific fact. You either here or you're not. I'm not getting emotional with you. It's either historical fact. You're here or you're not here. This is what you call a true-false question. It's not about opinion. You're either here or you're not. And just like they were not here yesterday, they will not be here tomorrow. And again, I'm not saying this through anger. Robert De Niro knows. If he wants his life on this earth in the next millennia, he guts to find himself an African woman. He says that, you know, when you bring two opposites together, the mixture makes it nice. That ain't what it is. It's your survival, my friend. That's why you see so many newscasts now with the African woman with the European male, because psychologically these are our parents. They're giving us the news. That's why you got so many Miss Americas and Miss World and Miss Universe looking like us. Because they're trying to entice the European male to understand, man, the only way you're going to survive is if you mate with that black woman. That's the only way you're going to survive. And you see, like Brother Maddox said, he not going to die. All that happens in this plane is the constitution and the reconstitution of atoms. So you give up this vessel, you do it again. And if you do it right the first time, you don't have to go through the nonsense the second time. I've often said that J. Edgar Hoover was reborn in a Soweto community. Let him deal with that. Because he created the condition, let him live it. I would like to move now, moving out of part one, I'd like to look at part two. Part two is ancient civilization. When you move out of cosmic beginnings, we then go into ancient civilizations. We look in section A, and I've not divided this up into the terms yet, because that's yet to come. This is 5 years down the road. Section A is dealing with the life history of the human family. The focus is the development of consciousness from savage to barbaric, from barbaric to civilized. We were civilized, in my research, for millions of years before we depigmented ourselves. There is a theory that says that we depigmented ourselves and did a number of things at a particular time in our history. And so we perfected ourselves when we depigmented ourselves. Well, that's not true. In fact, we regressed when we depigmented ourselves. In section B, we deal with Ethiopia and her Kushite civilization, looking at the sacred science of the Happy Valley. We then move into the rise of Pharaonic African civilization from pre-dynastic Kemet through the Pyramid Age, focusing on pyramid technology and the Kemetic society. Section D is the Nubian origins of the 18th dynasty, looking at the twin temples of Luxor and Nubian philosophy. We have a very heavy biology class in here. where we looked at the Grand Lodge, or what is known as the Ipet et Waset, where they actually built this temple in the direct proportions of the human body. Absolutely brilliant. And that as they built the temple, they also divided it up into different parts of the body. And the way in which we know it is that on the walls, where all of these parts of the body are located, is the explanation and the function of that part of the body. Absolutely brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. You're not going to find no beer cans in the middle of these buildings. You're not going to find no cigarette butts in the middle of these buildings. And you see, the priests don't come after the building is built. That don't make no sense to me. I want the priest to come and the priestess to come before you touch the soil. Because if it's built wrong, everybody going down together. So it doesn't do any good to bring the priest to bless the building after it's built. You got to bring that spiritual leader before it's built, and while it's built, and then after it's built. And that's the way Kemites build buildings. Section E deals with the Nubian origins of the 25th dynasty. The focus is Nubian, Meroitic, Kushite thought in Africa and ancient America, looking at the works of Dr. Ivan Van Sertima and focusing on the African presence in America. Why would Africans be here? And then we have a participation project that brings together all of the information we've had on the pyramid dynasties to bring it all together. Some heavy stuff here, brothers and sisters. Our ancestors were absolutely brilliant. I just am constantly awed at what I learned about them. And you know the most wonderful thing about them? About our ancestors? Is that the mark of a true genius was how simple they could make complex issues. See, when you get into these universities and they start speaking Latin and Greek, they really change the language to let you know, or try not to let you know, how much they really don't know. So they change the language up on you, and you think it's something big, and all they're doing is stammering and stuttering over something they don't understand. They still don't understand. In ancient geography, we look at 3 sections. And the reason why we look at these is because of where we're going to go after this. We look at grid lines and compass roses. How did ancient Africans travel around the world? Let's get this out in the open right now so we can understand this. Because if you were to look, and as Dr. Van Sertima talked about, if you look at the way in which they express it, it's like nothing happened in the world before they came along. What's so funny is that they learned everything that was going on from African people. But they'll make you think that they invented it all. Compass rose. In the middle of the pyramid, Khufu's pyramid, there is a grand gallery. This grand gallery is exactly the longitude and latitude line, 30 east, 30 north. If they understood that the grand gallery was built on a grid line that divided the world into 360 degrees, they had to have traveled around the world in order to make that happen. You can't do that. I can't draw a map of this room if I have not been in the room. I can't tell you what's in the back of the room unless I've been back there. How are you going to divide the world up and make something so precise as the Grand Gallery, which is like I don't want to call it a tunnel, but it's a long passageway through the middle of the pyramid that is actually on a grid line, not just north, but east. How brilliant they must have been back then to build this. So right there, you know how they could have found their way to America. You know how they could have found their way to Asia, because they had divided the world into 360 degrees. They knew. First of all, you know they knew the world was round. So that tells you something about what happened centuries later. In section B, we look at wind systems and ocean currents. The wind systems that would help the boats, help whatever means of transportation on the waters they had, to get to the different parts of the world, but the ocean currents. 3 ocean currents leave the coast of Africa, and all 3 will lead you right into the Gulf of Mexico. You could be on a non-powered boat, on a raft, and if you put it in the waters, off the coast, that, what Dr. Van Sertima calls moving roads, the currents, would bring you into America without you even putting your hand out there to push you like that. So between the wind systems and ocean currents, Africans could have made it to America with no power. But we know they had powered boats. We know that because we found them in the pyramids. Khufu's pyramid. Seneferu, who was the father of Khufu, had a boat that when they took the boat out, the smell, cedar of Lebanon, was as fresh as it was when they compacted in the room in the first place. That's how they knew how to put things together. Boats that could carry quite a few people. It wasn't these little rowboats. It was big boats. So why people wonder why they could get? You don't build big boats like that just to stay on the Happy or the Nile River. You might create a felucca, but you're not going to create a big boat. Big boats for big water. This is common sense, brothers and sisters. We're walking through this. What natural phenomenon assisted these ancient mariners? Section C deals with boat building and trade in the ancient world, which goes back into Seneferu's boats and into the boats, into pictures of boats. Go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. They'll show you the boats. They'll show you a whole group of Africans standing on these boats. Where are these boats going? Why are they there? They will lead you to believe that they were just sightseeing. This is what they tell us in the museum. Such nonsense. How did ancient Africans travel, and for what purpose did they set sail? And finally, we've looked at the beginnings, the cosmic beginnings. We've looked at ancient civilizations that would have brought Africans from moments of savagery to barbarianism to civilized life. We've then moved through their consciousness to the point of building boats and building civilizations and traveling around the world. Now let's look at the original African American history. Ancient America. Section A. Ancient Americans. Who were they? Where did they come from? Looking at the work of our brother Dr. Runoko Rashidi, he records 4 migrations of human beings onto the American continent. The first one was the Twa people. The very short-statured African people were the first people to set foot on the American continent. After the Twa people, there came what was known as the Clovis Folsom. Clovis Folsom being where they were found in New Mexico. Found by a brother too, McJunkin. And he came to realize that these were taller statured African peoples. So the second migration was another group of African peoples. This is before the Ice Age and all this happens. The third migration, he says, is the Algonquin, who came in larger numbers, but not enough to swallow the gene pool. And then the fourth and final migration was who they call the Eskimo. And they came over in large numbers after the Ice Age. And they joined this 3-part gene pool. So that when the European came, he saw what he called the red man. You don't get to be red without mixing brown and yellow. And they had to have been a dark complexioned people because they were called red, but the red called them pale. So I don't know where they're getting all these people for these Native American movies, because they didn't look like that. In fact, I've been on reservations where they have told me, and I'm talking about in America, that the original Native American was my complexion. This is history, but they will Hollywood it so that we will forget who we are and the connection we have with our Native American brothers and sisters, as Dr. Sharshin McIntyre constantly is reminding us. Don't lose that. Because that spirituality deeply embedded in the Native American is so close to the African philosophy, you can see the connection with the two peoples. The Olmec civilization, section B. Who were they and where did they come from? Who were the Olmecs? Why are there these massive stone heads that weigh up to 13 tons with these wide noses and thick lips? And the Nubian helmets on that they will say is because they had blunt instruments and they couldn't make those small features with these blunt instruments. Okay, now I can go along with that, but now you have to explain to me why they have the Semitic head right next to it built at the same time. I mean, they found they found the tools for that face. Kuji Chalgulia, self-determination. Power is the ability to define your reality and have someone accept that definition. They've been handing us a bunch of nonsense. And the only power they have is the power we give them by believing that nonsense. Section C of Part 4, the temple tomb pyramid at Palenque. We make very serious comparisons between the burial practices and the life systems of the ancient Americans with the ancient Ethiopians or the Nubians at this particular time in history. And we see there's a phenomenal relationship between the two peoples, that there is a lively trade going on between these two continents, and that just as there are Africans coming to America, there are Native Americans going to Africa. We look at the pyramid of the sun and the moon at Teotihuacan, right outside of Mexico City. These pyramids of the sun and the moon are built in the same cardinal points as the ones in Africa. There is a street in the middle called Avenida de las Huertas, which means the Avenue of the Dead, the same avenue that's in Africa. And then finally we wrap it all up with the participation project, where we compare the African pyramids with the American pyramids. And we find that there is a most interesting relationship between the two. My brothers and sisters, this is a very real curriculum. And this is very real information. What I'd like to do is, I just want to interrupt at this moment and find out how much time I have, because I really don't want to go over my time, but I want to make sure that we're able to look at a couple of things. Just throw out some time that I have, so I can just gear myself towards the rest of my presentation.
Say 15.
15 minutes? Good. That's just what I need. Brothers and sisters, what I'd like to do is I'd like to show you the beginnings of the Memphite text, because I want to do something with you, because I want to show you something that we do with our children. It's called multiple intelligences. You know, there's a gentleman by the name of Howard Gardner. You know, I respect him, but let me tell you something. It's nothing new. See, they take our stuff, put their name on it. All of a sudden it's new. But I respect his work, though. I respect his work. I respect what he did. And what he did was, he was a psychiatrist out of Harvard University who did counseling. And he came to realize that many of his patients that came to him had many different ways of expressing themselves. And that what would be considered to be an intelligence in the Western sense is not the only kind of intelligence that you can have. And what he said is that you can be talented, you can be a genius in music, you can be talented intrapersonally, which ministers are intrapersonal, people who meditate are intrapersonally gifted. It's self-reflection. You can be gifted there. Spatial or visual, your artists, your engineers that build buildings, your architects, your sculptures. Kinesthetic, movement. You can be a genius in movement. Michael Jordan is a genius in movement. They say that brother defies the law of gravity. He doesn't defy the law of gravity. Brother becomes one with gravity. And who's to tell the law what the law can do? When you law, you lay it down. So when Michael Jordan goes up for 10 seconds, they say, wow, how'd that brother do it? I've seen that brother say he don't know how he do it. I think that's unfortunate. Because if he knew how he did it, he could go up and not come down. Or he could go up and choose when he wants to come down. He did it for 10 seconds. If you do it for 10 seconds, you can do it for 10 years. So kinesthetic is a way you can be talented. Interpersonal, you can be gifted and talented. Politicians are gifted. President Clinton is gifted. Interpersonal. It doesn't mean right or wrong, good or bad. It just means that you can lie and people believe it. Because you know something? We all knew he was a dog when he came out the pound. I'm surprised that we're surprised. Just because he plays saxophone, I'll sing you don't make him hip. I'm going to leave him alone. Because something coming on him, I'm telling you. In fact, it's all over them, period. And I'm telling you, stay out of their way. You know, it goes back to what Malcolm used to say. Boss, we not sick, you sick. And that's very important for us to understand. You see, because when that White House goes on fire, like Malcolm, I'm hoping the wind carries it through the whole building. In fact, I'm looking for some ID4 up in there. But you know, struggle makes your true spirit come out. It really makes you show what you're made of. That's why I respect Attorney Maddox so much. Because when it was time to do it, he did it. I also keep my eye on people who took advantage of that. And they're very popular today. I'm going to leave that alone. Everybody must be accountable to the community. I don't care who you are.
That's true.
Everybody must be accountable. And we must be brave enough to hold them accountable. I don't care who they are. See, when we straightened up to get the European off our back, I mean, we didn't do that so that a black man could jump in. We don't want nobody on our back. In the very beginning of time, before all and everything existed unordered and misarranged in the waters of Nun. Now I'd like to just go through an activity because I'm going to guarantee you something before this is over. And I want to show you how you can learn using different kind of methods. Rising up out of Nun, through the power of through the power of Ma'at, or the balance, came Ptah. Ptah many times is seen in a mummified form, holding a staff with an ankh on top like this. Okay, keep this picture in mind, like this. Ptah is seen at the potter's wheel, but he's also seen standing like this. Rising through the waters of Nun, through the power and the energy of Ptah, rose Atum. Atum is creative intelligence, or our young people say word up. And they don't know how close to the truth they are. See, our ancestors talking to them, because the word does travel up. It is true. Now, what's important is that Atum this is another version of it. the waters of Nun. You can see the wavy lines. You see my hand? Keep this vision in mind. Nun, the wavy waters. Rising up through Nun starts the beginning of Ptah, or the organizing and the reorganizing of the cosmic universe. Ptah represents energy. Now, there's something to remember about matter. Matter has two characteristics as we say it today in science. It takes up space and it has weight. Matter. Energy, there are two types of energy. There is potential energy, or energy at rest, and then there's, kinetic energy, or energy in motion. Ptah, from the Kemetic perspective, represents not just energy, but the conversion of energy. Ptah is an action. Rising up out of Nun through the power of Ptah comes Atum. Now, I'm sorry. We pick up, Atum rises from Ptah, sits atop Ptah, and Atum is the unique creative intelligence. Atum was given the ability to continue the process of becoming. Atum names the essences of pre-existing order and arrangement. In science today, we call this the Ogdod, or the gods of chaos. I tend to stay away from both the word God and chaos, because gods to ancient Kemites is not what the word gods means in the English language. Kemites call it neter, netures. I stay away from chaos because God doesn't create chaos. God creates order, and the movement from God is chaos. See, God didn't create evil. God created good and gave you free choice to be evil. We created evil. Atum calls four pairs into being. He calls Nun. Now remember, Nun is the first, but Nun has no name. So Nun has to create a process of becoming so that what he/she creates will name him herself. So Atum names Nun and calls it Nun, calls it into being. Nun represents wetness and moisture, rivers, seas, oceans, waves, deluges, floods, springs, hydrogen, water. All the principles of what liquid might be. Nunet represents the heavens, air, oxygen, carbon dioxide, sky, space, atmosphere, carbon dioxide. The second pair, Ha. Ha represents, and is male, countless, limitless, without boundaries, forever, eternal. It represents infinity. Ha-Het represents the limited, the bounded, the counted, the measured, and the numbered. Please know also, I could have presented this to you with the feminine first. We're not dealing here with what came first. We're dealing with what is, because in the story they all came at the same time, but they came in a particular order. Ha-Het is the limited, the bounded, the counted, the measured, and the numbered. The third pair, Kuk and Coquette. Kuk represents the unknown, the ignorant, the shadow, the night. Coquette represents the known, the intelligent, and the day. Darkness and light. The fourth pair, Amen, Amenet. Amen represents the concealed, the unheard, the untouched, without smell or taste, the unseen and the invisible. Amenet represents the revealed, the tangible, the seen, the touchable. It has smell and she has taste. This was the naming ceremony. Ptah plus Atum plus the four pairs equal 10, which is the basis of the number 10 system. and the four pairs remain in the waters of Nun as frogs and snakes. Frogs representing metamorphosis, snakes representing resurrection. Because that truly is what resurrection is. It's resurrection. Scientifically, what we're talking about is that atoms are ordered and arranged, molecules are formed, magnetic fields balance electrical currents, and chemical, the process of becoming continues. This is what our ancestors put in place. This is the same thing we teach in science today, whether you are in elementary school or postgraduate studies. This is the basis of astrophysics. And through our program and our class, we will continue. We will stress this. But there's something I want to do, because I want to show you how everyone's going to be here, and you're going to know all these things. You will know with no problem. You believe me? Because I tell that. I spent 16 years building a resource center and creating a classroom, because I felt that the classroom to our endeavors in education is equivalent to an atom in the human body. That's right. That's the single most thing you need, yes, that everything else is built on. Yes. Once you get the classroom, you understand the color patterns. See, because I'm talking about how you paint the room, I'm talking about how you structure. I bought a lot of puppets that had books, and I bought all African puppets, lions, gorillas. I had a giraffe taller than most of the children that came into the center. That little long-necked giraffe. Yes, sir. And I placed them all in front of the books. So when the children came in, they immediately gravitated towards the puppets. And every puppet had a book. It was a story. Like I had a llama, and the llama was spread on one of the shelves. And when the child picked up the book, there was a book underneath that said, "Is your mama a llama?" And so, quite naturally, seeing the llama as a puppet, seeing the llama as a book, the great majority, as I observed the children, because that was my laboratory too, the great majority of children that picked up the llama picked up the book. Right. And that's when I began to realize that these are the kinds of little things. When you're building a center, if you want to attract children, there are things that you can do to make it happen. Wow. Going back to Dr. Yibo, Brother Minister asked me and Dr. Yibo to do a combined presentation. That was in the Resource Center. The thing about Dr. Yibo, as with most geniuses, is that the great masses of people sometimes don't pick up his message. When we first brought Dr. Yibo in, we brought him in to do a two-part series on the relationship of West Africa and Egypt. That's what we brought him in for. In this conversation, Dr. Yibo mentioned that he was into mathematics and he was into the Grand Unified Theory, but that he had a book on turbulence. Turbulence. When he mentioned turbulence, in my mind with the Shabbat Stone, I thought about Ptah. Because that's what Ptah is. Ptah is the conversion of potential energy into kinetic energy, from energy at rest into energy in motion. And that's what turbulence is. When you're in a plane, you're in potential energy, so to speak, when you're flying. The moment you hit a lot of energy, it changes. That's what you call turbulence in a plane. So turbulence is a conversion of what was at rest into something in motion. So I said to brother, after his presentation, I said, well, brother, your book. He said, it's out now. It was just, and it was out on Long Island where he lived, and it was Nova Publishers. Having the budget, the book was $120. Okay, that right there is out of most of our hands. Even those of us who are African conscious can see us getting 8 Introduction to Africa by John G. Jackson before we spend $120 on one book. but because I had a budget, my brother, Hotel. Hey. My brother, I appreciate you. Hotel. No doubt, no doubt. How's family doing?
Under the circumstances?
Well, brother, under circumstances, we here. That's a miracle. Yeah, so it was a powerful experience. Because I ordered two. I ordered two.
2 for 120.
2 for 120. Why? Because I could order the two because I couldn't. Going over $250, I had to submit a different type of purchase order. So since it was $240, and when he called the company, they gave me a reduction, in fact. So I really paid about $180 each book.
For both books? For both?
For $180 for both books, yes, instead of the $240. I got a discount on his recommendation to the company. The book was about 130, 140 pages. I understood all but 3.
Wow. Now that
I'll be honest.
that puts you in some high water.
But only because I understood
Rare
the Shabbat Stone.
Yeah.
Only because I understood the Shabbat Stone. And everything that related to turbulence as it relates to the conversion of energy is what I understood. That was about 3 pages. And I understood it well, with no doubt in my mind. I have a basic understanding in math because I used to be a math teacher. So I have a strong understanding of the basics of math because I've had to teach math everywhere from kindergarten through high school. So I have a strong understanding of math. Not as I would guess what we would call a mathematician, but enough to be able to understand the concepts of the formulas and the siphons and other things that he mentioned. But out of the whole book, there were 3 pages I understood. Strong. Then I waited for, we then brought him to do how to teach. We brought parents in. And he did a series, a 4-part series on how to teach math at home to your children. Wow. That was the next year. Then we brought him in the following year, or maybe the year after that, when he had started the preliminary work on the Grand Unified Theory. In 1992 was when we sat down in the Resource Center and did that DVD. I'm pretty sure it's 1992, give or take. It's somewhere in that area. But whenever it was, it could have been a little bit later, but whenever it was, no, I challenge it. It was later. Because Dr. Yibo makes comment about my being a student of John Henry Clark, who is now an ancestor. So it had to be after 98. Okay, that's how I can. I can't tell you the exact date, but I know it's after July 16, 1998, because that's when Dr. Clark joined the Ancestors. So it was after that. You see, what Dr. Yibo did was he took the basic fundamentals of sacred science. What I was attempting to do was, and what he was doing was explaining his formula for the Grand Unified Theory, the generic and the more expanded version. What I attempted to do was to take all of the symbols and put it into the Shabbat Stone and show how our ancestors were aware of the Grand Unified Theory, and they didn't call it the Grand Unified Theory, they called it the Waters of Nun. And then out of that, I built a story from what I researched at the Shabbat Stone. And what we did was we arranged it so that I would speak for about 10 to 15 minutes, he would speak to 10 to 15 minutes. So we would go back and forth so that I could build on what he was saying and he could build on what I was saying. Because if he just took his time and did his presentation, and then I stood up and did my presentation, the community that's watching it is not making a comparative relationship in the information. So we were able to make that happen. Hotep, brother.
Hello.
Hotep. And so that became very important, and that comes out of this this discussion with the Grand Unified Theory. Dr. Yibo, what Dr. Yibo actually did was he performed Heka, which in English would be called magic. He called it chemistry. Chem being black, mystery being, so he performed black magic. But black magic isn't pulling something from nothing. Black magic or chemistry is to be able to pull out of what is there something that you saw in it that other people don't see. So when the so-called alchemists and Merlin and all them sat at the feet of the Moors, the Africans, and they were coming up with all these ideas of the periodic table of elements, all Africans were doing was manipulating protons, neutrons, and electrons and creating other elements out of that. Yeah. Understanding, as Dr. Oyibo has taught us, there's only one element. There's only one thing that exists in the cosmic world, and that is hydrogen. That's why it's number one on the periodic table of elements. Everything else is a manipulation of that one element. Whether you're dealing with carbon, which is, I believe, number 6, or oxygen, number 8, or lithium, number 3, or nitrogen, whether you're dealing with mercury, which is number 80. Mercury, number 80 on the periodic table, is 80 pieces of hydrogen put together. Gold, which is has the symbol AU, is 79 pieces of hydrogen put together. But what is hydrogen? Hydrogen to the Dogon was called Numo. Hydrogen to the Kemites was called Nun. That's why when everything was in equilibrium, everything was in balance, it was in the waters of Nun, which is the first element and only element of the periodic table of elements, which is hydrogen. And what Dr. Yibo did was what the high priests and priestesses were doing, and every other African nation was attempting to do, and that was to be able to codify, to write out, to create a formula where you could call the unseen into existence, not that you'd see it, but that you could experience it. And that's what Dr. Yibo did with his formula. You have these other people arguing, oh, he doesn't have it. You have other people saying, I have it. My argument, as I've said on several occasions, is my argument is not to say they don't have it. My discussion is I know Dr. Yibo has it. And I'm really not interested in what other people say, because just the fact I think that I can place every one of his siphons or symbols in his formula, I can place it in the Shabbat Stone. Every single one of them. Whether it be Nun, Nunet, Het, Kaf, Kaket, Amun, Amunet, infinity, finity, darkness and light, hidden and seen, matter and space, whatever it is, I can take his formula and put it in the Shabbat Stone. The Creator has given me, out of 120 pages of sheer brilliance, he's given me 3 pages. And for that I will be forever grateful. Yes. Doctor takes it to a whole nother level. And what I saw in him is what I saw in Dr. Joy Degree. Was when I saw that sister speak at Abyssinia Baptist Church.
Sunday last.
No, man, I'm talking about years ago. My first exposure to Dr. Joy Degree, years ago. She first spoke at Abyssinia, which would be early 2000s. Okay. What, in that 1 hour and 15 minutes of tape, what I was exposed to was something I said, I know that she's only one person. She can't be in New York every day teaching every day. She can't be in Portland, Oregon teaching every day. She can't be in Atlanta every day. It's up to us to take that and do everything we can to support what she's doing. So when we were in the Per Ankh, we had an 8-part series on trauma. Because I was saying to folk, everyone's pushing this PTSD, particularly now with the war or the conflict in Iraq and Afghanistan. And post-traumatic stress disorder. She is talking about post-traumatic slave disorder. I know a lot of people have an argument about post, because it's still going on. Okay, and I understand that. But let's be very real about us as a people. A thought, when you deal with the Shabbat Stone, a thought to be able to go into the process of becoming must have a departure point. It's not a matter of if it's still going on or not. To me, it was a matter of let's create a point of departure that we can study what occurred from that point of departure until where we are today. Otherwise, we'll always be rambling. We will never be able to understand what happened to us. So I understand the idea of post. I understand what's still going on to us as a people. I understand sophisticated savagery, because these savages have become very sophisticated. And I understand this. My discussion is we have to have a point of departure, and we have to use an English language for us who speak English, Spanish for those who speak Spanish, Haitian Creole for those who speak Haitian Creole, whatever language we speak. We need to have a word that we can call into being that allows us to examine something. Otherwise, you'll always be out there, never be, because you're not on solid ground. So I chose Juneteenth Day. And I chose Juneteenth Day because that's not when Lincoln so-called freed Africans. It's when Texas Africans realized that they were free. So I have an African point of departure, which is June 19th, 1865. And everything from that point on, I consider to be the post-traumatic stress disorder, or slave disorder. But the point is, if you can interchange the word slave and stress, they must have a relationship to each other. And so as an African people, we have to understand what stress is. Because for Minister Brown to get here, for all of us to get here today, we went through a certain amount of stress. Whether it be trying to catch the train, driving, sitting in I-95, stress. It may not be because of your culture, but it's stress. It's doing something to you. And as a human being, we're all experiencing something. Some for reasons that we all don't know. Young brother Mexican got beat up the other day in Staten Island. He got beat up, at least in my mind, because he was Mexican. That's stress. He's a day laborer. This brother didn't want to go to the hospital. He wanted to go to work because this brother needed the money. But his wife said, oh no, honey, you got to go to the hospital. Look at your face. They beat you into the ground. He went. They think he may be blind out of his right eye for the rest of his life. This was on the news last night. This is not something that happened this happened last night. No matter what happens, when that brother go out in the street, he has built into his psyche stress. Because every time he go out, he gonna worry whether or not it's gonna be the left eye next time. Stress. That happens to be a cultural stress. But he could have come upon another, let's say, person of Hispanic background, could have been another Mexican, wanted to rob him, took his money. They wouldn't have robbed him because he's Mexican. They would have robbed him because they wanted his money. Still stress. And so when I heard Dr. Joy talk about the slave disorder, we dedicated 8 segments in the summer in the Pryor, the school that we've developed, to studying not the post-traumatic slave disorder. We just studied stress. What is stress? And what does it do to you? What does it do to us as a people constantly as we live this? As black men, a lot of stress. Because there's another added point that we are men. And there is a definition of what a man is in society. And when a man cannot perform what the society says a man should perform, that's another type of stress. Being black is stress. Being a woman is stress. Being a black woman is stress. Being a poor black woman is stress.
More stress.
So what you have is a concept of stress built on top of stress that already exists. As black folk, we had to understand that one thing that I did on a personal level was I had a very bad day years ago in school. And I had such a bad day, I recognized that I brought that negativity home to my family. And I excused myself and went into the room. And when I was walking down the room, I said, the person that's going to come back down this hallway is going to be a changed person for the rest of his life. I will never bring this stress back home again. But I recognized it. So many of us don't recognize that how we acting around other people is a lot out of how we've experienced our day.
Yes, true.
We can't do that. To build a nation, you can't do that. You have to learn how to handle that stress. Under whatever condition it may come under, we have to learn stress and how to handle it, how to deal with it. And I made a conscious effort, and what I did was this. I took a garbage can, and I worked with the teachers because I did staff development. Any teacher that came into the room with problems, they had to write them out, ball it up, and throw it away. And once you threw it away, you had no right to have it anymore because you threw it away. And that's psychologically and physically what I began to do to shed myself of the stress that I experienced. Before I left school, I wrote out all my problems on a piece of paper, balled them up and threw them out. And consciously, I had no right to carry that problem with me because I threw it away. This is what we have to do. And teachers actually told me it worked. Then I started doing it with children, where I got a big, like a pirate chest, treasure chest. And I went out with the budget and purchased all these snakes, cobras, rattlers, all sorts of snakes from around the world. And I put them in this big treasure chest. I put all sorts of things that just are what we perceive to be not that great. So I created a snake pit. And when children would come into the room with an attitude, I said, no, you gotta write that down. And they would write it and they put it in the snake pit. And I promised them that I would put it in a plastic bag and dispose of it the next day. And I would never let anybody go in there and read it. But you also didn't have to put your name on it. And consciously, hello my sister. All right. And consciously, what began to occur was that children that weren't even scheduled to come into that classroom would come into the classroom with a problem just to throw their problem in a snake pit.
I love it.
This is another lesson I learned about children and about us as a people and about things that we have to do psychologically to really move us to the next level of building a nation. A nation cannot be built under stress. Can never be built under stress. Please, wait. Please. Or anybody. This is open. We all can talk.
For instance, oppressed people.
Yes.
Stress can be harnessed, galvanized in a productive way. For instance, Garvey, it was the stress of his people, or as the other people like to say, you black men are angry. Yes, angry black men who galvanize this thing in a positive way to cause change. All freedom fighters, not Turner, all of them or whatever, it is harnessing that angle. Because since stress is a constant thing, black people, black men, every day have to go to face these police.
Yes.
Because sometimes, many times, it internalizes. The way our people behave is internalizing the thing.
Yes.
It gets to them.
Yes.
And then they act it out to their woman or the children vice versa. So
That's why you have to convert stress
they convert the stress
into passion.
into passion, something
And then passion.
into a cause, for instance, into a cause.
Yes, but-
Liberation cause.
But to me, I think we're dealing with really how we're defining things. Stress destroys. You have to convert stress into passion. And then passion is what built Marcus Garvey's UNIA. Not the stress. Because we all have stress. You can't help but have stress. Stress is part of life. But what you have to do is that you have to take those feelings and you've got to convert it into something that then can be used positively. So that, yes, you have stress, but you convert stress into passion. And in that conversion of stress into passion, passion is what clears your mind of the negativity that may not allow you to build the things you need to build, that then allows you to take it to the next level in order to build the UNIA, in order for Nat Turner to do what he had to do, in order for every other person that has come, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. You take that stress and you convert it. And that passion then is what you use to formulate an answer, because under stress your mind is just moving in every direction.
Because would you agree that stress is like neutral? It's like an element, like fire. It's like fire. I mean, if an arsonist gets a fire, then an arsonist does a fire. If a chef gets a fire, that chef does a fire.
Yes.
It's fire in itself is neutral.
Yes.
Fire, bad or good.
Yes.
It's what you convert
Exactly.
the energies of fire,
Exactly.
the properties of fire.
Exactly.
To use it to do.
Exactly. And so action is neutral. Stress is the arsonist. Passion would be the chef who, you know, there's a gospel song. It says, keep your lamp lit but trimmed. You know what I'm saying? Don't let that passion get out of control. Fire is one of the most wonderful things that we've ever invented. It also has burned down entire cities. Yes, so it's not what it is that matters, it's how you use what it is that matters.
May I just engage you a little offer, just to get back to the black magic. My understanding, and you can assist me, that when the Europeans first encountered us, at least in Kamene, and they saw the scientific thing that we were doing, like I said, using hydrogen, and taking its properties and converting to gold and so on. They were so amazed, fascinated. They said these blacks, not in the derogatory way, these black people are doing magic. Because in their space, they couldn't fathom that this was scientific. So they would go up and say, hey, we need some blacks and Kamites. They work magic. So black magic, when it originated, was in a positive light. Though we weren't really working magic, it was science. It's the scientific principles and knowledge we were used and applied. Of course, down the road, as they came among us and we allowed them out, but they took our science, then they flipped it. Today when you say working magic is something bad. Witchcraft is that. It's witchcraft paper. But so you go to an audience with your children, family, you sit with the man and say the magician working magic. He's going to saw the woman in two. You're like, oh my God, he's going to cut her in two. You know? He's not really working magic, he's working science. He knows the principle why she's not really cutting off.
Well, well, brother, it's not even science. It's trickery. And what he does is that he diverts your attention while he does what he has to do to make you think he's doing what he's doing. So it's really trickery. It's not even science. It's trickery. Science, as we see it, is knowledge and wisdom.
Right.
The word for magic, Africans don't have a word for magic. Their word is will. You will something to happen. I give an example of someone who I think really is one of the foremost magicians, if you want to call them that. Or if you want to call them somebody who was a pharaoh. It's George Washington Carver. George Washington Carver was clearly probably one of the greatest pharaohs. Of the many people I've encountered in studying, George Washington Carver was probably one of the greatest scientists. Another great scientist was Benjamin Banneker. Because they both had mastery over astronomy and agriculture.
Yes.
And that's the key to understanding the world as we know it. You can call things into being that other people cannot see because you understand the earth and the sky. And remember Nut and Geb. You know, remember in the Kemetic story, you have all these entities there. And so the concept of having someone like Dr. George Washington Carver, who in his story goes into his fields, and he goes into the fields for 7 days and stays out there for 7 days, and he comes back with 52 inventions. And when he's asked by people, you know, how'd you learn this? He said, the plants talk to me. And peoples of European descent, being peoples of European descent, acted like peoples of European descent because peoples of European descent act like European people. That's what Shashi McIntyre used to teach us. Europeans act the way Europeans act because Europeans act the way Europeans act. Dr. Clark would say, I'm surprised that you're surprised. What do you expect? Anytime you go into a field for 7 days and come back with 52 inventions that you went into the field not knowing, there are no teachers there, there are no classrooms there, the only thing you have are plants, and you come back and say plants. Now, of course, they didn't understand the relationship that Dr. Carver had with nature, because they don't have that relationship. The Gulf of Mexico proves that. You see? George Washington Carver was able to go in and observe nature, and in his oneness with nature, could see the advantage that this leaf would have in nature. He looked at the peanut And he recognized the advantage that growing peanuts had in the soil. Sweet potato. What sweet potato had in the soil. What soy had as it relates to in the soil. He understood that something that Europeans didn't understand of the cash crop. You keep growing the same thing over and over and over and over again, you're going to deplete the soil.
The nutrients of the soil.
Exactly. He knew that. And he knew that if you, like Native American peoples had something called three sisters. The bean, the succotash, they have another one, I can't recall it now. But it was called three sisters. And this happens around the world. But I used three sisters because it came from a book that I read on Native American peoples. It's called Indian Givers and Native Roots. 2 books written by Jack Weatherford. These three sisters, when they planted corn, it brought photovoltaics. Photo meaning light, voltaics mean electricity. Electricity created by light. Corn growing, sun shining, not only brought a wonderful crop of corn, but it enriched the soil so that when the beans were planted the next trimester, the corn made the soil ready for the lima or for the beans. When the beans grew, photovoltaics for the third crop that came. The third crop enriched it, and then corn was grown again. And this is why we now celebrate what we call, well, African folk under Dr. Maulana Karenga call it Kwanzaa. Native Americans called it Thanksgiving. And like all things, they took it and stole it, and now they talking about a party that they gave when it really had nothing to do. Brother Jawara, I just want to take this time to thank you for the use of your wonderful resource center here. Thank you so much, brother. Appreciate you. And so George Washington Carver, in his genius, was able to understand the soil. George Washington Carver was also able to tap into the land to be able to draw from the land those things that nature would supply for it. George Washington Carver really is the true hero of World War II. Because the rubber plantations were in the hands of Germany, Italy, and Japan. And they could not get the rubber that would properly build the wheels. George Washington Carver was able to use artificial means to make artificial rubber and artificial cement. And in doing that, that's what put, for Henry Ford, who was really into the manufacture of the Jeeps and the cars and airplanes that land and take off on wheels, it was George Washington Carver that was able to create artificial rubber that would be able to build the wheels that would allow the planes to take off and land, the Jeeps to move, and the cars, the military cars, to operate.
You build that from soy.
From soy.
That's amazing.
Okay, he was able to do that. And yet, very little credit. But then, Harriet Tubman is given very little credit for the things she did for World War II.
So I was kind of waiting for your part, because I'm saying now, shouldn't our scientific minds, our intellectual, Dr. Oyebo, for instance, right? When we come up with these brilliant things, shouldn't we have a demand, and then shouldn't we tag them before white people get them? For instance, during enslavement or in quotation again, post-enslavement, shouldn't say, look here now, crackers, white people, I have some invention here, but like Frederick Douglass, these are my demands. You free my people, you give my people some land in the south, and I have something. Otherwise, the German might just take few people. I'm just saying, shouldn't that be built into our scientific? It's not for science, for esoteric purpose. I'm just a scientist, I copy these inventions, whoever may get them. No, it's like, I have a demand here. Yes, I have a demand here. I have some secret I know I could help few people. But, what am I going to get in return, people? Here's my demands, people. Because, you see what you said? All these inventions that we did, how it benefits us?
Well, if you look at even hip-hop.
How it benefits us?
Well, hip-hop is an example. Hip-hop is the #1 business in the world. Hip-hop is more economically productive than drugs.
That's right.
And yet what control do we have over that? And yet at one time, African Bambaataa had total control over what he did when he sold his cassette tapes out the back of his car.
Let me,
So I'm saying a political aspect should be tied, that's what I'm saying.
It goes back to what our brother Mata Ken Bridges
Yeah.
was attempting to do. What Ken Bridges often said, and what also our other brother who wrote Powernomics, Claude Anderson spoke about, is the problem with we as a people is that we do not have a distribution center. We don't have a place where we can take our ideas as black people and let black people profit. And that's what Mata was meant to be. It was meant to be a distribution center. A lot of our sport, and see, this is what Jim Brown was trying to do years ago, you know. If you remember Jim Brown, in fact, there's a documentary about Jim Brown that was done by Spike Lee. I encourage you to get a hold of that. And understand that Spike Lee was bringing the sports people like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, all of the conscious sports and entertainment people that had money. He was bringing Muhammad Ali. You know, they met with Muhammad Ali when he was facing his greatest challenges years ago to see how they could help him in whatever it was that he was experiencing. And what Jim Brown had in mind was exactly what Ken Bridges talked about, a distribution center. We need a distribution center. It's not that African folk do not have creative minds, it's that we always have to go to other people when we want to get it marketed. And what we need to do is to get the entertainment and the sports people and have them build, and anyone else with money, let's say it like that, and to be able to build a trustworthy organization that will allow African people from Boston Post Road to Allerton Avenue to White Plains Road that have an idea, from Bedford-Stuyvesant to Harlem, who have an idea, to bring that idea to trustworthy African people who will financially back them and make a profit, because that's what it's all about, nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, in making a profit, be able to take that and bring it back into the community. And if that had been done, a lot of things that we experience today would not have.
Because when our brother was doing those experiments and
Movie Ragtime that came out a couple years ago, in fact a number of years ago, Ragtime. There was a brother actor, he since has joined the Ancestors. But it was the last movie James Cagney ever made. And it told a story about, and it chronicled the ragtime music. Harold Rollins, I think his name was? Rollins, okay. He was the central figure of the story. And to make a long story short, things happened, fire department, he had a beautiful car, and European American firemen defecated in his car, and he got very offended, and that started a sequence of events that would end up with him threatening to bomb this location. A character fictitious to the character of Booker T. Washington was sent into the area to talk him out of doing what he was doing. And Booker T. Washington was, in an esoteric manner, in a very Kingian fashion, peace, love, respect. Now mind you, they've defecated in this car because they're jealous that a black man has a car like this. This is where he's coming from. And he cannot get justice. James Cagney, I think, is the police chief or something like that. And with respect, he allows this character, Booker T. Washington, to speak. And he's really pontificating great ideas. Decent, moral, tradition. And Harold Rollins is listening to him, you know. And at the end of this long pontification of great ideas, he looks at this character and says, all you say is wonderful, but you happen to be an angel living in hell. As black people, we try to do the right thing, but even in hell, black folk gonna have to act a little devilish sometimes. So going back to what you're saying about making these types of agreements, George Washington Carver was such a spiritual man connected to nature. He believed, and I think rightly so, he would lose his gift if he ever made it into a material thing. He used to give people their ideas only for a stamp and an envelope. He would give you his ideas for a stamp and an envelope. He made Henry Ford, Thomas Edison,
rich.
The richest
That's
men on
right.
earth. If George Washington Carver had been allowed to do what he did, the soy that we eat in this store would have been owned by black people, if not Jawara himself.
That's right.
If George Washington Carver had handed down the legacy of agriculture, if we had done what we were supposed to do, we would not be picketing the fruit and produce stores.
So I'm arguing that he lacked political consciousness.
In hell.
All these Japanese inventions, that you can all of them under, benefit Japan. Then after benefiting people, they can benefit from some of this. The spin-off. But they start with Japan first. So we have to, that's what I said. Our intellectuals, they lack a political consciousness. That's what I'm saying.
And what has to happen, my brother Kofi, is there has to be the consciousness. Political is only one aspect of the consciousness. It's a deeper consciousness. It's a consciousness of self. It's a consciousness of understanding the world culture. It's a deeper consciousness. Politics happens to be one of the aspects of the consciousness. Education is at the foundation, because if you know yourself, you will never allow people to act a certain way towards you. It's only when you don't know yourself that you allow people to treat you a certain way. And so I think that we do need a consciousness, but we need to understand who we are and what we are. My brother, did you want to say something before? I know you wanted to say something.
But why did you single out the political thing? Because that is the component that manages the resources, right? Economics, the efficient way of dealing with your resources. But the political component, those are those who make the allotment and dole out this thing. That's why these people fight about contracts. All this thing about contracts, right? I mean, Bloomberg will tell that he's taking $1 a year. I wonder why is he taking $1 a year, right? Why is a billionaire taking $1 a year? Because there must be some contracts that he's getting there. So why is he fighting to keep? If I will make $1 a year, why would I keep want to go another term and inviolate the Constitution? Because the contract, that's what the political aspect is doing. So, but you see what our brother said, or the Caucasian went up to Professor Yugo and said, he's making a demand on him. Even though the man already published his thing. He's saying we who? My thing's out there, but no, we. So they make a demand. But we have this thing of this humanity. That's my point again. We need this holistic consciousness, but it's political consciousness, racial consciousness, and whatever invention I have, it has to benefit my people. So our brother said that the Jews, then they get the Jews that the state of Israel established. If I contribute my technology that you can deal with Hitler, what am I going to get from it? I need a state down there. Exactly. These people make a demand. We'd have to go there to Brother Kaba. It can't be just so esoteric that we benefit in humanity, because we never benefit. Right? And I take it, and I have to tie things right now. So if our president is so esoteric that he's dealing everything for America, but no group going to go to him as America. They go to him as a gay group. They go to him as a Jewish group, the lobby, that's what they call themselves. They go to him as a lobby. They are Armenians who genocide happened to them like 8 years ago. They are still going to Obama. We need to deal with Turkey. They're all going to them for their particular ethnic group. We are the only ones about this esoteric thing. When America benefits, we will rise to the top of America. Yeah, no, that's a fallacy. So that's why we need a political consciousness.
What is esoteric to you?
Esoteric is about humanity. You do things broadly. Whatever I do, it benefits the entire humanity. And I'm saying there's no such thing exists. People have interests. They have particular interests.
Well, no, but that's the ultimate state.
It's the ultimate state after you benefit yourself. It's the ultimate thing after you, like for instance a family, for instance. If you're so esoteric and taking care of the whole community, or your family is coming apart, if your people is starving, even your children and your wife will turn against you, that you're feeding the whole people out there, but while your internal dynamics is falling apart, we're taking care of other people's business.
But I think that African people have a special role to play on this planet. You see, if we are going to, if we're going to take our divine heritage seriously, we have to remember that we are not doing anything, following other people or being like other people. Basically, Africans are the rulers of the planet, and the rulers are going to have to behave differently. The rulers are really responsible for humanity, and I suspect that's where your workshop is going to be.
Yeah, and Brother Jawar, what you say, I've had so many brothers and sisters from the continent tell me, Africa is not poor; it's poorly managed.
Of course.
No, yeah.
I mean, that goes
there are just dynamics, I think, that as a people, because again, as we say, even angels have to act a little devilish in hell. The angel always has to remember where they're trying to get back to. Because sometimes you can get into hell as an angel, start acting devilish, and you forget what angelic is. And so it's in...
That's a problem.
And it becomes a problem.
It's a big problem.
And so many of us who say, and I've experienced it before, and this is why I sit before you, the way I sit before you, because throughout my entire career, I've been an assistant principal, I've been in the superintendent's office, I've been directors of programs, but I knew that if I continued and actually formally went into administration, I would have to do things to my people that morally I was not willing to do. And if you're going to eat the king's meat, you're going to have to dance his dance. And because I refused to go that way, I refused those positions, which meant money, a lot of other things. But you have to make a decision somewhere in your life where you're going to go. I refuse to conduct myself the way those that I look at conduct themselves. However, I realize I'm going to have to find a way to overcome them. Somehow. That comes with African creativity. Look, we learned how to live around lions, tigers, and bears. If we can do that, we certainly can learn to live around this dying group of people who have so little sense. And again, as you say, brother, this is really where we're headed with this kind of concept, because as an African people, we have to understand. But before I do that, I just want to ask my sister if she's all right. You all right? Good, okay. Well, today, you know, when I spoke to Minister Brown is interested in developing a museum, a resource center. He has a large collection of videos on the African and African diasporian experience. And I know that when I was speaking to Brother Jawara, he told me about what he was attempting to do up here. And I've spent a deal of time in the Board of Ed developing resource centers. And resource centers are very real to me. And we need resource centers in our community. Places where people can go for information. And so little by little, I'm going to be bringing some of the things that I have that can become part and parcel of the spirit of this room, because a resource center really is a spirit. It really is. It's a place that I know that when I had my resource center in the Board of Education, if I was talking about Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James, I could go right and pick it right off the shelf. I could show people, instead of telling you what the book was and then spelling it for you, I could just take it and show you what Stolen Legacy was, or Introduction to Africa by John G. Jackson. A resource center is a self-sustaining room that allows whatever goes on in that room to be supported by the material that's in the room. To me, the first step in education is space and time. If you ground a learner in space and time, you then can take them anywhere. The example is when I first started teaching, I taught kindergarten. In 1983, I went to Kemet for the first time with Dr. Ben. And in my excitement of going to Kemet with Dr. Ben, I came back and was explaining to my kindergarten children about Kemet. And I showed them pictures. And I showed them I was just so passionate and excited. And one of the children said to me, they said, the next time we have a field trip, can we go to ancient Egypt? And what I realized is that in the purity of a child's mind, in my speaking, that passion brought to life ancient Egypt for them. And they believed that my speaking could make it happen. What I neglected to do with our children was to ground them in space and time. To explain to them, ancient means long time ago, and Egypt is far away. Space and time. So that geography is the first step. When you ground somebody, a learner, in space, that's geography. Space is geography. History is time. Time. One of the first things I wanted to contribute to Brother Jawara's Resource Center here, in Vegan Delight's Resource Center, was maps. And these maps, talking about budget, it's important to understand what and why these maps are going. These are called relief maps. Relief. R-E-L, I think it's I-E-F? Help me now, because that E-I and I-E, I'm not used to that dis-English language. See, that's why Malcolm said English is a language of liars, because you literally can see the mountains. You can see the rivers. You can see the rifts in the map, as opposed to a flat map that you're looking at. You have no sense or dynamic about what that area actually looks like. So to the best of their ability, they have put together a relief map that will show you certain things. Now, my brother, if you want to move up, you can, because most of this class is going to be centered right here. Okay? Because today's class, unlike other classes that I may do, using overhead and using other types of manipulatives, this is really going to be a relief map workshop. And the subject that we're going to talk about is the origin of life in Africa and the movement of Africans across the globe that would subsequently create the many different cultures and peoples, no matter what their pigmentation, no matter what the texture of their hair, no matter what the width of their nose. Why did that happen and how did it happen? But to make it happen, you have to really look at a relief map. I'm just going to bring this map right here. As you see, to ground you in space and time, this basically is the world. However, I'm going to focus on the center of the world, which is Africa. Now, what I want to do is this. Just let's be clear about something. Europeans place the center of the world right here. This is the 00 mark. But however, they claim that it's in England. Okay? That's the center of the world. Now, who said that? Through their research, was people from England. Geographically, geologically, historically, and in every way you can look at it, that could never be the center of the world. The real center of the world, when you look at it geographically, is Khufu's pyramid. And that's why it was built. That's the 00 mark on the planet. The way in which they were able to decipher that was through astronomical and geometric measurements that allowed them to understand that that point in Giza, right there in Cairo, right there was the 00 mark on the planet, not because of the continents, but because of astronomy. And that's what makes the 00 mark. It is important only in terms of the calculations of agriculture. It really is not important. It's not something that you need to dwell on. You know, focusing on the 00 mark on the planet is equivalent to focusing on King Tut or Cleopatra. King Tut is of real no significance as it relates to Kemetic history. He's the one that Europeans came in contact with. That's why it's important. Cleopatra was insignificant. Number 7. She was number 7. She was insignificant to the history of Kemet. Her importance is only because she started a fight between Caesar and Mark Antony. And so they wrote that into the history books. But she is a queen, not to mention, of course, she was the last ruling African, if you want to call her an African, because she was part what they call Greek, but Greek don't exist. If you look at the Mediterranean basin, Greece doesn't exist, but that's a whole nother discussion altogether. Greek don't have a language. They have no culture. They all came from up here, and this is why I want to talk about this concept. But we're going to talk about this area right here in the world. This area is known as the Great Lakes region. This area in the world right here at the mountains of the moon. Now, look at this, and like when we take a break, you know, feel free to come on up here and just feel this and look at it so you can understand these mountains in Kenya and Tanzania. In the Hunefa papyrus and in the papyrus of Turin, our ancestors wrote that they originated in the foothills of the mountains of the moon. Rwenzori that goes across what we call Congo, Uganda, and Rwanda, basically in Rwanda. Rwenzori in the language means foothills. It means mountains. Okay? Foothills of the mountains of the moon. It means mountains of the moon. In Tanzania, Kilimanjaro means mountains of the moon. So our ancestors, and now Why are these mountains of the moons? These are mountains of the moon because this is where the first calendrical system was ever established. And so therefore they understood the mountains of the moon because these mountains acted as lines of sight to track the cycles of the moon, upon which women were the first to do. In order to unite themselves with the astronomy, African priestesses began to develop a calendrical system in order to follow a 28, 29, 30-day cycle. Just through her body, she also went through a 28, 29, 30-day cycle. So to be able to track an astronomical body, as she tracked her own body with the life cycle, she started concept of calendrical systems, and that's why every calendar, no matter what the calendar may be, there is the Sirius calendar that the Kamites had that was 365.25 days. There was another calendar that was 2,160 years in length. There was another calendar that was 26,000 years in length. All of them were all based on the month. All of them were based on the month. The month is to astronomy and to the calendar what a second is to the hour, what an atom is to the human. It's that one focal point. It's the family to the society. It's the lowest common denominator that allows you to be able to track great things through small things. And that's why they're the mountains of the moon, because the moon was able to be tracked in certain ways that women were able to create a color together. Then they took it on the road. And then they traveled up along this Happy Valley in order to create a more perfect calendrical system upon which we have today. Of course, the Europeans messed it up because they started taking days off 1 month. They had 12 months, 30 days, 3 weeks of 10 days each week. Then you have Europeans like Julius. He said he's more important, so he took a day from February and added it to July. Augustus said who he think he is. I'm going to take 1 day from February. So he took 1 day from February, gave it to August. And so these days were messed with by the Romans. And I think they had something. I think they knew something. I think that they knew that Black History Month would be February. So they purposely took it from February just to mess with our month. I think they knew this. What I'd like to do, I'd like to take this, and now I'd like to just focus in on it. That when you say 10 months, what do you mean?
You see, if you look at Latin, if you take December, you see,
Yes.
December is Decem, it's 10.
Yes.
Okay? If you look at November,
Yes.
November,
Yes.
it's 9.
Yes.
You know, and you can look at October, you see 8.
Yes. And Sept,
And September,
7, August. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
So they put those 2 months in there in honor of themselves.
Well, you know what the challenge was?
That's one of the changes, yeah.
Well, you know what the challenge was is that December is not, according to the African calendar, the last month of the year.
No, but we're talking about their calendar.
Yeah, their calendar, I mean, they just messed up the whole concept because to Africans, you know, everything is based on astronomy. When you look at astronomy and you understand the role that astronomy has played, everything is based on astronomy. There's a proverb, as above, so below. As you can understand as you understand the heavens, you understand the earth. As you understand the earth, you understand the heavens. So that's why I said that astronomy and agriculture were the 2 areas that were so very important to us as an African people. Because it was through astronomy and agriculture that we were able to develop an understanding of how this planet, and this is how we developed the civilization and the culture that we did in Africa, by studying astronomy and agriculture. And in this area that you have right here, which is the birthplace of the human family, this is where humanity came into existence. Over here, the Rwenzori Mountains right here, okay? The Rwenzori Mountains. You all right, my sister? The mountains here, this is where that essence that we call the gorilla, you cannot find gorillas anywhere outside of here. Gorillas come from this area of mountains. The silverback were the ones that went into the mountains. The other apes that we talk about, they went west and became western lowland gorillas, and they went east and became eastern lowland gorillas. This is the only place in the world where you'll find gorillas. No matter wherever else you see them, they were brought there or they went there. But they're indigenous to this area. There's a word that's called autochthonous. Autochthonous means you come from the soil. It means that you come up from this area. Gorillas come from this area. Now, I know there's a discussion. People have a challenge with this concept of the relationship that we have with gorillas. And I know in many faith systems we discuss these concepts of Christianity, Judaism, and we have a creation story. I respect all faith systems, so I have to step back from even dealing with those philosophies. I have to go to an African scientific consciousness to discuss this. And I believe that whatever spiritual belief system we live by, I'm going to put that to the side and deal with what science has taught us in terms of how life began and how consciousness came into it. It is said that there is a common ancestor that apes and humans have. It is not believed by African people, at least the history that I've studied, it is not believed, nor do I believe, that we evolved from apes. I believe we have a common ancestor. Some people call it Ramapithecus. We have a common ancestor. That because of the nature of the heavy trees in this area, they lived what's called an arboreal life, or they lived in trees. And because of that, nature gave them opposable thumb and an opposable big toe. And this big toe could grab a branch the same way their hand could. It is said that at some point in history, somewhere between 4 million and 25 million years ago, or 25 million and 4 million years, there was a time on the earth that science calls it the Myocene Period. It's just an epoch in history where they chart. During this Myocene period, for whatever reason, maybe it got crowded up in the trees, maybe some of the Ramapithecus saw things down on the ground. Some of them even may have fallen out the tree and decided once they fell down, they were going to stay down. They stayed down on the grasslands. Okay? The ones that remained in the trees would continue to live an arboreal life. And they would continue to be the apes and the gorillas and the chimpanzees that we see today. But the ones that came down on the ground in this particular area stayed down and began to see that basically the foods that most of them ate were basically foods of the tree. But once this essence came down on the ground, they began to see that they could eat things on the ground too. They could eat food on the ground, and they could also pick things from the tree. And when nature had it so good that when a mango was ready, it would fall out the tree. They didn't even have to climb the tree to get it. That nature would just pluck it out and give it to them. And so they saw all the food on the ground that they may have been fighting for up in the tree, but a lot of that fell down, and now they had it all to their disposal. So they decided to stay on the ground. The problem is this. There are two concepts as it relates to biology. You have stability and you have mobility. In the tree, the gorilla has 100% mobility, 0 stability. They're not stable at all on their feet. Even if you watch them now, you'll see that they walk a certain way. However, when the essence fell out the tree and they came down, they had to start to walk on the ground. That opposable big toe got in the way. And so they constantly had to take that big toe that was underneath the foot and flip it up. And they kept doing that. So over millions of years, nature has it that instead of being born with a toe that's opposable, they started to have them being born with it closer to the side, closer to the side, closer to the side, and then it stayed this way. That's why our big toe looks the way ours looks, and the apes look the way theirs look. They look like they have 4 hands. We have 2 hands, 2 feet. What's the advantage? The advantage is that in this entity that's down on the ground, they lose, because they lose the opposable big toe, they lose 50% mobility. But they gain 50% stability. We're talking about a long time ago now. We're talking about millions of years ago. A lot of hair on the body. What begins to happen to this organism as it begins to walk, it's still walking down hunched over. But what's beginning to happen is that the stability allows them to walk, but it frees up their hands. And they begin to realize that there are things that they can do with their hands. They still have hair on their body. But when you look at the human body the way science tells us today, if you look at a gorilla, see, this is why Rush Limbaugh and they're going to be careful about gorilla. Because if you shave a gorilla would look more like Rush Limbaugh than it would look like me. Because a gorilla is pink underneath. All you gotta do is look at the underarm of a gorilla and you'll see pale. Because melanin, the action of melanin or the pigment melanin makes the hair black. The only thing black on a gorilla that's flesh is the face. And that's because of the concept of in this area where it's hot, everything by Glosier's law. There's a law, Glosier's law, that says by Glosier's law, it says that anything that's in a tropical to hot climate must be well pigmented in order to survive the heat of the sun. Otherwise, they will get what the great majority of peoples of European descent get today, which is melanoma, which is skin cancer. Just a side note, this is how you know what the Kemites and the Egyptians had to look like. Because if you look like Wahas or whoever that guy is that's in charge of the museum, if you were that complexion, and if the friezes and pictures of Egypt are correct, where the men walked around with kilts on, bare-chested, bare leg, they would have had skin cancer within the first 50 years of looking like that. They couldn't have looked like that. They had to have been black. Anybody been to Egypt and you're in that sun and that heat? It's not even humid in Egypt. You don't have no mosquitoes in Egypt. You have flies in Egypt. And so it could not have been who they say it is because they couldn't have survived dressed like that. But it goes back to knowing your history and knowing who you are, because if someone tells you that, then you believe it. See, they can't tell me too much because I was in the tomb, Ramses V in 1987. I saw people on scaffolds painting black faces white. Because when Dr. Ben started bringing us over in the numbers that we started going over, and you have Ashraquazi, and you have all these other great scholars bringing us to Kemet, Richard Pryor. There was a scene in Richard Pryor's TV show years ago where he's carrying a bag of these archaeologists. And this is back in 1977 when Richard Pryor had only 4 shows. It took 4 shows before Europeans found out what he was doing. Then he didn't see him no more. But there's a scene where he goes in, he's like the servant to these white archaeologists, and it looks like you're going into a pyramid or a temple. And he drops the bags on the floor and he looks up. And the white archaeologists are talking amongst themselves, and Richard Pryor's looking around the room. And he's looking around the room and he's saying, well, wait, all these people black. These people look like me. And he goes around and he's looking, and then all of a sudden one of the white archaeologists sees what he's doing and they tap him. They tap each other. And then what you do is you see the white archaeologist backing out of the pyramid or temple real slow. And Richard Pryor is still there looking at all these figures on the walls. And then all of a sudden the white archaeologist takes the stone wall and he closes it and the scene goes black. That's what happened to us. And see, that's what they're trying to do with King Tut coming to Times Square and the discovery. That's what they're trying to do now when they're talking about Africa and Egypt. We now have been in the pyramid like Richard Pryor, and we're seeing what Egypt really looks like. And so now what they're trying to do is they're trying to close that door for the final time so that they're hoping that we can't hold on to understand who brought technology to the modern world. Because Kemites did not bring technology to the modern world. The Africans of North Africa brought it into Europe because they were the caretakers of this knowledge and wisdom of the world. Even Europeans could not fluently speak Greek and Latin. We spoke Greek and Latin better than they did. We taught them Greek and Latin. And when Alfonso X was able to hold on to this Latin language that became the language of the church, then he translated all of the works of the Africans that created Arabic, by the way, because Arabic is an African language, and that's why I call Arabs Afrabs, because you cannot be an Arab without being African. What makes you an Arab is that you're black. The Eurasians we're talking about, we'll talk about as we move into the movement of the world, but there are fundamental principles we have to understand as an African people. It goes back to some of the comments you're making, Brother Kofi, because if you know yourself and you understand what you've done, you don't have to forfeit your Africanness to overcome the demons of the world. But you have to act in a certain way that is in unison, which goes back to what Dr. Yibo is attempting to do. Because he's saying, look, I'm not stepping out here by myself. Because if I step out here by myself, they're going to try to buy me, kill me, or do something to me. So you all got to come with me if we're going to make this happen. So Africans get 50% stability, 50% mobility, and they begin to realize that it frees up their hands. Eat watermelon or any fruit with a seed. You spit it on the ground. Over time, these Africans began to realize that the earth engulfed that seed, brought it down into the earth. And pretty soon, what was one seed became a whole bunch of watermelons. I can't speak for y'all, but I love my watermelon. So if I see 100 watermelons coming up where I spit one seed, I'm going to take very good care of watching what happens. Pretty soon, as this African mind began to grow, began to develop, the size of the brain isn't that important. It's the denseness of the nooks and the crannies of the brain that create the real intelligence of the mind. Because when you think, you know, sometimes when you think so hard, you say, I got a headache from thinking so hard. Well, actually, when you think, there's a reaction that goes on in your brain through neurons that actually makes your brain pulse. And in pulsing, it's like when you lift weights and you pump up your muscle. You're pumping your muscle. So just like your muscles get tired when you exercise, your brain gets tired when you think. And so the human brain is beginning to think. As it's thinking, it's pulsating, it's becoming stronger. It's not that it's getting bigger, it's that it's expanding. So what was once a slanted head, like when you look at an ape, what's a slanted head, the frontal lobe starts to push out because the brain is growing and it's pushing the skull forward, and that's creating what's called the prefrontal cortex. As the prefrontal cortex is being created, what begins to expand inside is like blowing up balloons, comes your ventricular system. And you have 4 ventricular systems. You have 2 lateral that are joined by a third, that's then joined by a 4th. Your third ventricle is equivalent to what Dr. Richard King calls the vault of initiation. It has the 3 jewels. It has the optic thalami, where your both thalami responsible for your feelings come from. That's where they join. The optic thalami is that joining. It's the eye, optic, the eye, that joins the left and the right thalamus. Together they call thalami. Thalamus is individual or singular. Thalami is plural. Your optic thalami is there. Your pituitary gland is there, and your pineal gland is there. As this African is thinking and doing and is starting making this muscle grow and is pushing the frontal lobe out, it gives seat to the limbic system of the brain. See, this is why I say as African people, we have to study science. That's why I tell children in school, you've got to study biology. You've got to study chemistry. You've got to study algebra. And stop saying it's the white man's discipline. It's the white man. It's our school. It's just they got it wrong. Wade Noble says it's like vomit. That rich meal that Africans gave to the Eurasian was too deep for them, too rich for them, and they did not have the intellectual enzymes to digest that meal. So well, it's called reverse peristalsis, but just so you'll never forget, it's vomit. They vomited the meal back up, and that's what's in the plates of our classrooms today. That's what our children are eating. That's what our college students are eating out, vomit. Now, when you hear that, you might want to throw that vomit away. But Wade Noble tells us don't throw the vomit away, because in that vomit are the remnants of the original meal. Check out what was cooked. Study it, because we as African people do have the intellectual enzymes to digest that meal. So before we throw away the chemistries and the biologies and the physics and the astronomies of what Europeans never understood, we taught them this. They just didn't understand it. We have to study these things, and that's why it's important for us to understand the limbic system of the brain. And so when we're in college and in high school, study biology, study chemistry, study physics, so that we can now apply it to these concepts. So now when I'm talking to you, you're not wondering what I'm talking about. Because if folk don't understand the limbic system of the brain, I'm blaming your 6th grade junior high school science teacher. Because that's something each and every one of us should have learned in this system, going through the system. So, the pineal gland is responsible for your spiritual growth. Your pituitary body is responsible for your physical growth. And your optic thalami is responsible for your emotional growth. So here you have body, mind, and spirit growing in this third ventricle of this entity that's come out of the trees and now is walking and is now thinking. The more it thinks, the better it eats. The better it eats, the more it thinks. And then this entity realizes, if I should just put my finger and make a hole in the ground and put the seed there, then I'm going to cut down the waiting time of the earth to have to engulf it. You say, yeah, okay, I can do that. So it now is dealing with concepts of going around putting finger in the hole and putting seeds in. The beginning of agri-science. And then it says, you know, my finger hurts. And I see this stick. Now that stick can do the same thing that my finger did. So if I take the stick and dig hole, then I can dig more holes because I don't have to stop because my finger won't hurt after I do every 30 holes. So this is the invention of tools. Okay. The earlier human being we're talking about is classed in what we call the Australopithecine. Australo meaning southern. Australo. That's where Australia gets its name from. It means it's southern. So you have the Australopithecine. Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop, Civilization of Barbarism, in part 1 of his book, The Origin of Humanity, talks about these 6 different entities of humanity that's going to have a life history. When this entity comes out of the tree and begins to walk on the earth, Dr. Diop calls that entity Australopithecus robustus, robust. It's a thick human, very thick, heavy boned, thick, walks a certain way. As this Australopithecus robustus begins to develop him and herself, they begin to think on different levels, they begin to do certain things. Because of their quick movement on the ground as opposed to that lethargic or that laid back level of life in the tree, starts to have to walk around. What begins to happen is that it gets what's called graceful, or it's called Australopithecus gracile. That's the second form. Now here's another thing when you study the human body. What began to happen, now remember the Australopithecines are still hairy. They have some hair to them. However, they begin to lose their hair. And the reason why they lose their hair is because on a body that's constantly in motion, you're going to begin to sweat. What begins to happen is that in the sweating process, this entity creates what is known as well, they start to multiply very quickly. It's called eccrine glands, E-C-C-R-I-N-E. Eccrine glands, and you have sweat glands. What begins to happen is in order, once it's down on the ground, it's out of the tree, it's in the sun more, this entity begins to sweat more, but to avoid dying from overheating, it starts to multiply the sweat so that it can sweat. And what happens is that when sweat is on your body, it acts almost like a ventilation system. It allows your body to cool off. But in so doing also, it's the loss of hair. You begin to lose hair. So this very heavy Australopithecine, very robust and gracile, begins to lose hair, but at the same time as it loses hair, it has to compensate for the loss of black hair because it's going to die in the heat. So what begins to happen is instead of the sun acting on the hair to make it black, it starts to act on what's called the epidermis to make the skin black. That's why a gorilla's face is black. So what begins to happen is that as the hair falls off, because this entity on the ground is beginning to sweat, it begins to lose its hair, but in losing its hair, it starts to show its flesh. The flesh begins to interact with the sun, the light and heat energy, and in the epidermis, you have layers. You have what's known as the stratum corneum, which is the uppermost layer. You have the stratum lucidur, which is under. You have the stratum spinosa, which is under that, and you have the stratum basale, which is under that. Now, these are all terms that they talk about, but I think it's important for us to discuss this because I think it's important as African people that we shut down rooms. And by shut down rooms, I mean people who are going to stand up and oppose you, you need to just disqualify them from the discussion altogether. And you need to be able to get to the point in the discussion where you tell them what Dr. Clark told Mary Lefkowitz when he said, I debate my equals and I lecture all others, and right now this is a lecture. We have to get to that point where we're talking to them this way. Because for as long as we allow them to talk, we give them credence that what they're saying is true. So once you shut them down and you shut them up and you can show them through scientific means that you understand what you're talking about. So don't play that here because I will embarrass your intellectual senses. Okay? So what begins to happen as we have this entity beginning to lose hair and is beginning to now poke a stick in the ground, it begins to say to itself, if I take 3 of those sticks and I poke it in the ground, instead of putting 1 seed, I can put 3 seeds. It's thinking now. It's beginning to ponder its existence. It's beginning to ponder the relationship. It's beginning to ponder the heavens, and it's beginning to ponder the earth and making a relationship. So it takes some type of wire or stick or twig or whatever it is, and it binds 3 sticks together, it pokes it in the ground and puts 3 seeds in. So it has triple the work now. And because it doesn't hurt with the fingers, it can do more. But then in thinking, Homo habilis is the human of ability. That's the tool maker. We're still in Africa. But what begins to happen is that this Homo habilis says, okay, instead of poking holes, suppose I put something to extend it, and instead of having to bend down, which kind of hurts my back sometimes, if I make a stick that's long enough and put the 3 sticks on the end, and suppose I drag it, and suppose I have my wife or my child behind me put seeds in the ground. That way I can devote all my time just to making these 3 indentations in the ground, and they can come behind me and just spread seeds. I can eat better. When I eat better, I think better. When I think better, I eat better. And it becomes a cycle. Then it says, this entity says, now, suppose I take the stick, attach 3 sticks to this 1 big stick, and suppose I make 4 of those for my wife and 2 children. And then since we have cattle, suppose I attach it to the cattle. And all I have to do is just hold on to the cattle and walk as the cattle drags the stick, and my children then can drop the seeds. And that's the domestication of animals, and that breaks the human family to a whole other phase of thinking. Because once you have your surrounding helping you, then you can develop the kind of society where a lot of the pressure for what has to be done straight up is no longer there for you. So in Africa, these Africans now are developing this sophisticated form of agricultural science, and then they begin to diversify what they're growing. So instead of only having watermelons, they now have other types of fruits, and now they're looking at vegetables, and because the vegetables are there too, and they're beginning to look at that, and they start to build it. And this is the society that is now going to give birth to a stronger, clearer thinking, powerful group of human beings, still Africans, only Africans on the planet now. There's nobody else on the planet but Africans at this time. For millions and millions of years, the only people on the planet, the only people supposed to be on the planet, black people. Plants were meant to be green, humans were meant to be black. That's a scientific law. Anything that moves away from that archetype is albino. If you have a pale plant, what do you call it? You call it an albino plant. If you have a pale peacock, it's an albino peacock. If you have a pale cockroach, it's an albino cockroach. But that's where science books stop. And they stop because the next thing to say is, when you have a pale human, you have an albino human. Albinoidism, in whatever form it comes from botany to zoology, Professor, brilliant brother J.A. Rogers, Joel Augustus Rogers, a Jamaican brother, teaches us that when you strip the nutrients of brown rice, it becomes white rice. When you strip the protein and nutrients of brown sugar, it becomes white sugar. And when you strip the human of its protein and its nutrients, it changes from being a black human to a white human. That's a scientific law. I'm not mad at it. I'm not saying this because I have any animosity towards any of them. I'm only telling them what the reality is. If Europeans had been smart, the first thing that they would have done when they came from the Ice Age, they would have found the biggest, blackest person they could mate with. Because it was in them refusing through xenophobia to only mate with themselves that the European we know today, see, the European we know today is not a mutant. The European we know today is a mutation of the mutant. Now, we're speaking science here. Go to any cultural evolution book and look up the word mutation, and that's what it will tell you. Those things that adapt themselves away from the archetype of the original specimen are mutations of the original specimen. This has nothing to do with being angry or upset. This is just straight up science. Go to the science books. Look this up yourself, and you will see this. But they don't teach, in biology class, they only teach about the plant and the animal. And they may show you a picture of Snowflake, who was an albino gorilla that lived in Spain. And you know, he died. He died a couple years ago. And you know what he died of? Melanoma. He died of skin cancer. So I mean, this is a scientific concept. Okay, Africans now are going to move. They're going to move across west. In this area here, Africans in this whole area here are going to come down here. Here's Djibouti here. Okay, Somalia. Okay, Abyssinia. Okay, it's called Ethiopia, but it's called Ethiopia for a lot. This is what was known as Abyssinia. Right here. Many of them are going to move from what we call Djibouti or Ethiopia. They're going to cross this water here, which was not quite the same back then. They're going to cross over into Saudi Arabia. And as they move across Saudi Arabia, they're going to expand themselves through the countries that we know of today. They're going to go up through what we call Iraq, Syria, Turkey. They're going to continue traveling east into Iran, Afghanistan, and everywhere they go, they're going to bring their civilization with them. In a book by Drusilla Dunjee Houston, it's called Wonderful Ethiopians and Their Kushite Empires, where she talks about this movement. Others are going to continue going this way. They're going to go across what's called the Sinai into Canaan, the Black Land, Canaan. Today we call it Israel. Yesterday we called it Palestine. Day before yesterday we called it Canaan. And you know, while we're getting political, be careful whose side you take. Because today's Palestinians was yesterday's Philistines. And the Philistines were the ones that murdered the Canaanites. Didn't karma something else? Well, go around, come around. Be careful whose side you take. Because the Palestinians are now getting what they gave to Africans. And they said, Philistines said that God told them to kill the black people of Canaan. What goes around comes around. You shall reap what you sow. And so Africans traveled across here and peopled this area, Syria, again going up into Turkey. As they moved over this area, they crossed over the mountains, serious mountains here, okay? The Atlas Mountains. Moved across, came through here, crossed over into Spain. Some went into Portugal and went straight across, and they traveled north. So you have African people, but after Homo habilis came Homo erectus, and that happened in Africa. And what happened was, this African that had been walking this way, the pineal gland is facing down. What begins to happen is that they stand more erect. And as they stand erect, the sunlight, the light and heat energy, now begins to penetrate the pineal gland. It begins to bathe the frontal part of the brain, which gives them an advanced way of thinking now. And now, not only that, see, when you're walking like this, your state of consciousness is in the present. But when you stand up and you look out, you start to think in terms of future, because you can see things that are ahead of you. So you start to develop thought processes that open up your brain to think of not just yesterday and today, but what could be coming tomorrow. So that this African, Homo erectus, and standing up erect begins to change. But then, let's go back to biology. There's an opening in your brain that your spinal cord goes through. It's called the foramen magnum. And for those of us who may be nurses or into medical science or into biology, this foramen magnum, when you're ortho, when you're leaning down this way and you're walking, your body is creating angles upon which your blood circulation has to maneuver through. So when you're leaned over this way, you have an arc here. So blood has to travel. When you're over here, you have a bend in your knee. It means your blood has to go in this angle. When you're hunched over, you have blood like this, and then of course it's up here. But when you stand up erect, your blood circulation is from head top to shoe stop, along with the light and heat energy. So this Homo erectus now transforms him and herself into a whole nother form of thinking person. And in this doing, the foramen magnum, which was really bent in the back of the head, it straightens up, and so what begins to happen is that your cerebrospinal fluid begins to change its structure. It begins to have a free flow. Let me give you an example. You have a water hose that's bent. You put the water in. How's it going to come out? Haphazardly. It's going to come out in spurts.
Restricted, yeah.
It's going to be restricted. Straighten out that water hose. How is the water going to come out then? Forcefully, fluently, and very fluid. Well, that's what happened in the human body. The blood and the circulatory system began to have this free flow of blood in standing up erect and staying up erect. And this is why I tell children you should stand up straight. Not because it looks good, but because it's good for your body. Why don't you know, when we tell children, you know, don't slouch in a chair. Why not? Because look at all the angles that your blood and liquids are moving through. It's not a free flow, but when you, I call it sitting royal. Sitting royal. That's why you see all the pharaohs and all the pictures of the pharaohs. They're sitting up erect. I even encourage people, don't put your back on the back, because that stops the blood there. That's why when you move away, sometimes you have a red spot there. Because you've inhibited the blood from flowing. You should have a free flow, 90-degree angle. That is why Aset is a throne. That's why I call it sitting royally, because it's a throne. You're sitting like the throne of Aset. And that's why kings sit on thrones. Because the throne is female. So, in a matrilineal system where the woman chooses the leader, the man sits on the throne, Jesus sits in his mother's lap, the Pharaoh suckle at mother's breast, because she represents sitting there, the throne, royalty, life, the way life should be. It's not about just being a king or a queen, it's about being kingly or queenly. So, sitting this way creates a blood flow that is healthy. This is not good, because this puts pressure on the back of your legs, which means that you're going to have marks here. Wherever you have a mark, it means that your blood is gathering at that area. When you sit like this, a lot of times, when you get back off, you see red marks here, red marks there, because you've stopped the blood. But when you sit royally, straight up, there's a free flow. So when you're in a classroom listening to the teacher talk, and you're sitting upright, the information is going into your pineal gland like the sun goes into your pineal gland when you're standing royal. And royal means that you stand up straight. It means that your feet are basically shoulder width apart. That's why all exercise always tell you stand with your feet shoulder width apart. You stand up, you make it so that your thumb is almost, well, if the crease of your pants is in the middle, it's almost like your thumb is in the center of your leg. Now, you can have it any way you want to, but that's how your shoulders should be back, because the reason why is because your major organs and glands are attached to your back. That's why you have to do stomach exercises every day of your life. Because if your stomach is strong, your back is strong. If your back is strong, your organs will be strong. See, this is what African folk used to drop on us. So, well, this is what our grandmothers told us down south and in the Caribbean. There's nothing new. Why do you think African women, you go to Jamaica, they got this big pot of banana up on their head like this, or big water, and they're walking just as straight. Now, why do you expect that when white girls go to those finishing schools, why do you think they always have to carry the book on their head? Because they're copying black folk.
Put some books back here.
Yeah. See, our history, this is our history. And yet you will see somebody in Jamaica, in Trinidad, down south, doing the very things that they send their children to do to become right. But we don't notice, because they've taught us that we come from nothing, that we have done nothing. We have contributed nothing. Yet they've stolen everything we've ever done. And yet we sit here with all the riches. They sit with nothing. And they can talk them riches out of us, going back to the point that but when you're not conscious, when you don't understand, I don't blame you. I don't blame our people. I don't. We sleep. This horrific treatment that we have had over the past 500 years has hurt us, and we would rather go to sleep. You know, when someone puts so much pain on you, adrenaline shoots through and makes you pass out? Well, that's what we did. They hurt us so bad, we passed out. We walking passed out. Because we don't want to face the world that they've told us. But if you create your own world, you ain't going to have a problem.
That's right.
Because you're going to understand where you come from. Africans, you know, you go to Africa. The one thing I remember Dr. Joy Degree saying, and I've heard Oprah say it also, is that when she went to Africa, and I'm speaking of Dr. Joy Degree and Oprah, she went into communities where the people, materially, did not have much. But she said she never met anyone didn't smile. That didn't have a spirit of life. You know, and I encourage us, don't ever lose that. Don't ever become so angry. My father used to teach me, don't let anyone drag you down so low as to make you hate them. Because he would quote an African proverb that said, a bitter heart will devour its owner. And what has sustained us all this time is they trying to figure out how the hell can they last so long? After all, yes, absolutely resilient. We can come back. You know, we live by the concept, you know, that I'm like rubber, you're like glue. Whatever you throw at me, bounce off of me and stick to you. That's the kind of people we've been historically, and yet we still can come and do the things. We still can celebrate. We still can be happy. With all the pain and the struggle, which we still have, there's no doubt. There's still a corner of us, and it goes back to something that Brother Jawara said when he said that there is a master plan. There's a divine plan as to why Africans were brought to this part of the world. And that was to free the planet for what they saw coming. And what they saw coming was the Western world. So they prepared us You know the vaccine that you get, or some people get? The vaccine is the actual disease that they hope you won't get. Europeans are the disease that God hoped we don't get. And once we understand this and look at the way in which they've acted, see, they don't even understand Louisiana. They don't even understand the Gulf of Mexico. That black stuff that's coming up, that's our ancestors. That's our ancestors, and vomiting. When they put that drill in the earth down there in the Gulf of Mexico, it was like sticking your finger down your throat. You vomit. And now they're trying to cap it. Have you ever tried to cap yourself when you're vomiting? Put your hand over your mouth, come out your nose. You put your hand over your mouth and your nose, it comes out of other areas we're not going to get into right now, but it has to come out by what's called Boyle's Law. It has to come out somewhere. They cannot stop what they started. What's in the Gulf of Mexico, you can't stop them. They were hoping they could get away with it long enough. But you see, like a coward, the CEO of BP, you see what he did? He put black men. You see that commercial on TV where the black man is coming talking about how he's going to make sure everything's all right? Goes back to the point you made. You know? See, when the United States was so horrific, it was worthless. It wasn't working. What did they do? Barack Obama. Let the black man say it. They already defecated throughout the house. Now it's time to get the black man to clean the house. After they've done all that they did, and then let him get the blame. From Iraq to Afghanistan to Iran to BP to all these things that they did, Dick Cheney the other day had a heart attack. Because if you really want to look at who built the rig in the Gulf of Mexico, it was Halliburton, of which Dick Cheney was the president.
He should have more than a heart attack.
Say again, please.
He should have more than a.
Yeah, he should. Well, you know, that's on. See, but God don't want him to go just yet. Keep him here. Let him suffer a little while for what he's done to the human family. You know, it's amazing, you know. See, I don't play with nature, because nature will come back on you. Homo habilis becomes Homo erectus. Homo erectus, born in Africa, travels around. This is the first entity of human we see outside of Africa. This is how we know life started in Africa. Australopithecus robustus, Australopithecus gracile, and Homo habilis can only be found in Africa, and they predate any other living organism by millions of years. The first time you see an ancient person out of Africa is Homo erectus. After Homo erectus, erectus means to stand up. You have Homo sapiens. Homo sapiens mean thinking human. That brain now is getting dense, it's getting tight. Comes out of Africa and moves. No form of humanity was born outside of Africa. Everyone was born in Africa and it migrated out. This is where they get that polygenesis theory from. They try to get you to say, oh yeah, life started in Africa, but we became intelligent in Europe. No. Every life form started in Africa as black and moved across and finds themselves in these parts of the world. Now, Homo sapiens form themselves into what we call Homo sapiens sapien, which is creative thinking human. This is the human being that starts to bury its dead. It's the one that starts to create calendars. It's the one that starts to build pyramids and temples and tombs. It creates a notion of a creative force. It creates a concept of governance and law and attaches ma'at to that law, okay? Now, as you're getting across the globe here, what I want to do now is I want to talk to you, now that we see moved across here, and now is in Europe. Now, let's look at the world, because I want to show you something. Here's Africa. You have Africans that move across, and they're moving, okay? They get into all these parts of the world here. Basically, what Dr. Diop calls the 51st parallel, which basically would be right about here. Now, unknown to this human being, in the first forms of its life, approximately 1.75 million years ago, let's say 2 million years ago, something occurs in the northern part of the globe. It originates in Greenland. That's why Greenland looks like one big ice ball. It's called the Ice Age. There are 4 ice ages. The first ice age is the Gunz, G-U-N-Z. The Gunz lasts a couple 100,000 years, and then there's a warming trend. The icebergs recede back to the northern climate. The second one is the Mindel, M-I-N-D-E-L. Comes across, lasts for a couple 100,000 years, and then there's a interstadial, or an interruption where it starts to warm up and the ice retreats back. And then there's a third one, it's called RISS, R-I-S-S, Ice Age. There's a man by the name of Louis Agassiz, A-G-A-Z-Z-I-Z, who came up with this concept through geological found. He found things. Here, there's also an ice age here, but we're not too worried about it because there are no humans in this part of the world, so we're not concerned. There are no humans in the American hemisphere at this particular time, particularly in the northern hemisphere. There could be, but there's no recorded. However, the fourth one is called the Worm Glaciation, the Worm Ice Age, W-U-R-M. It lasts for a couple 100,000 years. It starts to warm up, but then there's a firing of a second part of the Worm Ice Age. Dr. Diop teaches us that's the only real ice age that humanity needs to be concerned with, because it's in that interstadial between Worm 1 and Worm 2 that Africans have migrated into this part of the world, and they find themselves up here. Now, what happened in the Ice Age and what makes this relief map so important, look at the mountains. See, this is why I think this presentation is so important, because you can see the mountains on the earth here in Europe. North of these mountains, ice mountains occur. And in ice mountains, I mean, they make these mountains taller than they really are, and they make them ice. The Africans that are here cannot retreat back south, because these mountains act like almost, they act not almost, they are a barrier to return back south. Africans have lived in this part of the world for long enough, like, well, I'm not going to leave. Like some of us in New York City, it gets cold, but we're not leaving. How about black folk in Alaska? It's cold. It's dark 24 hours, but still, we don't leave. So when you get accustomed to something, you stay. Africans stayed in this area, but they didn't understand what they were going to experience because they had never experienced an ice age before. We're talking about degrees that, I did a presentation upstate in a college, Marist, and I did it on melanin. And the professor who was in the audience came up to me after the presentation. He said, you know, I have a disagreement with you, because I had said that the temperatures went to 1,200 degrees below zero. He said the temperatures, from my research, he was a geologist. He taught geology at Marist College. He said they didn't go to 1,200. And I said, well, where did they go? He said the coldest it could have gotten was 800 degrees below zero. Okay, 1,200, 800. 800 degrees below zero cold. So, I mean, okay, so I'm off 400 degrees. But 800 degrees below zero, man, we complaining when it's 31 degrees above zero. So and not only that, it remained cold 24/7 for thousands of years. Not only that, but there was cloud cover. That there were generations that never actually saw the sun. Think about that existence. Never see the sun. Always cold. What would you do if you were exposed to that? What would you do? Well, what do we do in December? Now, right now, you go outside, right? You walk Boston Post Road. Yo, there's people talking and laughing and having a good time. You gonna see them people on the street in December? Chances are they're gonna be in the house, talking and laughing and all that. But chances are they're not gonna be on Boston Post Road in December for long periods of time, because it is cold. And what else do you do when it's cold besides go indoors, away from the sun? What else do you do?
You need to get warm.
Yeah, but what do you do though? I mean, we all do it. Well, look at what we got on now. Yeah, jackets and heavy and, well, there they had animal furs for the animals they could find. Because them animals is getting out of town too. Animals, I know where to go, I've been here a while.
Study or the legacy of Africa in one book. That what it takes is a combination of a lot of books, which is very true. But what it takes is directed readings. Professor William Leo Hansberry was a professor at Howard University beginning in 1922. And what Professor Hansberry saw was that there were two things that were lacking in terms of getting African information into the schools. Professor Hansberry also felt that the lack of this knowledge in schools made it so that it impacted how students felt about themselves culturally and just in general in terms of their self-esteem and self-pride. What he came to realize was that there were two things happening. Number one is that the information that was needed was scattered. Magazines, books, periodicals, and other ways of getting the information, museums. And what he said was that it had to be brought together so that the information could be seen outside of its being scattered. The second thing he said was lacking was trained teachers and community members who were aware of how to get to these resources. What we have attempted to do in putting this curriculum together is to go after these different books that are scattered throughout periodicals and magazines and books, and to bring it together so that you can see it. Because the one thing that I always find in opposition when I do presentations from people who don't understand what the curriculum of correction is about, is that they always say, where do we begin? Because for us, many of our introduction into African and African-American history and culture is the period of hostage, or the period when we were hostage or kidnapped from Africa. Basically, our children get a sense of who they are from the moment that they're in someone else's hands and being controlled. And we have always argued that students must see themselves when they were in control of their own destinies before they see themselves in the control of someone else's program. So what we've attempted to do with this curriculum guide is to bring together all of the books and all of the ideas, also realizing that the African world is just not secular but also sacred. What we've attempted to do is put it together. So what you're going to see in all that we develop through this time is that you're going to begin to see that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to separate what we will come to know as netures, or the sacred, with the secular world. This is something that is unknown in Africa. And it is still unknown, and it really is very unknown among us even now. And the reason why we do get into the secular part of the world is in order to deal with what we have around us. What I'd like to do is just to talk about what education is first. And in talking about education, then we can get a sense of where we go from here. Education comes from the word educare, which is a Latin word. This word educare means to bring out. Our curriculum that we have in the Western world is very teacher-centered. It's teacher-centered. The teacher stands just like what this is. This is not going to last very long. I'm not going to be doing here. And by the end of this session, you're going to see that everything that you need to know about this material, you already know. And there's very little, if anything, I'm going to tell you that's new to you. What I am going to be able to do is I'm going to be able to bring out of you the information that I need, and that's what a good teacher does. A good teacher brings out information from the students. There is too much of silence in the classroom among students. Education was meant to be very active and not passive. Yet within the Western world, within the Western mentality, silence is golden. And I dare say silence is not golden, and sometimes silence can be deadly. And that what I've got to do is to demonstrate for you. So in many ways, when I do different types of activities with you, please know it is not that I'm talking down to you. It is that I'm talking to you as I'm hoping that we begin to talk to our students, to bring them out. Because there are some things that I'm going to talk to you about that are very common sense to you. But to a student, it is not that common sense. And that we as adults have gone through a training method that has brought us to this point of knowledge. When we go into the classroom, many times we try to bring our students across experiences that have made us understand what it is that we're talking about. One of the things that happens in the classroom is that the teacher assumes that the student knows, and that's not true. So we've got to bring them through a step-by-step method. What we're going to do here can be done in the classroom, it can be done at home. It can be done in a community center. It can be done anywhere where you're attempting to get self-esteem and critical thinking skills into the minds of our young people. So we're going to begin. We're going to begin by looking at the fact that one of the things that a teacher is an organizer of thoughts. And what I'm going to attempt to do is to tell you a story, and within this story, I'm going to demonstrate to you how Medu Neter came to be. Because it's very important that we see that Medu Neter came from thoughts and came from concepts and just did not come through abstract means. We have a story. We have a story of a family. African folk were very family-oriented. In fact, their entire existence was family-oriented. Much of what came out of life was family-oriented. So when the Africans would tell a story, they would tell a symbolic story. It would be a myth. And a myth is a way of telling a symbolic story that really cloaks or hides a realistic story. They just didn't come out and say it. They formed it in a story. It could be equated to Jesus the Christ's parables. When he would come forward with a story that dealt with the lives of the people. When he was around people who fished, he spoke of fish and the concept of being a fisherman. If he was speaking to people who were carpenters, he spoke in terms of being a carpenter. So what the African would do is he'd tell a story according to the people that he was dealing with so that they could understand. There was never one way to tell a story. It could be interpreted many ways. Yet the story that he told to the carpenter and the story that he told to the fisher person was the same exact story. And it would lead to the same end, but the means of getting the story to the person was different because of their own background. What's happening in our educational system is that we are not teaching our children according to their background. We are trying to force a system, a European-dominated system, over them, and it is not that it is impossible for our children to master it, it is that it just doesn't work. You cannot put a square into a circle, and you can't put a circle into a square. So when we talk about learning styles, we're not talking about if you can understand this, it's a matter of inferiority or superiority. It's a matter of learning styles. And what we're saying is that there is a particular learning style within the African diaspora that can get our children to master mathematics, science, language arts, and everything else that we have to learn as long as it follows a certain track. Many of us are construct. We need to see pictures. This is where Medu Neter comes out of, is the construct or the picture that we're going to draw. So let me tell you a story about a family. A family, a mother and a father. You don't necessarily have to write this down because we're going to move from here to another area. Because I want you to know what's important here. Because that's another thing that we do with our young people. We cloud them with things that are unimportant, and the very things that are crucial to understanding, we gloss over. So I'm going to let you know what I feel is important in terms of you knowing, and then what I don't feel is important for you to know now, you'll pick up either in the text that we've written or you'll pick up in the readings themselves. One of the most important things is to concentrate. And we have to get our young people to concentrate and teach them what is important to know and what is not. You have a family, a mother and a father, who meet in just any place. And these two individuals, through the natural contacts, have 9 children. Out of these 9 children, they have an oldest child. And the oldest child's name, they named Pluto. I think you know where I'm going from here, right? But how many of our children would not know where I'm going from here? Many of them would not know where I'm going with this story unless they started getting into Disney World and equated Pluto, and that's what you're going to get. You'll get children who are going to say, oh, isn't that Mickey Mouse? You will get this and be aware of this because to their understanding, Pluto is a dog, a brown dog, but he's a dog. What we've got to do is change these names for our children so that they can understand what's going on. The first child's name was Pluto. Why was the first child's name Pluto, though? Why would you think that it was, why do you think that looking at the solar system today, that Pluto would be the first child? Yes. That's right, and that's key. You just said something that's very key. And what we're going to build from there is an understanding as to why there would be life on Earth and not on Pluto. You have the next child that's born. What's the next child's name? Say it. Neptune. What's the next child's name? Planetary science. You know, by the time we're finished here, you're going to understand how important it is to know planetary science because the next child's name was Uranus. Pluto, Neptune, Uranus.
Now, I'm not going to ask how many people had called out Saturn. But those of you who do, please know that I did not get a sense of planetary science until just very recently. And the reason why I got involved in planetary science was because I was introduced to essays in ancient Egyptian studies. It was from a cultural base that I got a sense of the importance of understanding. It was never my classes that I took in school about planetary science. It was totally unimportant to me because it didn't relate to me. What we've got to do is show how planetary science relates to our children and to us as a living force. The next child was Saturn. The child that followed Saturn was Jupiter. Jupiter was followed by, Mars was followed by, Earth was followed by, and Venus was followed by. Now, you're going to try to tell a student this story. How can you tell a student this story? How could you tell a student this story? Diagrams, construct. How are you going to actually visualize and put these, how are you going to make Pluto concrete? That's right, okay, families. But now, are you going to draw the planets to be actual human beings? When you talk about family, the first thing that will come to a child's mind is a family of human beings. What do you do? Now think in terms of the African thought pattern. What are you going to do? Bless you. Okay.
You give them characteristics like they have, like Mars would be yellow, red.
Colors. Okay, you'd use colors. What else would you use? You'd use family. You'd use the concept of making the link of the human with the actual celestial body. But what I'm getting at is that this is where Medu Neter came from. It came from Africans attempting to tell a story that was not of human characteristics, but it was a story that if you use concepts that the human being could understand, you could then take those concepts and teach people different things. Hence came the Ogdo of the Memphite theology. You had the Ptah, you had the Nun, the Nunet, you had the Atum, you had the four pairs of essences that came out of this experience, because the Africans were trying to tell a real story in terms of a phenomenon that could not be explained. So you have Medu Neter. You have the concept of the Ogdo, or the movement of celestial bodies out of a creation story. But now you also have something else happening. And what else is happening comes out of this first lesson plan. Because in telling this story, the ancients attempted to link up human phenomena, things that happened to the human being, with the creation of the universe. So what did they do? They told a story of a nebula, of Ptah. If you see in, well, I'll show this to you on my set. This was the story of Ptah. This was the story of Ptah, who was molding and fashioning. This is in your text. Who was molding and fashioning the world. Ptah represents land. Reason why I'm spending time on this is because it's a misconception in terms of how the world, the Western world, looks at what they call gods. These were not gods, as we know them in English. These were essences or manifestations of earthly things that allowed people to be able to respect and honor a higher force. And as we get into this, you'll see that they were monotheistic. They believed in one God. They always believed in one God. And as you get into the text, you will see this. You'll also see where other forms and other faith systems came out of. But let's talk about the Ogdo. Ogdo is a story that you will read about in Stolen Legacy. For those of us who have read Stolen Legacy for the first time, you know that you have to read it a couple more times. For those of you who read it quite a few times, you know that there's still more information that you can get out. But what I'd like to do is to talk about the Ogdo so that you can understand it. And so that at least this part of George G.M. James' work is understood by you, so that this week and next week you'll be able to understand what it is that we're talking about. What the Ogdo said was that in the beginning, forgot my chalk. Only thing I didn't bring. Teachers, help me out.
I didn't bring it.
They told me teachers never forget that chalk.
I'm a student today.
I could just get one piece of chalk, I'd be all right. The primates of the essences. Again, because of what George G.M. James was exposed to, he had to use words such as gods and goddesses. You'll notice that within the text that I write, I don't refer to them as gods and goddesses because it's too confusing. And because of the English value that we put on words like gods and goddesses, it would be misunderstood. Because the very same concept of gods and goddesses in the African faith system is equivalent to the saints in the Christian church. They are, except the difference is that within the Christian church, they are personifications. In other words, the saints are human beings. In the African faith system, you had nature. You had different forms of nature representing different aspects of the greater God or the greater one God, that in that one form was able to do a lot of different things, and we'll talk about it as we go along. I want to tell you, when I first did this program, I did it at the Institute for Youth. And you know, you learn your best lessons when you make your strongest mistakes. We had put together an entire staff, and at the end, I sat down and I looked over all the work, and I came to realize that the most important thing that we had not discussed was what was going to get us through, and that was the netures. Because the netures are a part of almost everything we're going to do in the beginning, and also in part 2, which is ancient civilizations. And if there's not a strong understanding of what netures are, it might be misconstrued or misunderstood when we get into the actual lesson plans themselves. So what I did is I put the staff through 2 weeks, I think, of intensive study of netures, which I don't think was proper at the time. Since then, what I've come to realize is the best way to do it is to introduce netures periodically as they come up through the lesson plan, and not attempt to do an entire piece on lesson plans before you get into everything else. So the netures that we're going to deal with, I want you to understand from the beginning, are representations of one God. And that underneath this one God, this God manifested itself in nature, in the animals, in the plants, in the rocks, in whatever was existing. That is what was representations of God. You know how you hear people when they say that God is in everything? Well, this was the concept that the Africans had. And in so doing, they gave different characteristics to these different essences that they saw. In no way was it pagan. They did not worship, as I showed you, Ptah. They did not worship the human being Ptah. They worshiped the essence or the concept of creation that Ptah represented. Do we understand that? Because if we understand that, then we'll be clear down the road. If we don't understand it, I'd like to stop and at least get that clear in all of our minds. Because it's a misconception. And that's what leads to people accusing Africans of being pagan. Paganism came out of the Roman experience because the Romans didn't understand what the Greeks didn't understand, because the Greeks didn't understand what the Africans were talking about either. So when they adapted the Greek faith system under the Ptolemies, which includes all of the Cleopatras and all of the others during the Roman period, the Greek period, I mean, you have the Romans coming in and learning secondhand information that the Greeks got wrong, and that's when they looked at these different essences and said, these are actually gods. But to the Africans, they were never gods. They were never to be worshipped. They were only manifestations of the greater creator, which was a one God. And wherever you go in Africa, you see Africans talking about one God. And that out of this one God, there is many representations of this God, as we do with the saints. Yes, sir.
I just want to be clear. Now, that one God is Ptah or?
No, that one God comes under many different manifestations, but basically, Amun-Ra is a name that they gave it. Amun-Ra was one name.
So when we see R8, that's who they're talking about?
I'm sorry. R8? Yes. Yes, they are. But now, as we get into this lesson plan, you're going to see what I'm talking about in terms of it. Because they never looked at it as a person. You see, we're steeply deep in the Western mentality that has personified a God. And has personified it to the point where he's white, with white hair, with a white beard. We have personified it to the point where that's crystal clear. And anything that deviates from that look, we feel, not all of us, but many times we feel guilty and think that we will not get the better life if we look upon God as anything else. This is the psyche. This is why the first thing they attacked among Africans and indigenous population was not their body and was not their educational system. The first avenue into the destruction of black civilization was through the spirituality. And once they could break your spiritualness, once they could make your God look like them, that's when they could come into your educational system, and that's when, after they broke your spirituality down, and through education they broke your mind down, then they broke your body down. And that was a natural sequence of events to take place. So what do we have to do as a people to get back on the right track? I always believe go to the root of the problem. We took care of the physical problem. We're attempting to take care of the educational problem right now, which is the curriculum of correction. That's why we're here today. But the spirit is what we've got to bring back. So my purpose here, even if you ask me, people say to me, well, man, you don't sound like you're talking Christianity. You don't sound like you're talking Islam. You don't sound like you're talking Judaism. You don't sound like you're talking Zen or any of the other faith systems. And that's because the African faith system created all of the other faith systems. And that you can see the African spiritual essence in every faith system that exists, whether it's in Asia, Europe, or the Americas. You can see it. The whole concept of the God, of the one God creating and going through the whole process. So it's important that we understand this and know this from the beginning to understand what natures were. And what word is nature close to? Nature. The nature of something is the nature. This is an English word, but it comes out of the African diasporan language. It is the nature. And in nature, you have different essences. And just for example, you have what is known as a Anubis in the Egyptian cosmogony, where you have a dog. But what is this dog? This dog is a discriminator. Dog is a discriminator because the dog, herself, knows what is dead and what is not. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have Impu, or Anubis, which was the dog. You'll see the dog as the guardian. And that's where the concept of the dog is man's best friend. You see, European world got it all wrong. See, there's no way. See, you know something wrong with society when a man's best friend is a dog. I mean, that automatically tells you something. Nature put it so that the female would be man's best friend. And any society that looks upon a dog as a best friend, you know right from there, you don't want to get too close to it. Because there's a problem right in the psychology of what they're thinking about. I'm sorry? Oh, absolutely. And I can understand why people would be close. And it's important to have respect for animals. And yes, in all life. So there's nothing wrong with that. But it's in the concept of believing that an animal would be your best friend as a universal theme. See, when the European says man is my best, the dog is my best friend, and when he goes out hunting or doing whatever he's going to do, he says, come on, boy, come with. I mean, you're supposed to be saying, come on, honey, come with me. You see, take your wife with you. She's your counterpart. Or take your girlfriend or your boyfriend. That's the counterpart. But in this world, they take different types of opinions. But this concept comes out of Impu, or Anubis, who is basically a scavenger and who can tell and discriminate what is dead and what is not, what is putrid and what is not, what can be eaten and what cannot be eaten. So what did the African do with this concept? What the African said, well, this would be a good way to describe among humans how we can discriminate what's right and wrong, what's good and bad. So they took the essence or the meaning of what this animal could do, and they gave it a godly function, because they believed that it was the creator that gave this animal the ability to discriminate and to know. I mean, they can get right to the point of something that's about to be dead and can't be eaten. And that fine line allows them to be able to be a judge or a discriminator. So basically the natures, in the beginning, the primates of the gods, or the essences. What you have is a story that takes Nun. And out of Nun, there rises a land that they call Ptah. Now, Ptah is land. But within the African story, when you look at your text, you will also see that they would make Ptah look like this, fashioning the cosmic egg of the world. Fashioning the cosmic egg of the world. They took an abstract idea and they made it concrete. But they didn't worship the concrete. They worshiped the abstract. They worshiped the concept of the creation of the universe. But to fathom that and to understand it, they gave it the characteristics of something human that they could understand. But they did not worship the human or the form of Ptah. They worshiped what Ptah could do. On top of, out of Nun, which is the primeval waters of the world, came Ptah, which is land, or the concrete coming forward. And then to top all that, you have Atum, who is the combination of all of the principles, who is able to become creative utterance. In other words, what the world is doing at this time to the Africans is that it's growing, it's manifesting itself, and it's getting into the position to begin to start the creation of everything that surrounds us. This is in the Memphite text. This is written in the Memphite text. This is called the primates of the gods, which I like to call the primate of the essences. Now, from this concept, what they do is that they say Atum, after achieving this level of greatness, begins to name the things around him, her. It's very important to see him, her here, and the balance. Because what you're going to see is that you're going to get eight essences out of this. What happens is that they say that they begin to throw parts of itself off. Atum throws parts of itself off. And in throwing parts of itself off, that represents the naming of the things around us. So you have, this is the Ogdode. You don't necessarily have to write this down unless you want to. But you have the Ogdode. One of the first things to come from this concept is Nun. Nun is the primeval waters. But you just can't have Nun, you have Nunet, which is the counter heavens. What do you have right there automatically? Balance. Next comes Ha. You have Ha-Het. What does Ha represent? Boundless. So we'll call it infinity. Infinity being boundless. Ha-Het would be finite.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Would, then, in terms of male superiority, couldn't you get hung up in that if Ha is represented as infinity and female is finite?
No.
You can't? I mean,
No.
you wouldn't?
In this, if you think in terms of the Western world, yes, you could.
Okay.
But if you thought in terms of the African, you cannot have boundless or infinity without the boundless. Do you see? It's a whole nother thought pattern that we're dealing with. I'm asking us, and normally what I like to do is I like to give out a piece of paper and have all of the participants write on this piece of paper, I am now going to forget everything I learned in the Western educational system. And one at a time, you come up and you throw it in the waste paper basket. You come up and just throw it. And if you really want to get active on it, step on it. But what we have to do is that we have to separate. Yes, looking from the Western world, you could get a sense of male superiority. But coming out of the African perspective, you see that you cannot have primeval, like the primeval waters and the counter heavens. You can't have one without the other. So it is never a sense of what is more important. Because without one, you don't have the other, so it doesn't make a difference what's important. This is the African mentality. It is from the beginning a balance of what is known as opposites or complements. From the very beginning, you have this duality in place, where without one, there is no other. And that there's no such thing as superiority. Because from the African perspective, a woman, you see this whole concept of, and Malcolm often said it, about the Civil Rights Bill. If folk of African and Latino descent were looked upon as Americans, there'd be no need for a Civil Rights Bill. It is in the very premise of the fact that we are considered second-class citizens that you need a law to make you equal to. So even in having this Civil Rights Bill and the fact that Bush didn't sign don't mean a thing to me because it doesn't mean anything to me in the first place. Because if I am an American, there's enough laws on the books to protect me as an American. So I don't need the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, or whatever that is. A woman does not need the ERA amendment because her God-given right is to be equal.
She's born equal. So what you need a law to say that you're equal for. All you have to do is be born and you're equal. From the Western perspective, that's not true. So you must be a second-class citizen from their thought pattern in order to enact a law to give you freedom that if you were considered to be the first-class citizen, you wouldn't need any amendments because you'd be free from the very beginning. So amongst the Africans, it was never a sense of the fact that one was more important than the other. You cannot have anything that's boundless unless you don't have something that's boundless. You cannot have primeval waters if you don't have counter heavens. Okay? Ka and Kaket. Kuk, Kaket. Okay, it's going to be in your text. Let me tell you, it'll be in your text. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to concentrate on what we're doing. Even if you just want to write it phonetically for what it sounds like, go ahead, because it's in your text and you'll get a clear picture of it. Okay, what I'm going to attempt to do when we meet like this is to just put things into their proper perspective. Ka and Kaket. Kuk represents darkness. And Kaket, light. Now, to speak to my sister's point, dark, as opposed to light within this civilization, light is better than dark, right? Yet light is female. But light comes from darkness. You can only get light when you have darkness. So one is bound with the other. So it's not a matter of which is more important. It's that without darkness you can't have light, and without light you can't have darkness. And it's the balance of the two that bring the balance of the harmony in place. Say it again. The law of opposites are complements. But again, I ask us to be careful of the concept in the English language of opposites. Because when you look at the word opposite, you get the sense that they are different. And they're not. They're mere extensions of each other. Like good duality. Yes, you could, but it wouldn't express the concept of them being on two sides of the pole. You have something that's good and you have something that's bad. When does something that's bad become good? And when does something that's good become bad? It's only by a matter of degree. When you have something that's cold and you have something that's hot. When does what's cold become hot? And when does it's very difficult to tell. So what you're looking at is two sides of the same thing. And this is what they're saying. On one side you have that which cannot be bounded. It's boundless. On the other side you have the bounded. But where is the point where what's bounded becomes boundless? And the other way around. To the African it didn't exist. So you were dealing with a continuum that was the same, but mere extensions or degrees of difference. The final pair was Amun, Amunet. According to Dr. Asa Hilliard, it has been agreed amongst people of African descent that in Medu Neter we will include the letter E. So these would say Nen, Nenet, He, Hehet, Kek, Keket, Amen, Amenet. But because of your reading, see, I'm well aware of what the brother's doing, and I support him wholeheartedly along with Raketi Wimby and Roosevelt Robinson, who are very good in Medu Neter. But I also know that if I were to rewrite these words, and then you read in George G.M. James them referring to it as Nun and Nunet, you might not put the two and two together. So what I give you is what you're going to read. But I'm going to tell you here that it will change as we go along. Because what you're noticing in your reading is that there are no vowels. And the reason why there are no vowels is because of the way the Africans spoke, and we've not yet been able to really decipher how Africans actually spoke Medu Neter. We don't even know if Medu Neter was a spoken language. It was a symbolic language. And we're returning back to this symbolic language, aren't we? Right? Aren't we, when we go to men's room, we see a circle with something look like a man in there? Isn't that Medu Neter? Anybody from any language could understand what's going on there. That was the purpose of Medu Neter. You have a circle where it has something that's crossed out, and there's a radio in the middle. What does that mean? That's Medu Neter. The concept of Medu Neter was to take a visual and to let you know what the visual stood for. In other words, when you come upon that circle with a man in it, ladies in this room know you do not go in that room. The men know that you do. With the radio, with the slash through it, you know if you have a radio, you turn it off. You know you don't play it. This is telling you something that Medu Neter was about. And what we've got to do is get back on that understanding of what Medu Neter is from a conceptual perspective. Okay, so Amun. Amun is hidden. And Amunet is exposed. Okay, exposed. And the word that I use is revealed. Okay, but again, exposed means the same thing, that which you can see. But you see, there's something else about this that we have to talk about. Because these represent something. What do you think Nun meant to the ancient Africans? Now, we're talking about the creation of a universe. We're talking about this cosmic egg being impacted by something to create a series of events that would lead to the planets coming into existence. Please know this universe is just not our solar system. The universe that they're talking about is the entire universe that goes for billions and billions, and for whatever we experience and what we don't know is involved in the universe. Not just our Milky Way, not just our 9 planets with the parent sun. We're talking about the entire universe. What is it that primeval waters represent? Nun. Just as an example. Let me give you a hint. And the importance of hydrogen in birth. The importance of hydrogen in the creation of the world. How about the counter heavens? Oxygen. How about the boundless? It's a concept. It's a big concept. Limitless. See, you don't have to follow what's going on here. We're going to change. The African thought pattern was very complex. And many times they went along a certain route and then they changed on you because the situation demanded that the situation change. Boundless gives you the concept of things that are limitless. The universe is limitless. There are things that you just can't get to, and that's limitless. How about the bounded? What would the bounded represent? Limited, or that which can be counted. Like in this room right now, there is a limited amount of people in this room. That concept can be understood. You can go outside and you can count every piece of grass that's there, or every sand. It may be a lot, but it can be done. That's bounded. You can count the amount of books that we have. Anything that cannot be counted and anything that can be counted. Ha and ha he. So you have the limited. Anything that exists in our universe that has its limit. How about darkness? What happens when somebody say, you in the dark, man? What? Ignorance. And ignorance in the sense that which you don't know. It's not the negative concept of ignorance. You know, people say you ignorant. It's not like that. It means that things that you do not know. How about light? Knowledge. How about hidden? How about amun? Unseen, things that you can't see, the intangible. We call it the intangible spirit. And finally, amunet. Yes. Let's follow along with the word tangible. The opposite would be the tangible.
Abstract? No. It'd be tangible.
It would be tangible. The word that I use is material. The tangible material. You have the intangible spirit and the tangible material. Okay. When you add up all of this, what number do you come up with? 8 plus all of these things. Nun comes twice. So if you took Nun here, and counted it here, you have 8 plus, no, because nun is with here. So you don't want to repeat nun. And what is our numerical system based on? This is where the ancients began to develop their mathematical system of base 10. So don't believe the Western world when they tell you that they invented the base 10. It was in its fundamental terms thousands of years ago, just by the manifestation of what they saw in the Ogdode. Now, let me tell you what comes out of the Ogdode, and then we'll do our first, and then I'm going to tell you something else, and then we'll be able to take a break, and then we'll come back and do our next lesson. What's important to understand about the Ogdode is, number one, water is the source of all things. Remember, Ptah and Atum both come up out of Nun. All things come out of water. Number two, you don't have to write this down because this is in your text, okay? What I really would like us to do is to concentrate. I'd really like you to concentrate and to look between the diagrams and myself, and the text will cover everything else. Anything that I think that is not in the text, I'll tell you, please copy. Creation was accomplished by the unity of two creative principles, Ptah and Atum. Look at Ptah and Atum as creative principles. Not as people. Look at them as creative principles. Ptah and Atum. The unity of mind with creative utterance. All divine decrees came into being in the thinking of the mind and the commanding of the tongue. Number three. Atum was the intermediate essence in creation. He was the sun or the fire essence. The concept of heat. The concept of heat and light is the creation of life. When we look around us, any place where there is light and heat in abundance, you have life. You have it in Fort Lauderdale. In this country, you have it. In California, you have it. Yet, when you get up in the northern climes, the northern climate, it gets cold. We are experiencing cold. And when it's cold, what happens? Nothing grows, and that which did grow to be resurrected again, by the way, but still, it cannot function in cold climate. Life comes out of heat and light. Okay. Number four, opposite complements control the life of the universe. The reason why our world is in trouble today is because there is not a balance of the male and female in the human family. That's the problem. When you get down to the center of the problem, it is that we are not balanced. We in this world see anything male as being the power, as being the best. And we don't see that without the female, the male would not exist. We don't see that. And one of the problems that we are going to have is to be able to look at the world a different way. From the very beginning, you have male and female here. From the very beginning, you have male and female. There is nowhere here that the male brings forward the female. Nowhere. You always have the duality, the complements. And without that balance, it cannot exist. None of us would be in this room today if there was not a balance and harmony between male and female. That's one thing we know right off the bat. And not only that, but if we want to give credit to where credit really is due, the reason why we're here is more because of the female than because of the male. And all you have to do is look at our communities where our females are the leading people within the household, and you'll see that. If not, we wouldn't be here now. So it's important that we look at this and understand what the ancients were telling us about the duality of society, that without one, there wouldn't exist the other. So it's very important. And finally, fifth, 5. From the creation of the Ogdode, there came order and arrangement, or the Enid, and the elements, atoms, with their characteristics. So what we have is a universe being created here, an entire universe, and what's happening now is that you have planets coming into existence at the same time. We have taken it from the total universe, and we're now focusing on our particular solar system right now in the Milky Way, our solar system. And out of this is going to come certain characteristics, elements, and other things that are going to create our world. This can be continued in the next lesson. I want to give you 3 scientific principles. Now, I've just given you the Kemetic view of this. Now I want to give you the scientific view of this. This is also in your text. There are 3 theories of how the universe came into existence according to the European world or the Western world. First one is Sir James Jean. Sir James Jean believed in what is known as the passing star. Professor Jean said that a passing star passed so close to this nebula, which was the sun or the female aspect, that it created a tearing away or a speeding up of this nebula. And from this speeding up, this nebula began to throw off parts of itself, which eventually became the planets. Professor Raymond Littleton said that a self-created explosion, which is known as the Big Bang, came into effect. And in exploding, this nebula threw off parts of itself, which became the planets, the asteroids, the moons, and everything else that we have in our solar system. Finally, Professor Laplace, in the Laplace theory, said that the sun began to bulge at the equator. And in bulging at the equator and then coming back in, what began to happen is that this kind of movement, when it would go in and would come out, it would throw off parts of itself. And that is what Laplace said. But in studying the symbolism of ancient Kemet and keeping in mind the holisticness of African thought, this author theorizes that the Memphite theology embraced all 3 Western concepts of the origin of the universe. The Ogdoad is what Laplace considered to be his original hypothesis. And I have original with a lot of question marks after that. You understand why I got those question marks? Because they're taking credit for things that they didn't even know of prior to going into Egypt or Kemet. With this action, I sped up. The Ogdoad is what Laplace considered to be his original hypothesis. 9 essences in one essence, and that the fire essence creates other essences by throwing off parts of its own body. Our present solar system was once a molten gaseous nebula. And this nebula rotated at enormous speeds. But what we have to do is figure out what made the nebula do this. And in looking at the African theory of the Memphite theology, in looking at the way the Netchers were looked upon, and in looking at today's scientific thought, I've come up to the conclusion, and this is my own personal thought now, because I want to clearly let you know what I have looked at and what is actually written. What I've just told you is actually written. But to me, it would appear that just like the human is born, so is the universe. Let's look at it. What you have is a nebula. Let's take all of the theories and put them together, and we're going to come up with something. You have a nebula, which is a cloud of gas and dust and things like that. And you have a star, what I call the passing life star. But I theorize that it didn't pass, that it in fact penetrated the nebula. And when you look at books, that's what the passing star looks like. Now, may I ask you, what does that look like to you? This is a holistic way of looking at the creation of the universe. And now, I'm not off center, because there is a theory of the passing star. But to me, big bangs are not created by things that pass. They're created by things that come in contact with each other. That's physics, that you know, that things that pass one another do not necessarily create explosions, but things that penetrate, in fact, do. Now, this nebula is molten hot. Passing stars are very cold because they're in interstellar space. You have hot and you have cold coming together. What do you think is only natural to occur? That there would be an explosion. And that is where the Big Bang theory comes from. What would happen to something that's hot and slow hit by something that's cold and fast? Once these two entities came together, and this is step 2, and now you have one essence. Coming out of 2, there's 1. When the male sperm, the human male sperm, comes in contact with the egg, that is no longer an egg by itself. It is no longer the sperm by itself. It is now one essence. 2 are 1. And in bringing these two together, chances are they would kind of balance each other off. So here you have something hot and slow, cold and fast. Again, keep in mind the opposites. The next step would be that this whole piece would speed up and warm out, right? Wouldn't speed to the rate of the passing star, but it wouldn't be as slow as the nebula. But it would have an impact, and immediately what happens is that it begins to throw off parts of itself. This is diagram number 1, number 2. What happens in number 3 is that you have this nebula rotating at a very enormous speed, and it begins to throw off pieces of itself. This is part of the hypothesis. Not just mine, but what actually happened in terms of this universe coming into existence. And it throws off parts of itself. What happens to the human fetus as it's growing those first couple of hours? It begins to throw things off of itself. This sperm and egg begins to multiply its cells as it looks itself. Nothing changes form. It just becomes more of itself. It begins to throw off pieces of itself. So you could say that the universe at this point is pregnant and it's having its children. Number 4 is actually all of the planets in place. With this parent nebula still there, male and female in essence, you have all of the 9 planets. For the sake of time, I'm hoping that this is supposed to be 9 planets here. Let's just say there are 9 planets. You'll see it here. So what you have at this point is the birth and balance of our universe and what we call the family of natures. The first worksheet is going to talk about this and is going to begin to show you where it is that we are. And what I like to do is I like to present the information to you. I'd like you to look at the worksheet, and I'm going to go over the worksheet with you so that it's very straightforward and that we don't have any problem understanding. Because one of the things that we do with our young people in school is that we play games with them. We teach them a little bit of knowledge and then we test them. And I think that what we've got to begin to do when we teach our children is to have a different way of doing it. And so when we give out worksheets to our students, it's very non-threatening. And we'll do it together. And if you don't get it the first time, we'll try it next time. And if you don't get it then we'll try it again. But whatever it's going to take for you to get it, I'm here for you and I want to make sure that you get it.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
Where does Memphite come from?
Memphite.
Kamene.
Okay. Where did the word come from?
Right.
Memphite came from the name that the Greeks gave to Memphis. Memphis is located in, it's near Cairo. It's right outside of Giza. And what happened is that the ancient Africans called it Hikut Ptah, or the soul of Ptah, which meant, and as we get into the first dynasty, you see, the way in which this lesson plan series is set up is I'm going to introduce you to information when I think it best suits that particular frame of reference. When questions come up like yours, I will address them, but you'll understand this better when we get to the first dynasty of ancient Kemet. But Hikut Ptah was the capital, the holy capital. When Menes first came up, he rediverted the waters of Hapi, or rediverted the waters of the Nile River. And he created land. And on this land, he created a sacred capital for the new United Kingdom. He named it Hikut Ptah because, remember, Ptah represents land, the hill, the primeval hill. So in building this land, he dedicated it to the essence of what land was. So he named it Hikut Ptah, or the soul of Ptah. When the Greeks came in, they couldn't pronounce Hikut Ptah. So they renamed Hikut Ptah Aegyptos. When the other nations came in, they took Aegyptos and made it Egypt. You see, now Memphis is like someone coming to the United States and calling the United States Washington, D.C. Okay. They walked into the capital of the land and named the whole land after the capital. because they didn't understand and they didn't know. And the way the Africans looked at it, they spoke of it as if it was their land. It's the soul of Ptah. It's the soul of the United Kingdoms. So to them, when the Greeks kept hearing this Hikupata, Hikupata, they couldn't pronounce Hikupata, so Hikupata became Aegyptus. When others came in, Aegyptos became Egypt. Was there another? Yes, my brother.
Ptah. I've heard that it's supposed to be they created a guild from it, or craftsmen, or guild workers, or something like that.
Yeah.
If that's so, then what would Atum be? Is it represented by something?
Well, Atum is many things. Atum, in fact, in your text, you'll see that Atum is looked upon as quite a few things. But the present-day Adam comes out of the African concept of Atum, which means self-created. You see, the Western world got that wrong, too. They said it that which could not be split. But what they split it. So Atum cannot mean that which cannot be split. The African word for Atum means self-created. It's creative utterance. It's the pinnacle of everything that exists. And you're going to see this as a recurring theme for at least the first 6 lessons. The concept of bringing everything that you have to its crystallization. The ancient Africans called it, within the English context, it's what you would call transmutation. It's the bringing of an essence to its highest form. Okay, let's look at the lesson plan. I'm sorry, the worksheet. And let's go through this. Did I give you the wrong one? When you look at the top, you see this all in 4 stages. There was a nebula in place, and that there was a passing star or a force. It didn't even have to be a physical force, a force that created an explosion in the nebula. It's okay? Okay. Nebula is hot and slow. Passing light star is cold and fast. What automatically do you have here? Automatically, you have opposites and complements. Right off the bat, you know that something's happening where they're opposites to each other, and that something's going to happen through that. Number 2.
Nebula cools down and speeds up. Passing light star warms up and slows down.
What have both of them done? Upon impact with each other, what has happened? They've neutralized each other, and what was fast became slow, what was hot became, what was slow became, and what was cold became. You see the balance. The balance is really what's important. This is where everything that exists comes from. Opposites and complements. It's called the law of polarity. Number 3, please.
Nebula passing, life star pregnant and created. They are on their way to cosmic balance.
It says that opposites, upon contact with each other. Now we're talking physics and science here. This has nothing to do with the Kemetic origin. This right now has to do with the curriculum of correction. In terms of teaching our children physics and Newton's law and all these other laws that they take credit for. The Africans had this in place from the very beginning thousands of years ago. Physics, biology, botany. And because they looked at everything holistically, I can see their story coming out of a very human experience, a very human and dynamic. And then finally, number 4.
The birth and balance of our universe, the family connection.
Okay, the birth and balance of our universe. Okay, now the direction. Place the proper number next to the explanation that the scene above depicts. What would the first one be? Number 2. Please put that in. Do you see? Does anybody not see why? The nebula passing life star cools down, contracts, and gains greater speed. 2. Okay? How about the next one? All 9 planets evolve. These planets throw off other bodies that become moons, asteroids, meteors, etc. Number 4. How about the next one? A passing light star penetrates the nebula's hot gaseous clouds and creates a tremendous explosion. And the final one? The nebula passing light star bulges at the equator and begins to throw off gaseous rings that form planet. Now, tell me something. If we were to take the female human body, around where would the equator be? The equidistance, the middle of the human female form, proportionately. It doesn't have to be this way all the time, but basically, where would it be?
The activist system.
And what bulges when a woman brings forth life? Yes, but what happens? You see, when you take the African view of the world and you see how it works out, and you look at the Ogdode and the story that the Africans told, you are culturally hooking information to your culture that our children can understand. It was only a matter of 15 minutes before I knew every planet from the oldest to the youngest. There's another thing. I don't teach the planets from the Earth perspective. In other words, I don't look at I deal with the entire. I see Pluto as being the first planet to be discussed, because Pluto is the oldest child. When you look at the Earth, your Earth center, and that's why the European world believed that the Earth was flat for so long. That's why they believed that the universe revolved around the Earth, because today's Western world thinks the world still revolves around them. And what the reality of it is that looking at this holistically, you come to realize that we are all part of a universe, all part of a cosmos. And that in order to understand planetary science, you don't begin with the Earth. First, you begin with the sun. But after you deal with the parent, you then go to the oldest child, who is Pluto. Who's the next child? Okay, well, let's do our next worksheet. Now, what I've done right now is set up for you. The first thing that I'd like you to do is look at the theory. This is a theory. Please note this is a theory. This is not written in stone. This is a theory. This is a way of looking at information that you can create a myth out of realistic information and come to see. When I look at this type of a symbol, where you see a star penetrating a nebula and creating life, that is so natural to me in terms of the way I came into this world that I could never forget how the world came into existence just by the naturalness of it. To think that it could happen any other way is, of course, people's opinion. But I try to look at natural sources of information. And to me, it is so natural to see how something like this could occur when I see it happening millions upon millions of times, not only among humans, but among the animal world the same way. It happens constantly. So why couldn't the universe, in looking at all of the three scientific theories, see what happens in the Western world is that they like to chop things up. They don't like to, that's why you have a math department, a science department, and among the math department, you have those that are into calculus, those that are into geometry, trigonometry, and science. You've got the biologists, the botanists. But when we get into our lesson plans, you're going to see that you can't separate them. You can't separate math and science. You can't separate, they have something now called reading in the content area. Reading in the content area is nothing but holistic learning. But see, they've changed the name of it so that you can think that they created it. And in thinking that they created it, you will respect them more. Not realizing that the Africans had this story down thousands of years ago. And not only did they have the story in place, but it worked for them to the point where they could create a society that was basically, for the most part, free of warfare. Somebody didn't give up some of these things.
Somebody came in after.
Okay, I got you. If somebody came in, does that mean that they don't have a lesson plan? Focus. Spatial. It gives you the ability to space. You see, these are things that we assume that children know. And this is what I meant when I said that there will be things that I go back, and it's not that I am talking down to you. It's that I want you to see on the level that a child is thinking and learning. This would be a great task for a student. To be able to look for the outer ring and find this one. And what is the first one? Pluto. How about the second one? What's the next one? Does Uranus have another planet that looks like Saturn, Jupiter. What comes after Jupiter? After Mars? After Earth? And after Venus? Now let's look at this story, and then we're going to take a break. Let's look at this story, and it's going to lead us into the next part. Pluto is far away from the planet Nebula. What is basically the temperature on Pluto? Cold, very cold. How about Neptune? Okay. How about Uranus? Saturn? Jupiter? Getting warmer, right? How about Mars? How about Mercury? How about Venus? What does that tell you about Earth?
It must be the right
Right
one.
what? Right what?
Right balance for life.
Right balance for life.
As we know it.
As we know it. It is like the parent said to the entire universe or the solar system, you know, we're all going to be giving off different forms of life or different things that we're going to do. But in order to bring our universe into perfect balance, it's going to have to be the planet with the perfect mix of different qualities that are exactly like the parent sun. And remember, the parent sun is the balance of perfect opposites. There is something within our atmosphere that puts us the distance that we are from the sun that has allowed life to flourish on this planet as we know it. But I dare say, let us not say that there is no life on other planets. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I'm saying this because we are too earth-centered, and we think that anything that does not look like us is not alive. There are many different forms of life within the universe, and only the universe can define it. In Africa, they were able to look at Pluto and Uranus and Neptune and Mars as all related to them, and that they were going to keep the cosmos in perfect balance by the way in which they did things on Earth. We are now living in a society that has flipped the whole concept of what the ancients thought of in terms of living in harmony, and because of that, we are out of harmony. Of all of the things that exist in our universe, the only essence out of its orbit is the human being. The seasons come when they're supposed to, and the only reason why the seasons are messing with us now is because we messed with them before. If we hadn't done that, this wouldn't be going on. When you look at what's going on around us, what we're looking at is the human family, who was supposed to be the highest form of intelligent life in our solar system, going out of whack with itself. And we are really in very serious trouble, and we've got to bring this back around. Now, I would like to end this part of it, and I'd like to ask if there are any questions. Any comments? Preguntas, comentarios?
I have one comment.
Yes.
When a few years ago, the Family Life Sex Education curriculum was, well, a while ago, proposed, right? And parents had to sign and all of that. And as you described the concept of reproduction, it seems so natural and it seems so non-threatening, you know. And so that's what I just wanted to make a comment about.
And I'm glad you made the comment because, you know, prior to coming here, you always wonder what the impact it will have on the people that you're talking to. For some, this is the first time you've ever heard anything like this before. For some of you who have been bombarded with the works of George G.M. James and Jacob Carruthers alone, is very powerful. Not talking about what you've been exposed to with John G. Jackson. And I'm always interested in the impact. And what I'm after is the naturalness of how the Africans could put a curriculum together. Because this world has made learning too hard. And very unpleasant. It's very unpleasant. The concept of the war that we play with our children by teaching them something and then giving them a worksheet. I mean, when we're working this worksheet, all of you are, you're not threatened. You're not worried about if you don't get, all 4 right, that you're going to fail. It's a level of comfort that you're learning. I'm working with you. This is the worksheet that we work together on. This is what I'm encouraging us to do with our young people. Now, for the sake of Xerox and the other things, I always suggest that you make 3 copies of worksheets. So what I would do at the end of this is I would give you another worksheet. This is what I'm going to do as we go along. And as I get this situation more tightly in place, you'll get a worksheet to take with you when you go. And you get a worksheet the next class. And by the 3rd time, you'll know it. Because the information is going into your control center or your melanin center non-threateningly. This information is good, and it's a natural progression. That if you can see this, once you see the visual, then you don't have a problem looking at life and seeing your relationship with the cosmos. Unfortunately, we separate education from nature, and we don't understand that the African brought forth education out of nature. They learned what to teach in math and science through nature. Now what is happening is the exact opposite. They are abusing nature in order to get information. So in one you have the relationship, if I can get back to the Bible, of Abel. And then you have the other of Cain. And then you have the discussion as to who is more worthy. And the Creator force said, but of course Abel is. Because Abel has used what he has around him. He has not created all of these tremendous different contraptions for me. He's not really doing it for me. He's doing it for himself so he can say, look, Lord, what I've done. And Abel was just natural. He just did whatever he had in his hand. And that's what the African did what was natural. No heavy mathematics, so the children are actually afraid of it, or science, where they can't see themselves in it. Yes, Mrs.
I think one of the things that's striking to me is particularly the story about creation, because I teach English and literature and things, and one of the things they want in the curriculum for us to teach is Greek mythology. And we know that that deals with chaos. Well, their story begins with chaos, and how out of chaos there came the heavens, but everything is negative and everything is conflicting. There wasn't this unity, and there wasn't this respect of the female and the male principle, and there's a lot of killing and maiming and lust and things like that are all in their theories of evolution.
That's right. And what does that come out? What comes out of their 2 opposites coming together? Conflict.
Right.
The African, with the 2 opposites coming together, create balance and harmony.
Right.
The whole perspective, but see, when we get into the life history of the European and Asian, you'll see why that came about. Because there was a certain thought mentality among those Africans who were exposed to very cold climates. And you can imagine what happens to people when you are exposed to cold climates for thousands of years, and that you are not able to do the things in your environment that Africans were able to do in their environment. And when you return back home, which is the prodigal son, when you return back home, or the southern cradle, you bring with you that mentality of destruction. And it still exists today. We're experiencing it right now. But that's a lesson for another day. Because since the last time we've been together, so many things have happened to change the future of this world. And I hope that when we're getting into this conflict that you're looking at many things. But because I have a set amount of time, and because, as my sister Diane said, I can get carried away, I'd like to focus and keep us on track, because basically I have another 15 minutes to present, but I would like to take a break because we've had a lot of information. I'd like to take a break. Can we come back at about 10 minutes to? Okay, let's come back together about 10 minutes to 5, and then I'll give you the second part, prior to putting everything in order. You see? So there's no negative term like chaos, that you have things indiscriminately doing their own thing. From the African perspective, they were well aware of what they were doing, but because of their function, they had to function in what the Western world would look at as chaos, but in actuality, they were getting ready to put things in order. And the Enid is what puts things in order. Now we're talking about the Earth. We've gone through the concept of those 4 steps. We've got the planets now in a position where there are 9 of them. The moons are forming, the asteroids are forming, and we're in balance. And the planets now are the family of 9. The family decides who will bear the fruit. Perfect balance of opposites and complements. Only one child can bear these fruits. Pluto is too much like the father. Remember we said Pluto was too? And what was the penetrating star? Cold. Pluto was too much like the father. Neptune, Uranus also. And Mercury and Venus were too much like the mother. And the mother was hot and okay. Earth had perfect harmony. It balanced and was put in balance like her parents. Earth would give birth through carbon to the human, who for the entire universe would fathom the secrets of all time and elevate the universe to a higher level. But while to us it has taken billions of years, to the Creator God it has been but a twinkling of an eye. The Ennead. In the Ennead, in the Memphite theology, you have in the book of knowing the evolution of Ra, the essence, Nebercher, records the following story of creation and the birth of the gods or essences of order and arrangement. I'm including these words because that's what you're going to come upon in your reading. When you see the word God, I use the word essence or nature. I am he, she. I changed he, she. It was presented as he because you know who presented this, right? Okay. I am he, she, who evolved him, herself. I added the herself. They had himself. Under the form of the God or essence, Kepra. What in that first sentence have I told you about the theosophy of the ancient Africans? I am he, she. I. What is I? God. One. One God. In the words of the ancient Africans, they admitted to but one God. This whole concept of many is totally out of place in the African world. But for us to disrespect our faith systems, they have made it seem as if the African faith system is polytheistic or many-godded, and it's not. One, from the very beginning they're telling you, I am he, she, who evolved him, herself, under the form of the God or essence Kepra. I, again they say I, the evolver of the evolutions and developments, which came forth from my mouth. Remember the concept of word and things coming out of mouth and naming things is very important. To give each thing its name. And when we go back to the Bible, what do we see happening? Each was given a name. Comes directly out of the African mindset. I, the evolver of evolutions and developments which came forth from my mouth. No heaven existed and no terrestrial animals or reptiles had come into being. I formed them out of the inert mass of watery matter. This is a story of the Africans telling how the earth was formed. We're going to get into the scientific perspective of how the earth was formed, and I want you to compare the two, understanding that the African came thousands of years before the European. Please understand that the Western world was still thinking that the earth was flat, and that the earth was the center of the universe when the Africans for thousands of years had already fathomed who the sun was and what the sun was to the family on earth. Okay. So in it coming out of watery matter, what is it saying? It's returning back to the concept of, say it? Nun. Out of watery mass. Watery matter. I found no place whereon to stand. I was alone. And the gods or essences, Shu, which is air, and Tefnut, which is water or moisture, had not gone from me. There existed none other who worked with me. Immediately, what is it saying? No one else around. I, the main God, the only God. There existed none other who worked with me. I laid the foundation of all things by will, and all things evolved themselves therefrom. I united myself to my shadow. What is a shadow? Yes, but what is it when you think about it?
It's an image.
It's an image that is projected by what?
Sunlight.
Light. Okay? Okay, so now you have a dark representation of the human who comes in the dark because of the essence, like at nighttime. In the essence of a dark, when you walk underneath a light, your shadow is projected. If the light is behind you, it's projected in front of you. If the light is in front of you, it's projected behind you. But what is the shadow? The shadow is your representation when the light shines. Or it is your complement. You know that song, Me and My Shadow? You know that song where they always have black folk chasing after the European as the shadow? The shadow, the concept of the shadow is yourself through the light. Okay, so you have darkness and light balancing itself. And what did we say was the creation of the universe? Was the balancing of the opposites or the complements. So this essence united himself, herself, to her shadow, and set forth Shu and Tefnut out of myself. Thus from being one God, they even say it, thus from being one God. So I'm saying this and I'm emphasizing because I don't want you to get caught up with Akhenaten, who in the 18th dynasty talks about monotheism. Because you're waiting until thousands of years after there was already a concept of one God. So we don't have to wait to get to Akhenaten to deal with monotheism when we can deal with it from thousands of years prior to Akhenaten's existence. Okay. I united myself to my shadow and set forth Shu, which is air, and Tefnut out of myself. Thus from being one God, I became three. What is three? The Trinity. Have we heard the Trinity before? Okay. And Shu and Tefnut gave birth to Nut, which is the sky, and Geb, which is the earth. And Nut gave birth to Osiris, or Usir, Aset, Setesh, Nebetet, and Heru. Now we're going to get into them next week, because each week is getting closer and closer to where we're going. Next week we deal with the human family. Usir, Aset, Setesh, Nebetet, and Heru represent the human family being born within the world. But there's something that's happening here, and this is another thing that we have to understand about the Enid. And that is the Enid is talking about the development of life on earth. So what they're saying is this. First, you have the one God, that is the creator and sustainer, that comes in the form of Khepra. Now, Khepra is a dung beetle. It's represented as a dung beetle. And we have to know what a dung beetle is. And remember when we talked about Impu or Anubis, and the relationship that animal, the dog, had, being a discriminator, they also looked at Khepra and came to realize that this dung beetle, along Happy in the Nile, would lay its eggs and put it in dung. And it would roll this egg and roll it while the eggs were actually maturing, and finally these baby dung beetles, thousands in numbers, would come forth in Happy. So when the Africans looked at this wonderful phenomenon among the dung beetle, they looked at the evolution and the life history of the world and saw that also, just like a round figure, that there was a ball being rolled, and out of the ball rolling constantly, life came forth from this ball. So they equated Khepra with Atum. So Khepra, in essence, also has the background of Atum, or also has the creator potential of Atum. Now, where that causes confusion sometimes is that many times people say, well, how can two things have the same background or characteristics? And that's because the Africans were able to look at the world holistically. See, here we can't. Remember, this world looks at everything in departments. If you're this, you can't be that. But let's look at an actor. Let's look at an actor who one day plays a role. And on this particular day, he's a doctor. His next role is, let's say, he's a musician. Has the actor changed? Has the role that the actor played changed? So he must then look forward and be a different person, but in essence it's the same, right? Netchers are the same way. Netchers are like the actors, not the parts that they play. Netchers can change, but it's the situation that changes more than it is the netcher. So you can have Khepra representing life on earth, and you can have Atum also representing life on earth. They are both the same role, but they're just two different characters who are impacted by a different situation. Is that understood? Because if you can understand that, that's very important. Because you're going to see Atum represented 5 ways. There are 5 ways that you can look at Atum. You can look at Atum as a primal serpent who delineates the boundaries of the earth and the sky. You can see the Atum as a primeval sun or energy that rests on Ptah, like in that diagram we had. Atum is also a phoenix bird, which when is crushed to dust can rise again. It's the Kepra dung beetle. It's the sun Ra, and it can also be Aten that Akhenaten put together. So Atum can represent many things, and the netures represent many things also. And I just want you to see that and to know that they're multi-referential is what I'm trying to get at. They refer to many things. Yes, my sister.
But they are, in essence, one.
Absolutely. They all are one. They all come underneath the Godhead that has not been explained. And the only time you come upon it is when you deal with Amun. And the reason why Amun is looked at as the overall Godhead, Amun-Ra, is because it's hidden. And everything that is of sacred nature is really hidden. And the only way that you can get to the sacred, which is hidden, is by going through what is revealed, or who is Amun's complement? Amunet. So you can get to the hidden only through the revealed. Did I answer your question? Okay. Okay. So the Enid has different characters. And it's important that when we're looking at this, that we're able to put it together. May I ask you, can you pass this out to those? And this will save me some time. What I want you to do is to look at this story that I'm going to hand out. From this point, you have Kepra Atum giving birth to Shu and Tefnut. Air, moisture. Okay? You then, Shu and Tefnut give birth to Nut, sky, and Geb, earth. Geb is male, Nut is female. Mm-hmm. Can you take the staples out of it? And the sky gave birth to life. So that's why it's a female, because the female gives birth. The same way that Nut would swallow the sun at night and bring it forward during the day or give it birth to it in the morning. And that was Nut. And when you look at Nut, you see a woman who's extended with her arms forward and leaning over, and she swallows the sun in one side, and she gives birth to it in the morning on the other side, and that represented the 12 hours of the night. And the one thing that we're going to go through constantly is, I'm going to ask you, don't take a story and lock it in as the only story. The one thing that you're going to find in the African world is that there are many different stories. And if you were in a classroom in ancient Africa and they asked you what you were looking at and you gave a story, they say, well, that sounds pretty good, if it made sense. Someone else would tell a story, it didn't sound anything like yours. They say, well, that sounds pretty good. The African never believed in opinion being the type of thing where if I show you this, that's all you can see. If you showed someone an owl, which is a metanatural symbol, and they said, what does that look like to you? It represented the letter M. If they said to you, what does that look like to you? They could tell you a lot of things about that owl. And if you went to someone else, they'd tell you a lot of things. African people would never tell you that you're wrong. They would just say, well, that's an interesting theory. In this world, it doesn't exist. It's true, false, true, false. If I can't touch it, it doesn't exist. If I can't see it, it doesn't exist. To the African, hey, that sounds pretty good to me. Let me see if I can put this. This is what got us in trouble, by the way, because Christianity sounded good to us also. That's what got us in trouble, because Christianity came from us anyway. So when we heard it, we said, well, this is nothing but, we had a brother named Azana talking about that in Ethiopia thousands of years before you guys came. So there's no problem with it. But what they didn't understand was that the manifestations of that faith system was going to be devastating for the African people. Did I answer your question, by the way? Okay. Nut and Geb, what happens is this, is that Shu and Tefnut, air and moisture, give birth. So what they're really saying in the real world is that air, or oxygen, and moisture, hydrogen, give birth to life. Gives birth to sky and to earth. Nut and Geb are in a lover's embrace. In other words, the sky and the earth, scientifically speaking, were locked together. And what happened is that Shu came between them and separated them, which means that air came and separated the sky from the earth. Doesn't that make sense to you? It's a nice story. It's a planetary science story that makes sense from a mythological perspective. As long as you can keep your grasp on what's real and what's not real, the story makes perfect sense to you, and you can understand and fathom the mysteries of the world around you. But once you start believing these stories literally, then we start getting in trouble. Dr. Clark said people don't know the difference between myth and reality. If you look at the reality of it, you can see. So Shu, or air, comes and separates Nut and Geb, which is what happened here. Air is between us, the oxygen, and the air that we breathe, separated these two essences, and upon that found that Geb was pregnant. Now, wait a minute. Are you saying a male was pregnant? No. They're saying the earth was pregnant. Not saying a male was pregnant. They're saying that the earth was pregnant with life. Because in being in an embrace, there were certain molecules in Nut that nourished the earth while they were together. And that it was the sky, or the atmospheric elements of the sky, embracing the earth, that created the beginnings of what would develop into life as time went on. So Nut and Geb Geb was impregnated, and they gave birth to, now why did they give birth? Because Nut gave birth to the sun, and the sun gave birth to the earth. See? I'll say it again. Geb is the earth. Nut is the sky, which swallows the sun every evening and gives birth to it in the morning. But it is the element of the sun and the energy of the sun that actually is impregnating the earth.
You see the papyrus is very easy to understand.
Okay. And see, and also in the reading, it'll be easy to understand. And as you see this over and over again, and the next time we meet, I'll be here at 2:30. So we'll be able to talk more about certain things so that, it'll be clearer to you. But this is all science. This is modern day science. The Africans had this in theory thousands of years before the Western world took it over. And everything that they came upon just recently are things that have been embedded in the Memphite theology, or the Shabbat Stone, for thousands of years. Nut and Geb give birth to Usir, Aset, Setesh, Nebetet, and Heru. Usir is the father, or the representing positive characteristics, the positive human being, all those things in a human being that are positive. Aset is his wife and sister. Now, when people look at that and say his sister, but they don't understand the family of humans, that each and every one of us, my wife is my sister. Prior to our being married, I said, how you doing, my sister? You see, in the sense of being sister and brother, there was, but see, among the European world, the first word come out is incest. The first thing that you're going to get a sense of is that how can, and even children, well, Mr. Coleman, how could a brother and sister get married and have children? You can't do that. Because in their mindset from the European or the Western world, brothers and sisters don't get married. But in reality, in Africa, we are all our brothers and sisters. And if we marry one another, while we are, in a sense, not blood brother and sister, we are still brothers and sisters. Because prior to getting married, brothers call their date sister, or sisters call her, hey, brother. So this is the concept of the relationship, but not the blood relationship. Aset represents determination, and we can get into all of these aspects as we go along. Setesh is the lower passions, or the negative aspects of the human being, that which overrides the good. Nebetet is really a complement of Aset, is a female or another female within the story of human life on earth. And then Heru is the son of Usir and Aset, or the righteous inheritor of the earth. So out of this is the Emi. This is the Enid, or the essences of order and arrangement.
That's E-N-N?
I'm sorry?
That's E-N-N?
E-N-N-E-A-D. It's not an African word. Okay, I would like you to do your worksheet number 3 on your own sometime this week. It should be very straightforward. This next one I would like to do with you, and because of time, if you would please, Ms. Sister. And in the interest of time, I would just like to go through the worksheet number 3 with you.
Can you repeat that again?
Say, what would you like? Between the complements or the opposites in ancient times, prior to humans, was the battle between land and water. There were some times when the land would be dominant. There were other times when the sea would be dominant. And what they began to talk about was the emergence of a land. And this is what occurred in the Enid when they're talking about the science of the development of land. Remember, you have this. And this is where I say Ptah, Nun, Ptah, Natum can also be applied to here. What you have happening on the earth is that the planet is in a certain situation, and remember, all of the continents are connected. This is prior to the continental divide that took place approximately 10 million years ago. What you have is a war that's going on, and I'm going to draw that war over here. Sometimes the land was underneath. Sometimes the land would rise up out of the water. This is science. What began to happen was that the continents, as they were connected, let's say that these are all the continents that are connected on the earth, when they were all connected. In the very middle of this whole piece of land, you have what? The African continent. If you look at the center of any map, Africa will always be in the middle. Africa is in the direct middle of all of the continents. The middle of cuts across Africa. The equatorial belt cuts right across, and it intersects the Great Lakes region. What you have happening is that the land is rising and falling. And what was in the center that came up the most, that came first up out of the water, was in fact this continent of Africa, and in the center of this was in fact the Great Lakes region. What does this, if I could turn this around this way and have you look at it cross-cut, what would the symbolism be of land rising up out of water?
Oh, yeah.
You see, looking at it cross-cut, if you came down and looked at all of the planets, all of the continents, with it rising and falling constantly, and then finally the land wins and it comes up, what you have in place is, number one, in the middle, you have Africa. Whereas maybe the other continents are still submerged underneath, and then finally they all rise up out of the water. You have this story of Nun Ptah Natum that the Africans spoke about, and this is what scientists say happened. And this is what Africans said happened thousands of years ago. So the whole concept of the life history of the earth was put in place in the Memphite theology. And it came under the Enid, or the concept of all of these things coming into place prior to the human being. But you have air and moisture giving birth to sky and earth, separating the sky and earth, and what you have is the land coming up out of the water. I've taken a spiritual story and a scientific story and brought them together. What the Western world has not done is added the spiritual side, or the mythological side of it, that shows how this could possibly happen scientifically. Now, let's talk about some things to bring us up into our next lesson plan, because that's also important. After the earth had come up out of the land, out of the water, you then have the development or the movement of Atum, or creative utterance and mind coming into play. You now have the naming of the different things that are happening on earth, but the naming is not like naming it. Naming it is actually looking at it happening and recording that this has actually happened. Do I need to say that again? Because I want you to understand it's not a matter of naming things, it's a matter of recording that these things have actually taken place and this is actually happening. And what began to happen is that you have 4 ages. This is Earth history now. We've gone from planetary history or planetary science to Earth history. You have 4 ages and you have 16 periods. In the first period, or the first age, prior to 550 million years ago, 550 million years ago, you had what was known as the Precambrian age. The Precambrian age was a time when animal life had not yet reached the level of the insect or the fish. You don't have to write this down. This will be in your text for next week. If you would like to write it down, we can. The second age, between 550 million years ago and 200 million years ago, you have what is called the Paleozoic age. P-A-L-E-O-Z-O-I-C. Paleozoic age, which is also known as the age of the fishes. During the Paleozoic age, you have 6 periods. You have the Cambrian period, the Ordovician period, and for those of you who might be into geology, please know I may be mispronouncing these words. But this basically, correct me if you know the proper pronunciation. Yes, number 1 is Cambrian period. The second one is Ordovician, O-R-D-O-V-I-C-I-A-N. The third period is Silurian, S-I-L-U-R-I-A-N. The fourth period is Devonian, D-E-V-O-N-I-A-N, Devonian. The fifth one is Carboniferous, C-A-R-B-O-N-I-F-E-R-O-U-S. And the sixth and final one was the Permian age. Now, what do I want you to know? I want you to know that there was a Precambrian age. I want you to know that the years approximately was 550 million years. Don't get caught up in dates. Get caught up in the chronology. The dates are going to change. When our children get a hold of this information and they begin to do the research and they get more advanced ways of knowing and dating that surpass what carbon-14 can do or the potassium-argon series can do. When they start really being able to date, these dates will change. I assure you they'll change. But right now, it's good to have a date in the sense of chronology of it. I want you to know that the Paleozoic age was the age of the fishes. I want you to know that it existed after the Precambrian, and it was approximately between 550 to 200 million years ago. But the important thing that I want you to know is that it lasted or was approximately 350 million years. Now, that's a long time. That's what I want you to know, is that it took a long time. Precambrian period was the first one of the Paleozoic age. I have purposely not put dates on them. You can get dates if you go to your encyclopedias. You can get dates if you go to different books. But I choose not to because I don't want to cloud you with information that I don't think is important. What I think is important in terms of a date is that it was approximately 550 million years ago, lasting approximately to 200 million years ago. The third age. The third age was known as the Mesozoic age. The Mesozoic age lasted, M-E-S-O-Z-O-I-C, lasted from 200 million years, approximately 200 million years ago, to 75 million years ago. That's a long time. It's a long time. When you think of how long a human being has been in existence, I mean, we are but we're not even a twinkling in the eye. And it's important that we see the totality of our existence. You see, we think that everything existed now that we're here. But we don't know that civilizations have lived and died in Africa and have lasted thousands of years and that no trace can be made of them because no one has an interest in them. Now we're getting an interest in them. And when we go back, you know, people are talking about 4,000 years about ancient Kemet. When you get into the real history of Kemet, you're going to go back tens of thousands of years, 40, 50, 60 thousands of years. This is all done by people of Western mentality. When we get back and get into the real research of our own culture and history, these dates are going to be so different from what we get together that it's good to know the chronology of them. In the Mesozoic age, it was also known as the age of the reptiles. Geologically, it was known as the Middle Ages. In the Mesozoic age, the first period was known as the Triassic, Triassic. The second was Jurassic, Jurassic. And the final was Cretaceous, Cretaceous, Cretaceous. The final age, and that's the age that we are still in, was known as the Cenozoic age, Cenozoic. This was the age of the mammals, and that existed approximately 75 million years ago to the present. The first period of the Cenozoic age was the Paleocene. Paleocene, Paleocene, Paleocene. I think I added a C at the end that doesn't belong there. But I'll know once I get to my notes. But it's basically Paleocene. The second is the Eocene. Eocene. There's something I want you to know about the Eocene period, and that is when the, when the modern insectivores began to come into play. The insectivores are the beginnings of mammalian life. Insectivores, not insects. Don't compare insects and insectivores. They are a particular type of human phenomenon or life phenomenon that began to evolve itself, herself, during the Eocene period. The third period is the Oligocene. 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 The fourth and very important period of the Cenozoic age is the Myocene. And it's the Myocene where it is believed that life history began for the human being. Please know that which has been created can have a life history or can evolve. Following the Myocene, which was also very important, is the Pliocene. 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 The sixth period was the Pleistocene. 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 And then the final one, which we are still living in, is the Holocene. 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 That equals 4 ages and 16 periods. In the last one has 7 periods. The third one has 3. The first one has 6. There are 4 ages. I want you to know the ages. It's the age of the fish. The Mesozoic is the age of the reptiles. The Cenozoic is the age of the mammals. This world is in that square right now. There is nothing that exists anywhere in our universe that's not in this square right now. And if you can get to this, you can fathom everything. And this is the last worksheet about our universe is on this right here. And what it is, first of all, what we have to know is this, that within the world, there are 4 different types of molecules or atoms. There is nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon. Now, what's interesting to know is that nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen, you can't take any more than 4 of these atoms. Like, for instance, you can take 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, and you have water. You can take 3 parts hydrogen and have, I'm sorry? Is that hydrogen peroxide? What is that? Hydrogen peroxide is, okay, H3. Well, let's just say this. Let's scratch that out. Chemically speaking, I know this is water, and I know this is hydrogen peroxide. Okay, that I know for sure. Let's talk about something. Let's talk about, you can take no more than 3 or 4 of these to mix them together, and you'll get something that is material, or maybe even air, but it's something tangible or breathable. When you introduce carbon, you can take these and link up thousands of different atoms. Carbon is the organizer of our universe, and in particular our world. When carbon was introduced, when any of the other atoms could be assimilated by carbon, carbon put everything in order. What color is carbon? Okay, remember that when we talk about melanin. Remember the part that carbon plays in the world when we get to melanin. It's very important. But for now, realize that carbon is known by Dr. Marcellus Stewart, who is a melanin expert, as the mothership. It organizes and, in fact, preceded DNA. And, in fact, she believes that it organized DNA. It is the organizer of our universe, carbon. That black atom organizes everything, brings everything into fruition. Hydrogen can't do it, oxygen can't do it, and nitrogen can't do it. You can't get more than 3 or 4 atoms. Once you introduce carbon, you can take thousands of these things, and you can build all sorts of different types of chemicals and life systems from carbon. Okay, with that in mind, there are 4 elements. Shu, Tefnut, Nut, and Geb. Look at the elements. What elements do we have? Air, water, earth. Water is moisture. Fire. Let's put fire here. And by the way, what was fire's name? Ra. Let's put air over here. How many of you didn't understand that diagram? You know, the one with the... You didn't? Wonderful. Because my test is going to be to make sure that you understand it. This one? Here you have water. The one with the squares. Page 80. You know it must be difficult when I know the page number. Water. And what would come here? Earth. What's the opposite of fire? What's the opposite of air? So right here, we've already set up the complements and the opposites so far. Okay, let me ask you this. In terms of the characteristics or the properties of these different elements, what can both fire and air be at the same time? Hot. Now, if you know that, what do you know about what's here? Cold. What can both air and water be?
Moist.
Wet. And if you know this, what can both fire and earth be? But that's not good enough. Ancients took it a step further. They said, well, if you could do all this, then you can also do colors. And how many of us try to teach our children colors? About the blending and about what will neutralize and all that? What color you think fire would be? Red. Of course. What color would air be? Yes, but what color? Yellow. Because of there's something that someone once told me about the air that would make that yellow. There's a word that they use. I forgot the word, but I'll check on it. And that's why they would use yellow. Besides, when you get through all of the other colors, it'll make sense to you. Because this is like a mathematical theorem. If you can fill out one, you can fill them all. And it works out like a mathematical theorem. So even if I left yellow out and didn't know it, when we finished everything else, it would automatically, by trial and error. What would water be? Now, yes, water can be green. And you're going to see something about that color green and its relationship to this square. Earth, what color would earth be? What's okay? Indigo. Indigo. It's indigo. What have we just done here? Not only opposites, but what else have we done? What is the rainbow? What happens if you were to blend red and yellow? What color would you get? Orange. How about yellow and blue? Green. The principle of moisture returns back to green like my sister was talking about. What happens if you mix blue with indigo? What do you get? Indigo is a dark blue. It's a blue-black. That's how Indians got their name. You ever heard of Indian black? That's indigo. That's how they got their name. If you mix indigo and blue, and this is interesting about the African diaspora and the color of indigo, which is blue-black. You get indigo. This is such a dark color. Anything you mix with it, think about us now as a people. Anything you mix with it becomes it. Isn't that true about us? If you mix indigo and red, what do you get? No. Somebody said it. Purple. Yes, I know, but I really said that more in the sense of the color blue and indigo, a dark color. When you mix a dark color with another dark color, it becomes that dark color. Like if you mix a very dark complexion person with a very light complexion person, sometimes they always come dark, but chances are they come closer to the darker member than they do the lighter member. That's really what I meant. I didn't complete the statement that I made. Indigo and red becomes purple. But now if you were to assign one of these to the diagram we have here, which one would fire be? It's the organizer, the collector, the creator. Carbon. How about air? Oxygen. How about water? How about earth? Nitrogen. This diagram was created thousands of years ago by ancient Africans. And in all Greek and Roman work, they take from this. Aristotle did, Socrates did, Plato did, the humors, all of it is taken directly out of the African diaspora, yet no one gives credit to the Africans for having created it. I'm sorry, same thing with the zodiac. I'm going to offer a lesson plan in agriculture, and we're really going to get into African astrology so that we can see where astrology comes from.
How did it come about the earth being indigo as opposed to thinking of it as brown or green?
Because sand wasn't really looked at, or the dirt wasn't really looked at as the primary source of what made the land. What was looked at as made the land was carbon. Remember the word Kamene meant black land, and it also represented the black neighborhood or the black person. They did not look at brown as being the color that actually made land what it was. They looked upon the darkness or the indigo or the black that actually created the land.
So what we can see also is the Orishas, you know, your Orishas, you have various colors.
That's right.
The colors of the element.
That's right.
They all...
That's exactly right. And when you look at this overall diagram, color-wise, you're looking at the rainbow.
Right, absolutely.
Very natural phenomenon. My brothers and sisters, are there questions? Comments?
Yeah, I have something that I'm a little confused.
It was the Western world or the foreigners coming into Africa and changing their mindset that destabilized the African continent. So when we go in there and we look at the Christianity of today in Africa, what we're really looking at is the job that was done on African people, who welcomed these people onto their land because they were preaching the same doctrine that they already believed in. But what happened was, as time went on, what these powers said was that, remember your God that you worship? That's no longer the God to worship. This God now is the God to worship. And so it destabilized the African continent by offering a spirituality that they had had for thousands of years and in fact had created. Because as time goes on, we're going to talk more about spirituality, but I'd like to be very gentle because I do understand that there are people who are very deeply steeped in the Christian faith system. And I assure you that whatever I am saying, I was born and raised Christian. I consider myself still to be a Christian because I understand the African roots of my Christianity. Whether or not I choose to accept the Christianity of an oppressor is another story. Whether or not I choose to embrace the African concept of my Christianity, understanding that through the African diaspora, it has always been prophesied that Christianity would be an earth faith system. I'll stop there. I was about to say something. Shemem Hotep Amunasas. Hotep. February 10th. And that's what's important to know when we get into the other lesson plans, like melanin. When you look at carbon, and then you look at folk with dark complexion and see what they're able to achieve, you can go back and look at the carbon atom and understand that that's the organizing atom that puts everything in its place. And this is the science of it. That when we're confronting people, we talk to them on the scientific level and they can't argue with us. If we get emotional, you lose them.
Now you said something about the toes upside down.
No, sideways. What I wanted us to do was to look at the world from this perspective so that we can see the actual landmass of Africa rising up out of the water. And then from that, which becomes this, and then on the land there comes life, there comes civilization, there comes a lot of things, which is Atum. You see, Atum represents creative.
This is Nun.
This is Nun. This is Ptah.
And then Atum.
Atum. So here you have coming up out of water, land, and on top of the land, up out of the water, on the land comes life. Wonderful, bringing things together.
Because I tell you, when I started out reading Kemet Worldview, I didn't know what he was talking about. What his novels was, I was like, when I got to George James, I understood. It really got me to do that.
Was my primary piece. For those that may not know some of the things that I've experienced. Community School District 9, we call it South Central Bronx. California has its South Central, and New York City has its South Central. Community School District 9, right in the heart of the Bronx, the second largest district in the city, only to District 10, which was to our north and to our west. There is such a history. When I look to my brother, Minister Brown, I remember in 1984, he was the videographer when we went to Mexico with Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. He was the videographer. We're talking about 1984, 10 years before our son was born, and the same year that our first daughter was born, who is now 31, and our second daughter was yet to be born, 1988. So I'm talking about history and what has actually happened and who's in this room. And so when Elder Sister was talking about Dr. King, she was talking about a living history. She was talking about things that she experienced, which is what as elders we have to give to our children, that living legacy, what we hand down to our children and our experiences. And as I look at Sister Lori, going back all the years, Sister Lori, all the years, she used to edit some of Dr. John Henry Clark's work. She was the editor for his work. Sister Nancy, who was part of the Institute for Youth going back to the 80s, we're talking about 1986, Sister Lori, part of the Institute. So we're talking about a living history here, and I'm so happy to see our young people here. And for some of us who may not have been a part of this process, what this actually represents and what the community is. The community is a continuation of a golden age that we had. And that golden age was the years of First World Alliance. For those that may not know, Sister Kefa and Brother Bill, mid to late 70s, going up into the 90s. At $3 more, you could invest. So think about that. If you buy the book and add $8, you could invest. You're talking about $18. But I think that Dr. John Henry Clark said one of the most important things that the pyramids did, this is the cornerstone of what we have to understand about the pyramids. There's a lot to understand about what would be called the mirrors, as Tony Browder teaches us, the pyramids. One of the most important things that the pyramids represent is the fact that African people in this part of the world decided that they were going to focus on a project, and everything that they were about was going to focus. So if you were a tailor, you tailored according to the pyramids. If you were a chef, you cooked according to the pyramids. If you were a mason, you built bricks for the pyramids. If you made shoes for the people who were building the pyramids. Everything zeroed in on a project. And out of that project, not only were the pyramids the first wonder of the world that still they're trying to figure out, but they also represented African people coming together around a single issue. And out of that, they built one of the greatest civilizations, and it has yet to be matched. And so what we as an African people have to do is we have to find a project that we're willing to invest in. Whatever it may be, but we have to start doing something. This presentation that I'm going to do this afternoon is dealing with a group of African people that is the reason for what I am calling the Renaissance. The Moors brought into existence for Europe what we call the Renaissance. Africans created the Naissance when the Greeks sat at the feet of these African peoples. Learn their legacy. We have to turn around our view towards us. I know that we say we want to step out the box. We want to start to think outside the box. But what I'd like to ask you to consider is the fact that there is no box. And that even in thinking about being in a box is an illusion. Because if I jump out the box and other people are still in the so-called box, I can't see them and they can't see me. But if we should tear down the entire concept that there is even a box, then wherever I go, you can see me and I can see you. What we're experiencing right now, what we call Western civilization, which the world is experiencing, we can blame peoples of Eurasian descent for the conditions we find ourselves in. And black folk, don't be too hard on yourself. We have our challenges. Europeans are in a lot of trouble. See, but we don't see it that way because we're so busy looking inward on us, and they always have us focused on us, that we think it's us. It's an illusion. When someone tells a perfect lie, the truth is unbelievable. And the reality of it is that white supremacy, people say, man, don't use the word white supremacy. It's an oxymoron. Oxymoron meaning the words that contradict each other. White can't be supreme. They have never done anything to be supreme. In fact, the only thing that Europeans ever existed was the patent office. Because they stole everybody's idea and put their name on it. Okay. And the Moors is an example of it. The so-called Greek concept is an illusion. It doesn't exist. There is no Greek language. There were no Greek people. It doesn't exist when you look at it from a historical perspective. We are on the verge, as George Clinton said, with the Parliament Funkadelics, we are on the verge of getting it on. That's why Trump is so popular. Kwame Ture used to say, whenever you, as close as God, the closer you get to God, the closer the devil's going to get to you. And I remember when he used to tell us this, to realize that all the things that we're catching, the reason why we have our Sandra Blands, what is in a grown man that would find Sandra Bland a threat, the way in which she conducted herself? What would make a policeman shoot a man in the back 8 times? It has to be a deep-seated fear, because the guy wasn't even up in his face. But you see, we don't see this. We don't see this. When I say we, I'm speaking to the choir, so I'm not necessarily talking to you. What I am saying is that we have to break out of the illusion that we've been experiencing. They don't hate black folk. They fear black folk. Dr. Francis Creswell taught us about genetic annihilation. History teaches us that the only people on the planet, there is only one race on our planet, and that is the human race. And that human race was conceived and born, nurtured, sustained, and educated. And as Dr. Clark teaches us, after Africans got their show together, then they took it on the road. And they peopled the planet. They have found bones, according to Dr. David Imhotep, in San Diego, California, of a black woman, 90,000 years old. The first Americans were Africans, by Dr. David Imhotep. Don't believe a word I say. Because I'm not here to make you believe me. I'm just here to make you think. This is an illusion that we're experiencing, family. We could get up out of this immediately. We could. We have it in us to get us out of this immediately. The question is, will we do it? Do we have the will to do it? And how? Claude Anderson has already written books. George Fraser has already written books. Just that quote of Dr. Martin Luther King at the end of your presentation, he said it all. The last speech that I remember in the Masonic Temple, Dr. King laid it out for us. See, they only played the last 1 minute and 19 seconds when he starts talking about we got some sick brothers out there. Or they start, see, they don't even start there. They start right after he said that, because right before he said, I don't know what's going to happen with me now. Just before he said that, he said, we got some sick white brothers out there. Family, we got this laid out. We can do this. You want to know? I can prove to you we can do this. I can prove to you right now we could do this. We had 2 opportunities to get ourselves out of the problem that we had. And while I have respect for what we did to do it, I also understand had we just rerouted our intentions and our money, we would have been free. And the first time happened the Million Man March. The second one was in the 20th reunion of the 20th year of the Million Man March. Let me tell you what I mean by that. First of all, let me tell you I respect everyone that went. I have no problems. And I respect that some of us need that camaraderie to move forward. But let me just offer you one concept. The last Million Man March that was held last year, suppose we had beamed in all those great speakers into the Brooklyn Christian Center, into the Miriam Mosque in Chicago, into the Marcus Garvey School in Los Angeles. Suppose we had just beamed all of those in, and we in New York came here, in Brooklyn. We had it up in the National Black Theater in New York. Suppose it was beamed in. Suppose none of us actually went to Washington, D.C. Because you know who was happy we marched? Delta, U.S. Airways, Trailways, Hotel, Motel, Holiday Inn. Even the police got paid overtime for that march. Restaurants, they said, come on back. In fact, don't wait 20 years. Come back next year, 21 years. Think about what I'm saying. Suppose it took, and took more than this, suppose it took $500 for each and every one of us to get to that march. Let's just say. It took much more than that. But let's say $500. Let's be conservative. $500. Suppose after it had been beamed in, suppose we decided that's when we're going to march to the nearest African-American owned store and spend half of what it would have taken to get to D.C. We would have shut America down that day. Dr. John Henry Clark said the only thing marching does is wears out the soles of your shoes. Of course, I respect people that march. Now, please understand what I'm saying, because I understand why we march. But if after 50 years we're still marching, and we're still in the same place, something tells me about that strategy. Something tells me about that strategy. The spirit of what happened was there. Dr. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X were two brothers we needed amongst us, desperately. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is probably one of the greatest human beings to live in the 20th century. But Malcolm would not have been who he became if it had not been for Honorable Elijah Muhammad, but Honorable Elijah Muhammad wouldn't have been who he was had it not been for the Honorable Noble Drew Ali. Because we got to understand who the Honorable Noble Drew Ali was and the role that he played in African and African-American history. He revolutionized the way in which African people thought. Not to mention him living concurrently with the Most Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, who was impacted by Booker T. Washington. We can do this, family. The question becomes, what has to happen in our minds? If we say, you know something, I think I'm not going to crack Donald for 2 visits. Yes, crack Donald. Murder King. Haunted Castle. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. We're not going to go twice. And that's going to probably add up to $18. That'll probably add up to $18, maybe $9 per visit. And not to mention the fact that the only residual that you're going to get from that experience is going to be in your bathroom that night. Hopefully not you regurgitate what they're feeding you, but that's a whole nother story. The point I'm making, family, is we can do this. The years that I've spent observing us and knowing us, we are such a powerful people. We just don't understand how powerful we really are. Really. We are the best of the best. Elder sister, for you to have gone through what you went through and to still be sitting here, smiling, that's a spirit that goes beyond. Tomorrow they're going to spend all day calling out the names of the people who died in 9/11. My heart goes out to any innocent person that died, but do you know how long it would take for us to call out every ancestor name that died during the transatlantic experience?
If we started 20 years ago, we'd still be calling our ancestors' names out right now.
That's right.
So don't tell me about terrorism. I know terrorism. I've lived terrorism. I know terrorism, and I know terrorists.
Define terrorism. You know who did it for sure. Right?
That's it. We know. Who better than us to know? They keep saying that 9/11 was the worst thing that happened in American history. No, it wasn't. It was when a white man came here 400 years ago. That's the worst thing that ever happened in America. But what we're talking about, does it make sense to you? But if it makes sense to us, family, what are we going to do when we leave this room today? That's my question. We can applaud, we can feel good about all that I'm saying, because you know what I'm saying rings real with you. But the question becomes, in honor of Dr. King and all those that marched with him and did what they did, laid their lives out on the line, and Malcolm X, who put his life on the line, young, handsome brother with 6 children, 4 he knew of, 2 on the way. All of our ancestors, and Harriet Tubman, who did what she didn't do what she did for us to start saying how difficult times are. That sister was 93 years old in Auburn, New York, collecting food and money for a senior citizens home that she ran at 93. Every morning that I get up, that I may think I'm having a difficult day, I call upon my hero's spirit. My hero is Harriet Tubman. And I say, whatever the spirit... See, when Denzel Washington played Malcolm X, they said to him, did you invoke the spirit of Malcolm when you played that part so well? And he said, no. He said, I invoked the spirit that was in Malcolm. Because I'm not Malcolm, but we all have the spirit of rebellion in us. We all have the spirit that Malcolm had. Each and every one of us has it. So he invoked that spirit. So the spirit that I invoke is not the spirit of Harriet Tubman. It's the spirit that was in Harriet Tubman that got her to get up. After she freed herself, I would have said, Harriet, you did great. But I'd have been talking to her back because she was going back down to pull some more folk up.
Right.
And she did this 18, 19. We really don't know the count. We really don't know the way in which she did it. But we do know one thing. She quoted and said that her greatest achievement was her greatest disappointment. Her greatest achievement was that she freed thousands of slaves. Her greatest disappointment was she realized she could have freed thousands more had they only known they were slaves. We got folk out on Atlantic Avenue. They're slaves. Because the great attorney at war, Alton Maddox, teaches us that being a slave is a mental thing. Our ancestors were on the plantation as prisoners, held against their will. Slavery is when you give up your spirit and you allow yourself to be manipulated by the illusion of white supremacy. They can't be supreme because they ain't never done anything supreme. Look at the world we're living in. Look at the spiritual. I'm writing a book. It's called Spirituality Before Religions. I have a 2-part DVD on the table where I did a 2-part series on the outline of this book. And what I did is I analyzed the script of our ancestors in Kamene, in Egypt, the Memphite text, the pyramid text, the coffin text, and the book of the coming forth today by night. And what I am doing in this book is I am not mentioning one religion, but every religion will see their scripture on the walls of ancient Kamene. Even when it comes to the Eucharist, the actual sacrificial concept of changing that wafer into the body of Christ and the water and wine into his blood, you can see carved on the walls of the pyramid text in the sarcophagus chamber. You can see it carved there, where they're attempting to ingest, to bring inside of them the God. They're not actually eating the God, But what they're saying is that the one thing that creates the person is what you eat. You are what you eat. That's where the proverb comes from. You are what you eat. So if you eat the God, you become the God. It wasn't about actually a cannibalistic, vampiristic experience. That's what they thought. That's it. They had the mummy parties in France, thinking that if they ate the mummy, they would ingest the greatness of the mummy. But it was symbolic. It was a metaphor for something else much greater than that. The world that we're living in is a world at war. And everybody's major religious God is the one that is telling them to fight each other. Now that is a mean God to me. The Muslims say Allah told me I can get you. The Christian church say God told me I can get you. The Jewish faith is saying in my Torah it is divine destiny for me to kill you. I just want the real God to please stand up. Who's right? That's a mean God. If there's only one God and they're telling each of their participants to kill each other, I think somebody's trying to annihilate the human family. So we have to do something, family. We have to do something, and we have to do something now, and there's no reason why it can't come up out of this world. As Chancellor Williams says in The Destruction of Black Civilization, somebody's going to say something. And that is going to catch in the room. And more people are going to catch on to it. See, we're looking for this Savior to come to save us, not realizing that we must save ourselves. We have to understand that no matter how we look at spirituality or religions, that each and every one of us is God having a human experience. And that there is no God out there, and there's no God inside, that we are the walking God on earth that is attempting to find the God within us in order to unite with the God without us, which is outside of us. And in so doing, we return back to the waters. That's what our ancestors were talking about when they were talking about the waters of Nun. In science, we call it hydrogen.
Yes.
Our ancestors had it down. And Dr. Gabriel Yibo has put it into a formula where he says G equals what?
God.
I, comma, J.
The source of all energy.
The theory of everything. We got it. All we got to do is do something about it.
That's right.
And if not now, when? And if not us, who? Somewhere along the line. And our ancestors showed it from the very beginning. We went around the 60s saying, black is beautiful, black power. Science now teaches us that not only is black beautiful, black is the only thing that exists. Everything comes out of the black. If I could do it with the young people here, I could do it. If I had a piece of white paper and I gave each one of them, all the young people in here, I gave them all of the primary colors. And you draw a line. First do red, then do orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. What's the color at the end? What color is the line at the end?
Black.
It's black. Because all colors return back to its origins. This is science. This is soul science. This is not something that I'm trying to emotionally get caught up in something and trying to get us to think that we're somebody that we're not. We're not. We are everything. And the Creator has been talking to us for 400 years. And the Creator said, look, to the Kemites, he said, look, now, y'all been living in heaven for a very long time. You all theorize what hell is because you know the law of opposites, but you don't know what hell is. You know what heaven is, but you don't know what hell is. And there's going to come a time on the earth where you're going to have to know what hell is. So what I'm going to do is somewhere along this process, I'm going to pull a group of y'all out, and I'm going to place y'all in hell. So he did that because she knew what she was doing.
took a group of those Africans with that DNA of the pyramid builders, placed them on the plantations of America. And in so doing, the DNA of the pyramids came and epigenetically became the pyramid of the plantations. And we lived in hell. And the folk that put us in hell, they acted on behalf of their master that we call the devil. And after we got off the plantation, the ancestors said, well, we're not through yet because we're going to put you in purgatory. So we're going to take you off the plantation, but we're going to put you in the projects. Because y'all ain't learned your lesson yet. I want you to stop and think about what you've experienced on the plantation. And we're going to send some of y'all out to remind you of what it was like when you were in the pyramids. He said, because one of you is going to come and talk about the fourth place where I'm going to bring you. But you got to know heaven, you got to know hell, and you need time to think about it before I put you back in the promised land. So from the pyramids, we went to the plantations and to the projects, and we are now on our way to the promised land. Because Dr. King was right. He told us he wasn't going to get there with us, but he knew that night. Now, why did he say that? Why did he say the night before, he said, I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight. Why did he say tonight? Why didn't he say, I'm going to tell you this in a week? Because that brother knew through divine intervention he was not going to be with us 24 hours from the moment he was talking to us. So I'm not worried about a thing. I'm not worried about any man. I'm not worried about any woman. Don't worry about who gets in the White House. Two sides of the same coin. Malcolm taught us, Democrats are sly fox, Republicans are brute wolves, but they both belong to the dog family. Don't ever forget that family. Hillary don't mean us any more good than the others. They all use this. So let's be very clear with this. But also let us understand the strategy of what the vote places, because, by the way, this is all a warm-up to what I want to talk to you about. We're going to war, and on our table we have a gun, we have a knife, and we have a pen. What you gonna do?
Can I have all the
Get on.
Say again? You take them all. Because the gun may stop shooting, the knife may fall on the floor, but you still can use the pen as a weapon. The vote is part of our weapon. It's part of what's in our arsenal. Don't give that vote up. Don't think it's going to do anything for you as it relates to actually voting for someone who's going to have. Look, if a black man was in the office for 8 years and he couldn't do anything, what do you think they're going to do? But what's most important, family, is that we as a black people have to understand that if it is to be, it's up to me. That should be our chant. If it is to be, it's up to me. Don't depend on nobody for nothing. Dr. Clark has a presentation and it's entitled, You Ain't Got No Friends. Google it. We ain't got no friends. Billie Holiday used to sing, sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Do you know what a child feels like that ain't got no mother? That has been our evolution here. That has been our growth process here. But guess what? That's a reason to celebrate, because look, we're here. Yeah, we've been through that, but remember, we had to go through hell to get to the promised land. How do you know what heaven is if you don't know hell? We've been through hell. Nobody's been through what we've been through. With due respect to all people around the world, nobody understands what continental Africans went through in this environs that we call the United States of America.
That's right.
And everything that people come to this country for to benefit from was built on our backs.
Everything.
And I ain't asking nobody to give me nothing. I ain't asking you to hire me. I'm just saying, have enough respect to understand how you got here.
That's right.
And understand that when you see certain things happening here, first check out the history, and then you understand. Because if y'all don't come to us to sit at our feet to understand who you're dealing with, you're going to end up with people telling you that they're going to build a wall across the United States to keep you out. And if you don't know your history, you're not even going to know that you were the ones they forced south in the first place so they could take over the land. Because when you go to California, it's according to who you ask who the illegal alien is.
That's right.
We got to do this for our children and yet those unborn. This is a class that I teach. When I taught at New Paltz, they didn't. I had to phrase it. I couldn't call it the Moors. I called it Africans in Medieval Europe. And so I taught this class on the Moors. And what I'd like to do is just go over with the overview of the important things as it relates to what we should be looking at. Can somebody hit the lights here, please?
Yeah, I get it.
And basically, what today's presentation is, Africans in medieval Europe will include explorations of concepts in African and European civilizations. Presentations will include the research on settlements and subsequent movement of African people into southern Spain in 710. To the defeat of the last recorded African ruler Boabdil in Granada, Spain on January 2nd, 1492. Then you do the course objective. Not going to go through because time won't let us do it. But here's the books that I want you to consider. The first book, of course, is The Golden Age of the Moors, edited by Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. The next book that I used was also by Dr. Van Sertima, was called The African Presence in Early Europe. And then in terms of the reading assignments, I put different initials in terms of like GAM. Whenever you saw GAM, it meant Golden Age of the Moor. And then I had the initials of the author in the front. So basically what I'm looking at in terms of, first of all, race and origins of Africans in early Europe. That's one of the first things that you have to look at when you consider looking at Africans in Europe. And I have the essays there. The second class, well, that was the second class. The first class, the third class is the origin of Africans in Europe. The fourth class is Africans in the ancient Mediterranean Isles and mainland Greece. And I'm going to explain that to you more as we get into that, because you can never look at anything out of its, in a vacuum, because you'll never understand. It's what I call episodic history, as opposed to sequential history. Sequential history is when you understand all the steps that led to something happening. I'll give you an example. With due respect to Dr. Louis Gates. Well, first, he's not necessarily a historian, but that's okay. But the other thing is he's an episodic historian. He gives you African history in episodes. He'll look at Ethiopia at a certain time. He'll look at blacks in Latin America at a certain time. But there is no way that you could understand how that happened without understanding the things that led up to Kamene, up to Ethiopia, up to the 25th dynasty, or the 6th Napatan dynasty of Nubian. So you have to go back, and you have to ask yourself, how did human life emerge from Africa? What was it that allowed life to emerge out of Africa? And that is going to lead to understanding the African origins in Europe. Because Europeans don't exist. Who we call Eurasians are really, see, this is why we have to be careful with concepts like light complexion and dark complexion. There's no such thing as light complexion and dark complexion. There is pigmented and less pigmented.
There's no such thing as a complexion. It doesn't exist. What we're looking at when we look at brown skin is pigmented skin. When we look at someone who's less pigmented, we're looking at someone with less pigmented skin. But also to understand melanin, you also have to understand that you could have someone of light complexion of African descent who is deeply melanated in their eumelanin, which is the melanin that's in your muscles and your bones and your organs and your glands. And then you have to deal with neuromelanin, which is the melanin in the brain. So melanin has to be dealt with as it relates to the scientific concept. Light complexion and dark complexion doesn't exist scientifically. Those are not terms that you can use in science. It's social. And the reason why you do it socially is because you create categories of people that you then can define like Blumenbach did, that according to your complexion determines your hierarchy in the society. It's an illusion. The Moors are from prehistory to the Moorish dynasty, Moors in medieval Europe, Moorish contributions to European culture and civilization, Moors in language arts, Othello, and the Three Musketeers. You have to understand the role that black folk played. We built the first universities. We'll talk about it as time goes on this afternoon. We built, they didn't have no schools in Europe. They have soap. We brought in this thing that used to disinfect our bodies, and it was called spiritual waters, alcohol, which we now call alcohol. We brought that in. Othello, interesting thing. When I taught Othello, you know, Othello is a very interesting story. And it's unfortunate that it's not told as the classic, because Othello was dealing with two different things. Along with being black, being an African in Italy. Now, what you have to ask yourself, why is an African in Phoenicia? Why is he there? But not only that, but the challenge, the story that Shakespeare was attempting to tell was not just a story of a man of pigmentation married to Desdemona, who was a woman who was of depigmented structure, but he was also an older man with a younger girl. So in that whole story, what we miss is that other dynamic of ageism when we talk about Othello. Because not only was he threatened by the individual that was said to be courting his wife, but he was also threatened because he was a younger man. So it just wasn't the complexion, it was also the age of Othello, because he was a senior at this time. He was a senior general that was somewhere in his 60s and 70s, who this young girl of Venetian descent loved, and she was attracted to him. And he was playing with his head. Was it his color or was it his age? And he was trying to deal with that. That's a whole nother story. Alexander Dumas. Alexander Dumas, first and foremost, you have to look at his father, Thomas Alexander Dumas, whose mother was from Haiti, Marie Dumas. And if you remember in the Three Musketeers, which I use, but I don't use that book, Alexander Dumas, as the classic of that class. I use another story that Alexander Dumas wrote entitled Georges, Georges, because you have to understand there was an elder to his father, Thomas Dumas, whose name was Chevalier St. Georges, who was not only the master fencer of Europe, but he was the greatest violinist of Europe. And Alexander Dumas, Thomas, the father, and Chevalier St. George, who was elder to Thomas Dumas, were very good friends. There is a story about Thomas Dumas, father of the writer who we call Alexander Dumas, where he was such a powerful general that he once fought 3 fencers in one day and defeated them. Now, let's go back to the Three Musketeers for those of us who have read this book. How does it open up? How does the Three Musketeers open up? Brother Shemsu? D'Artagnan
gets into the fight with all three musketeers.
That's it.
At the very morning. Yeah.
That's it. And that is how Alexander Dumas pays tribute to his father in the Three Musketeers. By the story of Thomas Dumas being one of the greatest, if not the greatest fencer at this time, because Chevalier is an elder man by now. He's already been in prison. That in the Three Musketeers, the opening scene is D'Artagnan. Okay, D'Artagnan is going to fence three fencers, or three musketeers. Alexander Dumas was 4 years old when his father died. Thomas Dumas was 44 when he died. Thomas Dumas was the individual that opened up Egypt for Napoleon to bring in all of those individuals that would now decipher Kemetic legacy. Thomas Dumas was the one that went in first. And he opened up Egypt for Napoleon to come in. Because we are, well, first of all, we're not aware that Thomas Dumas was black. But the other thing we're not aware of is the fact that Thomas Dumas also was loved in France. He was viewed as a great hero. Napoleon and Dumas are in Egypt together, and word comes back that somebody's going to come back to France. And they say the first person that comes back is going to become the emperor. Napoleon outranks Thomas Dumas. So what he does, he sends Thomas Dumas back to France. But he lets the Austrians know where he is. So they capture him. And they put him in jail, which gives Napoleon time to do what he's going to do to get back to France to become emperor. Now, if Thomas Dumas had been able to get back to France before Napoleon, guess who would have been emperor of France that we would be calling his name today? It would have been that black man, Thomas Alexander Dumas. But I told that story because, well, first of all, you need to know that. But second of all, part of the reason why he died so young was because of the way he was treated in prison. And that later would lead to his death. Thomas Dumas. Please, Shemsu.
Napoleon was a Corsican, correct?
Yeah, and part Italian.
He wasn't a Frenchman.
There was no such thing as French. French didn't exist. Russia didn't exist. None of these countries existed. Spain didn't exist. The Spanish language didn't exist until the 16th century. Wasn't nobody speaking Spanish before then. Italian language didn't exist. Roman language don't exist. Roman language is an offshoot of the Greek alphabet, and the Greek alphabet don't exist. The Greek alphabet is another script that they learned from Africans. The Rosetta Stone is hieroglyphs, hieratic, and then it's another script of African peoples that the Greeks took on that becomes what we call classical Greek. Every one of the alphabetical letters comes out of the Medunetta. The A came out of the vulture. The M came out of the owl. Look at the Medunetta symbols. You'll see the script. If you don't believe me, then get a book called The Historical Origins of Christianity by Walter Williams. He's got a chart showing you where the Kemetic language became Greek, became Roman, so that when we're writing our ABCs, our children don't know we're writing our alphabet. Greeks don't have an alphabet. Greeks don't have a language. To have a language, you must have a script identified with that particular script or language. English isn't a language. Spanish isn't a language. German isn't a language. They all use Greek script. But Greek script is African script. They made additions, but they didn't invent it. And we know by looking at Kustal, which is in Nubia, the alphabet that we know today came out of what we today call Kush. It was born overnight in Egypt. When the first dynasty was created, when it was set in place by Menefer, the language and the script was already in existence, and Kustal proves that African people created the script that would be brought into Kemet.
This is our history. But when someone tells a perfect lie, the truth is unbelievable. So someone rob your house and then they convince you that their furniture is theirs. That's what they did. These folk ain't done nothing. No, there's only one thing that they're very good at. There's one thing they got us beat. They're very good at this. They can smell like a dog their moment of survival to their moment of annihilation. And they will do anything to survive. My mother used to say, Skip, that's my nickname, Skip, you ain't getting water from a rock, blood from a turnip, or a moral code from Eurasians. So don't try to get something you ain't gonna get. And I'm still trying to figure out after these past 400 years, why do we still think that we're gonna get some type of morality out of them as a people? I don't speak in absolutes. But I remember Dr. Edward Scobie used to always say, Booker, don't tell me nothing about no good white people. Because he said good white people act as shields for the black one, for the bad ones. And then I remember the Honorable Elijah Muhammad who said there are 1,000 wolves outside your door. There's 100 that would put their life on the line for you. They would do anything they could to help you survive, to protect you. They put their own life on the line so that you would live. 100 of them out of the 1,000. The problem is you don't know where they are in that group. Are you ready to go outside? Not me. Because I don't know where those 100 are. And when I do go out, I'm going to be prepared for the 900. See, that's another thing. See, we go outside knowing the wolf is outside. Then when the wolf bites us, we get upset. But you knew it was a wolf when you looked out your window. So why are you upset that the wolf is acting like a wolf? The wolf is in her nature. They're doing what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to bite you. You're supposed to make sure they don't. So we're going to wrap this up because I know that there are other things that I really would like to talk to you about. And what I would like to now get into and talk to you about is geography. And one of the first things that I think is important to look at oh, that's smaller. I should have left it alone. Okay, what you have here is a picture of medieval Nubia, because it's very important to understand what's going to happen during medieval Nubia. It's very important to understand that here in medieval Nubia, going into Egypt, you're going to have civilizations. That's very important to understand because that is what's going to be part of what's going to educate and push those North and Northwest Africans into Spain. You have to understand, you're going to have people that are known as Prester John, who was very instrumental during the Crusades. You're going to have people of Ethiopian background that are going to be adapted into Christianity. You're going to have people adapted into Islam who are going to play major roles in the Crusades. So there are African people who are maintaining the Kushite identity, Kushite information during this time. Without understanding this, it's difficult to understand where these Africans getting this information. This right here that you're looking at is where, bless you, where Islam comes from. Islam was not created post 600 AD. The spiritual system that we call Islam today was brought up out of the mountains of Ethiopia into Saudi Arabia when Bilal came back over and made a move on the major city in Saudi Arabia known as Ma'at Ka. The spirit of Ma'at, which we today call what? Mecca. And that Kaba stone that we circle 7 times is a remnant of the astronomical observatory Don't believe me? Get a book called Egyptian Sacred Science in Al-Islam by Thomas Goodwin and Rafiq Bilal. It's outlined in the book. Islam as a spiritual system did not exist until somewhere around 700. It didn't exist. There was no Quran at this time. It came later from Africans. And that's why there was a certain point in time where Islam split, Shiite, Sunni, and they split along color lines. Nobadia was one of the major cities of medieval Nubia at the time. Here you have the Moors. This is going to be what is going to be the Almoravid Empire at its height. Here you have Morocco. Ceuta is going to become a very important city. It's going to be at the tip of North Africa. Gibraltar, that is going to be where you could not get into Spain without going through Ceuta. Here you have this entire empire that is controlling things, and it's directly going into Spain. This is going to be the second dynasty, which we'll go over. It's the second dynasty of the Moors in Spain. I'm just going over the geography because I want you to visually see things. Because one of the things that I learned when I went to Kamene in 1983 and 1987, I came back, I was so motivated to teach about Egypt. I showed my slides to I was a kindergarten teacher. Showed them the slides. I mean, I was just so excited. And you know, 5-year-olds can pick up your spirit. They're excited too, you know. And I showed them the pyramids. I showed them pictures of children in Aswan. And boy, they were so excited. And they raised their hand. They say, Brother Booker T, next time we have a class trip, can we go to ancient Egypt? And one of the things I came to realize is called spatiality in teaching. Like, for instance, if you take one big ball and you have 5 little balls and you ask children which is more, they'll pick the big ball many times. Because to them, largeness is more. It's called spatiality. Even though there's 5 small balls, there's one big ball. It's called spatiality. What I came to realize teaching-wise, is that before you can teach a class, this is my own personal opinion, before you can teach a class, you've got to place the learner in space and time. Space is geography and time is history. When I was excited about Egypt, the children didn't understand that ancient meant long ago and Egypt was far away. So to them, I made it so real, the slides are right in front of them. To them, they could go to Egypt on the next class trip. You see? So that what I'm doing with you now is I'm creating visuals for you. I'm creating a geographical geography. Graphio, graphic is picture, geo is the earth. I'm creating a picture of the earth for you to take the visual in, so that as I take you through the Moors in Europe, you understand better. Okay? And with our children, this is what we need to also always consider. Always ground them in space and time. Space first. Because if you know where you are, you know where you can go. If you know what time it is, it doesn't make a difference if I'm talking about long ago or right now. Because they know now the time that I'm talking about. Normally what I do is I do a timeline. And I put the 00 mark. And I say, the 00 mark is when you were born. Now for homework, I want you to write 3 things that happened after you were born. And then I want you to talk to someone in your house and find out 3 things that happened before you were born. And that gives them an idea or a perception of how to separate BC from AC. Because now they know that the 00 mark is the day I was born. And everything after me is there. And I know that. But the things that happened before me, I have to ask somebody else because I wasn't here. You see, so it gives them research skills, and it also lets them understand that we're talking about long ago, which many people can't get to. Well, children can't sometimes. Okay. Okay, this is a map that is going to show you Kustal. This is Tarseti, or what we might call Nubian. One of the things that we have to do, and I encourage us to read the book and the essay, is called The Six Napatan Dynasty by Peggy Brooks Bertram. I think we're looking at Egypt through Eurasian eyes. In other words, for those that may not see, there's a red line here. There's a red line that's in tape right in front of me. Okay? Now, the way you're looking at it, let's say that this is before, and this line represents the first dynasty of Kemet. This line is the first dynasty of Kemet, or Egypt. Everything over here is pre-first dynasty. Everything over here is after the first dynasty. So over on this side, you're going to have what we might call the classical or Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, and 25th dynasty, over there. Okay, now, we say, when we're here, that this is the Old Kingdom. Okay, the reason why we say this is the Old Kingdom is because Eurasians who are studying this history are looking at that from over here. It's old. I am saying, to look at it from African eyes, you have to go to Kush, over here. And you have to look at the Old Kingdom as if that's old. Because a lot has happened. The Old Kingdom is old because nothing new ever happened different after the Old Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom, the New Kingdom, and even the 25th dynasty tried to resurrect the greatness of the Old Kingdom. No matter what they did, it was based on what happened then. And the reason why is because Africans brought in some of the greatest information, some of the greatest civilizations came from Kustal. Kustal is that waiting point that is going to have Africans, evidence that's going to be 9 to 15 generations before the first dynasty. Africans are going to be here, and they're going to push up. And in Edfu, there is a text that's called the text of Heru, let's say. This is the city of Heru in Edfu. And in there, they're saying that there was a king, Horus, that moved north and took over the first kingdom and beat the so-called Scorpion. By the way, was another African. You know, I mean, people do a lot of talking. You know, they make folk into people that they're not. You know, it's like Beethoven. If Beethoven came back and looked at the statues and pictures that are drawn of him today, he wouldn't even know who that was. You know who Beethoven looked like? Frederick Douglass. If you want, and the reason why I know is because I went to a Black History celebration and I saw a picture way at the end of the hall, and I said, wow, that's interesting. Look at Frederick Douglass down there. When I got up there, it was a picture of Beethoven. But I'm going to show you a picture of Beethoven. So you'll see for yourself what he looked like. But see, they don't put this in the book. You know, I got a book called Beethoven's Hair, because they're really caught up in his hair. They're really wondering why his hair looked like that. And outside of his home in Bonn, Germany, and in Vienna, Austria, there's a sign that says Schwarzer Spanier-Haus, which means the Black Spaniard's house. That's why he used to have to eat in the kitchen with the maids. And he had a very bad attitude, and they report about what a bad attitude he had with people, okay? Something like what we might call the Colin Kaepernick effect. Having a bad attitude, because you're tired of people pushing you around. So you put their picture on your socks. Beethoven was a brother that had enough of white supremacy. And so did Chevalier St. George, too. That's why he was whipping all them people in fencing. Because he said, this is one brother that's going to take you out today. You may go back to your house and mess with the brothers and sisters there, but I'm going to take care of your business right now. Chevalier St. George's mother was from Martinique. It's a black woman from Martinique. So, the final picture that I'd like to show you is really, I have to take you back to maybe 291, somewhere around there with Numidia and with Carthage. There's a story that hasn't been told about the kingdoms of Numidia, because that's another kingdom that many people are not aware of. Numidia, N-U-M-I-D-I-A, Numidia. And one of the themes of today's presentation that I want to give to you right now is this. Along with all the economics and all the other things we're talking about, family, we must stop fighting amongst ourselves.
That's right.
That's the first step to our liberation. We have got to, once and for all, bury Willie Lynch. Because the reason why Hannibal lost, which is not discussed, because I know it's kind of hard for us to talk about these things. The reason why Hannibal lost was because Numidia, an African nation, sided with the Romans. Now, why did Numidia side with the Romans? Because the Carthaginians were mistreating the Numidians. And so what did they do? They do what they always do. They took advantage of the dissension between the two groups. They divided and they conquered. And that's how Rome won. That's the only way Rome won. When I look at our history from Kamene to the Punic Wars, to the Moors, the reason why the Moors fell in Granada was because we were fighting amongst ourselves. Even to this very day, they can get folk to stand up and say just about anything. Can I tell you something? Because I know. When I was teaching summer school to my 8th grade, this was in the 2000s, I used to use a book during summer school. It was called Gifted Hands. It was written by probably one of the foremost neurosurgeons in the world.
Ben Carson.
Dr. Ben Carson. What a phenomenal genius. Wow. The operations and the techniques that he applied had never been known. It was almost like the way Beethoven played the piano was the way Ben Carson performed surgery. I have to thank Ben Carson, not just for his genius in neurosurgery, not just because of the life he led as a doctor, but because of the lesson I learned over the past year and a half of observing him. And here's the lesson that I learned. Don't cross lanes. Stay in your lane.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Stay in your, that's not to say that people cannot be geniuses in many lanes. But when you get into another lane and you realize that you're not successful, get back in your lane quick. I learned that, you know. I'm into education. I believe I flourish in education. I believe that is where I'm passionate. This is where my gift is. This is what I feel. I think you can feel my feelings just by what I'm doing. I love this. With our children, with our community, I just vibe on this. Dr. John Henry Clark years ago wished on me. He said, I'm going to wish on you what I'm about to tell you about me. He said, I am doing what I was born to do. That is the greatest thing in the world, to become an elder and to know that you're doing what you were born to do. The saddest thing is to become an elder and wish you had done something else. It haunts you. It becomes a cloud over your head every day. It infiltrates your dreams when you wish you were doing something else. Dr. Ben Carson taught me a fundamental lesson, that the greatest genius in one area can become an absolute fool in another when you are not ready to be in that lane. And to me, it becomes important for us all to understand, what lane are we in? Where's your lane? Where's your gift? Where's your passion? Where is it that you love to do? What is it that if you could do it for free, you would do it? Because people say, well, how do I find my passion? Well, think about what you would do for free. Because there's a chance that if you would do it for free, you do it because you love it. And because you love it, you're going to do it well. And because you do it well, someone else will pay you for doing it so well. And so in our educational system, we have to assist our children in finding that gift that the Creator has given them. There's a gift that each and every one of us has. And other people may have the same gift, but only you can do it the way the Creator gave it to you to do. So there's no competition, there's no envy, there's no anger. In fact, I promote you in what you do. If it's in my lane, I promote you because as you move forward, I move forward with you. By the nature of a community effect. So I'm not threatened by a better teacher. I realize I can learn from that better teacher. I want to be around you. I want to learn from you. And so we all rise as we support each other rising. Because you see, the moon don't have no shine. The moon has light. And the moonlight is sunshine. And so everybody's not going to be the sun every day. Some of us have to be the moon. But if we position ourselves well in the presence of the sun, we will get some light. And so I've often celebrated that concept that I may be the sun today, but you may be the sun tomorrow. Let me shine on you, on your moonlight, so that you'll shine on me tomorrow, so I can create my moonlight. That is how African, that is what the communiversity is about. It is the community's universe, city. That's what it means. The community's universe, city. All of us together make things happen. And so here you have Numidia, who is going to support the northern Germanic tribes that are going to come down, that we call, who we call the Romans. They're going to, the Romans are going to come down and come upon an African people known as the Etruscans. They're going to defeat the Etruscans. They're going to take over this area that is around 7 mountains known as the Latiums, and that is where the word Latin comes from, Latium. So, that is the geography. Now, this is a workbook that I've developed. Is the Panther Princess. Bastet. Basically, what I want to show you is that this is a timeline of the Moors in Spain. You're basically going to deal with 3 different dynasties over from 710 to 1492. The first dynasty is going to be called the Umayyad or the Abbasid. Is going to exist from 710 to 1086 AD. This dynasty will exist for approximately 376 years. The next is going to be the Almoravid. The Almoravid is going to exist from 1086 AD until 1194, which is 108 years. Now you already see that the Umayyad Abbasid is older than the United States of America. You're going to move into the next one from 1194 until 1492. You're going to have the Almohade dynasty. Now this Almohade is going to get caught up in fighting amongst themselves. And that is what's going to bring them down with Boabdil on January 2nd, 1492. Because Castile and Aragon, Isabella and Ferdinand didn't have much going for them at all. In fact, a lot of people believe, in fact, there's a book by Stanley Lane Poole, The Moors in Spain. Well, he also wrote a book called The Moors After Spain. And he said Europe was never the same after the Moors were expelled. And they have been on decline ever since, you know. The only thing that saved them was black folk being enslaved. That's the only thing that saved what we call Eurasian civilization. Even the Chinese are in trouble. Chinese are in a lot of trouble. Lung cancer. See, before Crack Donald and Marlboro cigarettes and everything got into China, they were riding around on bicycles. They were eating green things. Now all of a sudden, they're eating the foods that's killing them. So don't worry about China. And Japan has a very serious problem. Japan has a very serious problem with population. Because one of the things that happened after World War II in Japan was the fact that Japan said, we'll never let this happen to us again. So the intelligentsia dedicated themselves to raising Japan to the level that it is today. But in so doing, they did not get married and have children. And the ones that did have children today are so caught up in their civilization and their culture, they're not getting married. So there is a literal, they are losing populations in Japan by millions of people every year. In fact, it's so bad in Japan that elders actually, they have hiring companies that actually will rent out families to older Japanese people. You can rent a family for the weekend. I'm telling you the truth. I saw an article on TV where they would, not that it was true, but I'm just telling you what I saw. This man was saying that he was too busy to have a family. But now that he looks back on his life, he wish he had a family. So the closest thing he can come to it is to rent this family of mother, father, and 2 children where they come to live with him for a while. That's Japan. See, but nobody tells us these things. Because they always show us Japan is the leading country in this, and it's not like that. It's not like that at all. In fact, if you look at what North Korea is doing over there, you'll see they're not threatened by Japan or China at all. Look at what they're doing over there. The man saying, yeah, watch this. Boom. Whoa, wow. He said, okay, now what you gonna do? He said, okay, now I'm gonna do a land to missile, a land to air, and then a water to air. And guess what? The other day, what did they do? They did an underground explosion. And it registered like as close to an earthquake. Because North Korea said, well, what you gonna do? That is why Trump said that's their problem.
You don't want to do it.
Yeah, well, not only that, but he knows that there are things that he knows about what's going on over there. Don't you love Trump? You don't love Trump? Trump is my man. Come on, look. You could bring Khalid Muhammad back. You could bring Elijah Muhammad back. You could bring Malcolm back. You could bring all the Black Panthers, all the Deacons of Defense, and none of them could have done in a year and a half what Trump has done to the Republican Party. He has done in a little over he has destroyed the Republican Party. They're sitting there in jitters. They don't know what to do. And the worse he gets, the more these crazy people love him. Watch him. Okay? Watch him. Trump is something else. But you know something? He is the signature of white supremacy at its best. Everything come out, it's right there. He said, I don't care who you are. If you don't look like me, in fact, if you ain't me, I don't like you. I love me. I don't care nothing about y'all. He destroyed Bush. He destroyed them all. He made Rudolph Giuliani look like a lap dog. He made Chris Christie, big mouth Chris Christie. He carrying his bags. He said, come here, boy. Think about what I'm saying, family. Look at it. See, I like to look at things from a different perspective. When we talk about the box, I like to look at things from a different perspective to give us another view towards what we're actually looking at. We are looking at rigor mortis setting in. But family, if we're not ready to do something, it doesn't make a difference what happens to them. If we don't have our economic system in place, if we don't have our educational system in place, if we don't have our political system in place, our legal system in place, say what you want about Saddam Hussein, but he kept them crazy people in line. once he was gone, all the crazies went wild. So we need white supremacy around for a little while longer. Because at least it keeps things in order and arrangement. I know you may not like what I'm saying. Look at it from a strategic point of view. If white folk go down, what are we going to do? Where are our businesses? Where are our schools? That's it. So we have got to get ourselves together while this rigor mortis is setting in, so that when this body dies and we bury it, we'll be able to do something. But we have to understand our history. We have to understand what we've done. This is at a time when black men and women ruled the world. We didn't ask nobody permission for nothing. We had our own books, our own universities, our own ways of bartering, of buying things. We had our own way of raising our children. Wasn't no children going to come up in our face and talk about, shut up, shut up. We know what we have to do for our children. We brothers know what we need. We were young brothers once. We know. We know by matter of degree what we have to do with our young brothers who are out here. We know what we have to do with street organizations. The street organizations are the gangs, if you want to call them that, are the most perfect family that exists. Everything that we as a family have not done for our children, the gang does. Gang leaders say, you hungry? I got you. You like these sneakers? Yeah, take them. I got your back. Anybody mess with you, you let me know. That's what a father's supposed to tell his son. Somebody mess with you, I got you. But where are our fathers? I'm not into nation building. I'm into empire building. Nations rise and fall. Empires last forever. Nations are built on people. Empires are built on families. Empires ain't built on baby daddies. We as brothers got to get a commitment to our sisters. We have got to step with them and let them understand that this is my son or this is my daughter. I am going to be here with you and for them. And as a kindergarten teacher, I can't tell you how many of my 5-year-olds and 4-year-olds said to me, you look like my daddy. I wish you were my daddy. Can I call you daddy? You know what my answer was? I am your daddy. For as long as you're in my presence, I am your daddy. And that is the African tradition. Every adult male in the community was Baba, and every adult female was Mama. We know how to do it. And you know, godmothers. We have 20 godmothers. That's it. And we could find a meal in somebody's house. That's the way it was.
I grew up in it.
Yes. Yes. This is when we ruled the world. We didn't ask anybody for anything because ain't nobody had anything we wanted. In fact, they were asking us for everything. Come on. We know this. Here is the map of what we call Al-Andalusia. What's important about this map is Africans that came up into Europe, eventually they would come back down for a lot of different reasons. They would come back down and they would live in this territory here. They call it Al-Andalusia. And Al-Andalusia was bounded in the north. This is Portugal here. It was bounded by what's called the Sierra de Guadarrama, the Guadarrama Mountains. It's a mountain range. And it went straight over here, and it was bounded in the east by what's known as the Ebro River. Okay? And it came down from this area here, which would be Coimbra in Portugal, down, and it would follow along the coast. That would eventually become Moorish Spain, or Al-Andalusia, just to give you a sense of what geographically this area looks like. there's a story I tell about the geography. Here's the resource guide, and I'll move through this. But basically, Napoleon commented that Africa begins at the Pyrenees, which is the mountains that separate France from Spain. I talk about the three Moorish dynastic leaders 7 years after the capture of Gibraltar, which is known as Gebel Tariq, which is the mountain of Tariq. Tariq is going to be the invader at 7-Eleven that goes in. And the origin of the word Moor basically means black. And so that's why the concept of Moor is important to understand in what we call the Roman languages. And you have to include Romania in the Roman languages. Derivatives of the word Mora, Moreno, Moricao, Morio, Mora, all in these languages mean black, somehow mean black, Mora. And so the early Moors are going to be the Garamantes. That's going to be that North African group of people. But because of time, and please, those who have their finger on the time, Minister Brown, please let me know about my time. Because I don't want to get too deep inside of something, and so please let me know what my time looks like, Minister Brown.
Keep going.
Okay. So we talk about things, but I talk about the dynasties. Okay. But what I really want to get you to understand is that women in Moorish Spain, the role of women, enjoyed more societal freedoms than in any part of the Islamic world. Please remember that you have two different types of Muslims at this time. You have the Eurasian Muslim and you have the African Muslim. The African Muslim is the originalist. And the Eurasian is the one that adapted to the precepts of what later would become what we call the Quran, or the Holy Quran. One of the big battles that took place in Spain was the relationship between Muslim men. Because the Eurasian men were trying to get African Muslim women to be under control. And one of the things they used to say to the African Muslims, you know, you really got to get your woman in line. You say, oh yeah? You tell them that. You know, because brothers know sisters, okay? You tell Miriam that. Don't come to me and tell me that. Sister already told me what to do with myself if I even think about that. In fact, if I thought that, I'd have to wake up and apologize. I say that in jest, but the African tradition clearly has the male and female as balanced. That is the principle of marriage. That is something that we are suffering from as a people today. Men don't know the full potential of women, and women are not exercising their full potential because of that nature.
Say that again, brother.
And I'll tell you, you know, when sisters, you know, sisters from my experience, and brothers, I'm real proud. See, this is where my presentation splits. Up until now, all the brothers were with me. This is where some of the brothers are going to get tight-jawed with me, but bear with me, brothers, because I'm proud to be a man, and I understand my role as a man. But one of the things that liberated me, along with knowing my history, was understanding the role of women. And that liberated me as a man, because I understood the fact that everything that I may not be able to do, sisters do very well. And when we work together in balance and respect, you see, black folk don't live like this. We don't think like this. This is one of our mental issues, because we have people of other cultures telling us that we got to get our women in line. No, forget that. Forget that. Because you see, grandmothers give children what's known as them cast iron pots. Okay, in fact, I gave my daughter, both my daughters, cast iron pots. And I explained to them that I am your father, and I never put my hands on you. And if another man does, you have my permission to let him go to sleep. And you see this iron pot that I just bought? Wake him up.
To put them back to sleep. But there are also brothers that have high regard and respect for sisters also. And so I want to be as balanced with this as possible, because one of the things that I'm noticing in the world that we're living in is the idea of a woman getting paid less than a man simply because she's a woman. That's unheard of in African thought. We get cognitive dissonance when we start thinking like that. That's what makes us freak out. Because we can't conceptualize the inferiority of a woman because we love our mother so much. We love Lucille.
That's right.
And that was because Lucille what? Worshipped the ground that her son walked on. Janet, my mother, she was my Hatshepsut. Okay, I came from a womb that understood the balance. And so, by way of example, our mothers have been there for us, male and female. And for our brothers, you see, what you're listening to in rap, that's not the black community. That's white supremacy's perception of what they view. Because they're warped. They can't put it in their music, so they put it in ours. Because the first person that should pay the European male back for being terrorized should be his woman. Because he learned how to do to us what he did to us by doing it to his woman in the ice in Europe long before he came upon a black woman. In fact, when he met the black woman, what did he call her? My mammy. That was his mother. Because in his mind, that was his view. Psychologically, family, we have to begin to, we need counseling. We need counseling. Joy Degree is right. Reparations, the root word of reparations is repair. We have to repair what's been done to us. And I think that we need, brothers, we need to get into a room. No sisters are allowed. Brothers, we all need to get into a room and have one big cry. I'm talking about that ugly in the face cry. That's why sisters can't be there. Because we got to get ugly in the face. You know when you cry and you get ugly? See, if I'm ugly and you ugly, we don't mind being ugly together. But when the sister's there, we're going to try to play off like we got that. But we do need counseling.
That's right.
We never had counseling. I know that as an educator in the Board of Education, when an incident occurred in a school, child got stabbed, incident occurred in the school, the psychologist, the school counselors, representatives of the superintendent's office would flock into that school and talk to the children, counsel them through that process. Now that's only one event that happened. What about us? After 400, 500 years, who counseled us out of our pain? Out of our trauma? Who counseled us out of that? I am amazed at how great we are without the counsel. We all should be stark raving mad or dead, considering what we've been through. But we're here. Powerful. So while there's a reason for us to have this feeling of being without a mother, well, look at what we did even with our mother. Half an hour? Okay, 4:30. Something I want to show you in terms of education. This was the curriculum. I've studied the curriculum close up in these subject areas. And I've attempted to develop a curriculum for our people based on this. When you look at the way in which they taught almost like the way an infant comes into existence. They taught almost like the way in which the creation story in the Shabbat Stone, how the universe came into existence. They taught sequentially
so that they build. I'll give you an example. The first thing that children learn in school basically is number sense. Okay? They learn by tally marks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They count up to 10. And then what happens is that from counting tally marks, they're then given symbols so that you don't have to do like 3 tally marks. There's one symbol for the letter 3. And for the 7, instead of doing 7 tally marks, there's a symbol for 7. From that point, you start to manipulate those symbols. We call it addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. All of those are related, by the way. Addition and subtraction is related, multiplication and division is related, and the way you know that is that if you did a multiplication chart, if you turned it sideways, it would be division. Same thing with addition and subtraction. They're all related. Okay? And so you learn 1 plus 1 equals 2. Now, when you get into your first year of high school and you learn algebra, what you are then introduced to is you're introduced to the same question, but you're searching for the unknown. So they take 1 out and put a symbol in. So instead of 1 plus 1 equals 2, 1 plus x equals 2. And then you got to solve for x. Now here's the balance. Algebra is ma'at. It's balance. The equal sign. Whether you're dealing with quadratic equations or whatever kind of equations you're dealing with balance. Because think about this. The law of reciprocity of ma'at. What goes around comes around. What you do on one side of the equal sign, you got to do on the other side. So if you got addition, you got to subtract. So you subtract, and then eventually x, you bring the 1 around. In bringing the positive 1 around, it becomes a negative 1. You subtract the 1 from the 2, and x equals 1. Sociologically now, I could teach a lesson on searching for the unknown and searching for the spirit within. So all of our subject areas are tied together because our ancestors didn't teach in subjects. The reason why we teach in subjects is to make money. They taught what we call the 7 liberal arts. They had the trivium and they had the quadrivium. This is what the Moors brought into Europe. This is what the Greeks learned from the Kemites. The trivium is grammar, logic, dialectic. Dialectic is the art of persuasion. Grammar is the art of organizing your writing. Logic is the art of thinking. The quadrivium is arithmetic and music, geometry and astronomy. All of the subject areas are infused in those 7 subject areas. If I had time, I would take you through I don't want to call it simple, but when I present it to you, I get a lot of aha moments. I hear in the group, aha, that's what we call aha moment. Because it's so out there in front of you. It's so there for you to see. But if no one ever fixes your eyes on something, you don't see it. I always say, once it reaches me, can't pass me. And that's how our ancestors taught. That's why they were able to do the great works that they were able to do, because they knew how to connect the neurons in the brain. We don't teach to connect neurons. The way we teach, when you take a standardized test, there's 2 ways you can pass. When you know the right answer and when you know all the wrong answers. You want to pass the test? Vocabulary. Because even if you don't know the answer, if you know the meaning of the word, you can answer the question. Every test is a reading test. I used to work with Sylvans, Kaplans, until they figured out what I was doing. See, I'm the spook who sat by the classroom door. And I used to watch these people. You know, I say, man, these people are something else. I think that Eurasians are a group of the most ignorant people that have ever lived in history. And I don't say that. Remember, the word ignorance is, I do not mean to not know. Ignorance is when you ignore what you should know. ignorance. There are some of them that know the truth, but they're so scared. And they should be. Because if I were them, I would do the same thing. We need to educate our own children. That's our bottom line. That's my bottom line. In algebra, you have variables. You see, when you blame somebody for the condition you find yourself in, now I understand what they did, but I'm not blaming them anymore for the condition I find myself in. Because if you blame someone else for the condition you find yourself in, you give them the power to take you out of that problem, but you also give them the power to keep you in. Mm-hmm. But when you take full responsibility for the conditions that you find yourself in, and you don't blame nobody else for what condition you're in, you can, by any means necessary, do what you need to do. So when I'm doing my presentations and there are people who may not agree with me, I'm being euphemistic here, they don't agree with me, I tell them, but you ain't got nothing to say. Because did you hear me blame you? I ain't blame you. And in algebra, the only way you'll solve your problems is if you use the variables in your problem, in your challenge, to come to your answer. White folk ain't a variable in my problem. And once we take full responsibility for this, and a way to do that is to go into your pocket and get $18. Because when you can pay for your liberation, they have to shut their mouth. But as long as we have to be writing these grants, and as long as we have to eat the king's meat, you're going to have to dance to the king's tune. And that's just how it goes. You can try to be slick, and I'm going to be slick, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. Oh yeah, but they slick too. Mm-hmm. We have to finance our liberation. And I know people say that money is the root of all evil. But guess what? Money is also the root of our emancipation and liberation. And yes, you know, a tool and a weapon is the same thing. It's going to how you use it. So, in these subject areas, what you're looking at is the way in which they taught. Now, let's look at the universities that were set up in Europe. All these universities. Look at these universities here. Maurice Andalus created these in Europe. In Bologna, Italy, 1158. Montpellier in 1180. Oxford in 1200. We're also proud to go to Oxford. We say we went to Oxford. I'm a Rhodes scholar. We don't know who Rhodes is, but that's okay. That's another day. Cambridge, 1257. So proud. Went to Cambridge. We don't even know we built it.
Wow.
And some of them from when Holland and the British switched. In other words, this New York, what we call New York, was called New Amsterdam, right? And in South America, there was a country that we had, and somewhere in the 1700s, we switched. The British got New Amsterdam, and the Dutch got what was held by the British that we today call Suriname. There was a switch. So then New Amsterdam became New York, named after the Duke of York. British from Cambridge University and Oxford University came, and in a place that the Dutch called Haarlem, they built a university. And they called it, after their king, they called it King's College. Now, we're so proud to say we graduated from Columbia University, but we don't know we built it. Now, we're illiterate. We taught them how to read and write, how to calculate, and we're illiterate? No. If we are illiterate, it's because we go to schools that we call the boards of miseducation. Because their purpose is to miseducate our children.
And it has to make sense. Why would they come in 3-hour trip or 2-hour trip from a way out in their community where they pay all sorts of money that they make from teaching our children? They make all sorts of money to keep their children in the private schools in their neighborhood. They're going to come into our community, and I'm supposed to believe that you're going to educate my child better than your child's being educated. You spend all that money. I would imagine you are purposely miseducating them so my child can't compete with yours. That makes a lot of sense to me. Now, what's the reality? The reality is that we're not going to do this overnight. Many of our parents are going to keep our children in boards of education. They're going to keep them in charter schools. That's going to be our reality. But remember Sylvans? Remember the commercial where the boy slides the skateboard across the kitchen floor? And the mother says, I told you, don't skateboard in the house. And the little boy says, well, look. And on it is a report card. And the mother says, oh, you got A's. Oh my goodness, you were doing so bad before, now you're getting A's. I knew it was a great idea to send you to Sylvan. Now, Sylvans meets the child 3 times a week, 2 hours a day. I've watched what they do. They model what the Nation of Islam did with drug abusers. What was the success of the Nation of Islam was that if you joined the Nation of Islam and you were into drugs or whatever, you were assigned somebody that used to be your coach. And every time you were about to slip back into something, your coach would be saying, come on, man, you know you can do this. Come on now, you can do this. And if you can get through 2 minutes of that twinge of wanting a drug, if you can get over that hump, you can go until the next time. And that coach was there to get you through. So personal time is very important to the learner. And what Sylvan does, it gives you a personal learner that takes you through the process. Now, if we were here at the Brooklyn Christian Center, we could set up our own after-school program. So what I'm saying is our children still can go to the public school system in the reality of mom having to work, but after that so-called day, they would come to us for them to learn their history, their culture, the role of melanin, the role of the Shabbat Stone and the Dogon, and all the other subjects that they need to learn. How to take that old foolish test. Because you know, they came after me for a while because I was teaching how to pass this test. This test is not hard. It's not hard at all to pass a standardized test. In fact, it's quite simple if you just apply yourself to the rules of the game. So, we created those schools. And then I want to take you to the end of Moorish rule. By 1492, the Moors had lost all of Spain except the kingdom of Granada. And eventually the Moorish king Abu Abdallah, or who's also known as Boabdil, finally surrendered. The Moors lingered in Spain for a little more than a century. Many of them still remained, but by August, the Jews were expelled. The Sephardim were expelled. And then they went on a rampage of, even to this day, they have the Day of the Bonfire in Spain, where they took all of the African books and burnt them because they said they were works of the devil. And while they were doing that in Spain, in America, the same Spaniards were burning the books of the Maya and the Olmecas, calling them works of the devil. But what I'd like to do now, and then of course, Catholic Spain compelled Spaniards to destroy many of the manuscripts. And so when everybody says to me, well, how can you prove it? I say, you burned it. What I'd like to do now is just show you the depth of spirituality, and then I want to show you some black folk in Europe. Of course, I was interested in becoming a priest. I grew up Roman Catholic. Oh yeah, I wanted to be a priest. I was a choir boy, altar boy. Whew. I could sing in Latin, talk in Latin. I spoke better Latin than the priest. Yes, I did, I'll admit it. I was downstairs in the church doing some work, and I came upon a book that spoke about the particular priesthood, the sect that I wanted to join. And it spoke about this particular sect protected the statue of Our Lady of Czestochowa in Poland from the Nazis. And in parentheses it said, Black Madonna and Child.
At the time, I had met Professor Clark when I was 12 and a half, and through the years, I had made contact. I was about 14 at this time, and I reached out to Dr. Clark and I asked him, I said, you know, Dr. Clark, I came upon this thing about a Black Madonna and Child. Now, for those of you who know Professor Clark and have spoken to him, you know that at some point in time, there'd be silence in his voice, and you could almost hear the smirk on his face. And he used to have that twisted smile, that smirk. I learned what it was after a while because I saw him do it enough times. But he said, why don't you come up here sometime and we'll talk about it. So the next opportunity that I had to visit the brother, he gave me a Xerox copy, which I still have somewhere in my storage, of an essay called The Boy Who Painted Christ Black. And I read that, and I called Dr. Clark. He said, come on up, we'll talk about it. And I, after the conversation, this, by the way, is the picture of Our Lady of Cheslakova. And long story short, after he told me what I needed to know, I packed up my surplice and my cassock and all the other ornaments of the Catholic Church. And my mother went out and bought a brand new bag, because that's how my mama was. If you're going to give it back, you're going to give it back in class. So I went and I put it, and my supervising priest said, Booker, I think the church is losing you. And I said, Father, the church has lost me. I put that down and never went back again. Now, okay, that's good. Yeah. But I tell you that story because this is the Our Lady of Cheslakova, because I came to realize exactly who all this was about. I was 14 years old, sophomore in high school. I was shocked. Because I never saw no one look like that. I didn't even see the picture. It was just in parentheses. Black Madonna and Child. I had never heard that term before. Please, my sister.
You should have been in Chicago with us when we were demonstrating Gage Park, and you never give Gage Park this.
Okay.
And we went into Gage Park, we had the Hungarians and the Polish.
Mm.
And they were out waving that Black Madonna.
Yes.
Angry and screaming. And
yes, yes.
Somebody said, look at her. Look at her.
Yes.
Tears.
Yes. Yeah. Once it reaches, you can't pass you. It's in front of you all the time. When Pope John Paul went back to Poland, he kissed her feet. This is who they looked at, but hold on. This is Poland. Now let me show you what they look like in Europe. That's who they worship in Europe. That comes directly from Aset and Heru in the Osirian drama. Look at them, they're all black. In Italian, he's called the little black bambino.
But you know what they said? They said that there was a fire and all those
yes.
And that smoke that made of light.
Absolutely, but isn't it interesting how particular that fire was? You know, he made her face black. What about the halo? What about the clothing? What about the crown? What about the jewels?
What about this?
That's it. That's it. That's it. I have a new word for that kind of thinking. I call it Trumpism. Please, brother.
These pictures, and he said that it was made out of bronze. That's why.
Yes, yes.
Right, was made out of bronze.
Yes. It's absolutely amazing. Now, what I'd just like to wind down with us. Well, first, let's look here. Here is a picture of Chevalier Saint George. That's Chevalier Saint George. Okay, now, just to give you a concept of it, what I'd like to do is just, what I'll do is this, I'll just show you this. Just keep in mind, this is Chevalier Saint George. This is Alexandre Dumas. This is the father, Thomas Dumas. Okay, General Alexander Dumas. This is a silhouette of Ludwig van Beethoven. Now, when you're looking at Ludwig van Beethoven, look at his hair, for one thing, but also he has a prognostic jaw. They have created, in order to figure out the deepest sense of a person's closeness to Africa, African people have what's called a prognostic jaw. P-R-O-G-N-A-T-H-I-C, prognostic or prognostis, jaw. They have what's called a craniometric machine. You can put a skull in a craniometric machine and it will measure the jaw. A jaw that measures 81, now you're on a 90-degree angle, a jaw that measures 81 degrees, up to 81 degrees, that's the prognostic. In other words, your nose bridge is parallel to your jaw. When you go from 81 to 90 degrees, it's called orthognathic, which means that your jaw starts to recede. Okay? When you get beyond 90 degrees, it's called a hypognathic jaw. See, we're dealing with science. That's why they don't invite me places, because I don't get emotional. This is science. Let's put your skull in a craniometric machine. He has a prognostic jaw. But let's move on. I want to show you some more pictures. This is Beethoven in his 30th year. Okay? See, visuals. Create the visual in your mind you'll never forget. Look at him here. You can tell where his hair is headed, right?
Back home, but it's already gone.
Yeah, it blends in the black background. See, here he is. Very dark. That's what his mask looked like, his death mask looked like. Check out his brow ridge, his nasal index. And see, these are African traits. The brow ridge, the nasal index. See, here's the prognostic. Up in here, look at the puff in his lip. See, you don't go by the thinness of the lip. You go by the mouth. Because you can have thick lips and a small, you can have thick lips and a small mouth. And you can have a big mouth and very thin lips. In fact, Eurasians have to be careful when they compare us to gorillas. Because gorillas have lips just like theirs. And also, if you shaved a gorilla, he'd be closer to Rush Limbaugh than to a person of African descent. Okay, now here is George Bridgetower, who was the mentee of Beethoven. And if you want more information on these people, go to World's Great Men of Color by J.A. Rogers. They have essays on these individuals. But he was an African. Okay. And just a final picture I want to show you of, that's what Alexander Dumas looked like. Now that brother got an afro up on him, don't he? Look at him. He was called a romancer. He was a lover, so to speak. His son, Alexander Dumas III, revolutionized playwriting in France. So all three of the Dumas were geniuses in France. Now, what I'd like to do is this was an essay. I know my brother Big Man and Yusuf and my brother Muhammad remember back in the 1920s, in the year 2000, we started a 3-part series on the Crusades. And these were my notes for the Crusades. Don't have time to go through them, but I just wanted to let you know that the Moors are the reason why the Crusades took place. Because when Africans brought all the great things into Europe, they created a situation that the Europeans wanted, so they backtracked on all the roads and highways and byways that Africans went into Europe. Europeans took them back out, and that would lead to October of 1492 and the coming of Columbus. And so it's interesting that we are the reason in many ways why we're in the position that we're in today, because we introduced them to us. And they couldn't get enough of us. And if you watch them today, they still can't get enough of us. And one of the things that I just want to talk to you about, I have my DVDs that I brought with me dealing with the Crusades, and I brought some DVDs dealing with melanin. I've got a number of DVDs. But also, I came upon a sister about 2 years ago that was explaining to me that I was missing a large group of people by only doing DVDs. And so she encouraged me to start writing. And so I wrote my first book on William Leo Hansberry. Now, to know William Leo Hansberry was the first person of African descent to create an African studies program in an accredited college. He started the first African studies program at Howard University in 1923. The book that I wrote, I call a libation, an intellectual libation, because I'm in the process of writing a series of books now. This is where my life has taken me, into writing books, beginning to write down some of my experiences. But I felt I needed to do a libation. I need to pay homage to the man that pretty much brought all of this information that we're seeking, the ways in which we develop it, all came out of his model of developing the first Black Studies program. This man went through a lot in his lifetime, as we all go through. But he had an extraordinary career, and he reinvigorated my work, because I came to realize that I don't have a right to complain. Considering what those that came before us did to get us to where we are, the stories that they could tell about what they did, what they didn't do, what they lost, what they gained. A lot of stuff is going on, and our children don't know this. And we've got to start our own educational system. And we have to start our own economic system. We have to buy black but sell to anybody. That should be our money. Because that's what they do, buy black but sell to anybody. And we have got to develop, because without economic freedom, we don't have intellectual freedom. But we also have to develop a military force that's going to protect us. So don't lose sight of that, because at one time we had everything, and somehow they came on us and they grabbed it. So we got to make sure that that never happens again. And so we have got to begin to look at this, and we have to go back into our history, and we have to understand what we've done and what we have yet to do. And we're going to do it. Right. And I'm just very happy to be back here, and I'm glad that Minister Brown invited me, because he and I go back a ways in terms of the work that we did. In fact, I posted something up online that you had done in your studio one time. I have my t-shirt on. And that was done on cassette. In fact, Minister Brown, I remember we were on 125th Street one time. And he had filmed a couple of things that I, wherever it may have been. And I remember he said to me, what did you think about that? And I said, what? He said, the cassette. I said, well, I never saw it. He said, what? Well, why did you watch it? I said, because I don't have a video cassette machine. He looked at me. He said, wait a minute. Folk are doing all this taping of you, and you don't have a video cassette machine to watch yourself? I said, no, I don't. He went in the back of his car, pulled one out, and gave it to me. That's the first time I ever saw myself on video cassette. That video cassette now is on DVD. It's now on internet. And my brother Yusuf back there, Brother Yusuf, another great brother. He was a brother that used to bring me over to African Echoes. I didn't even have a car. Brother used to come pick me up and take me over to African Echoes in Newark, New Jersey, St. Rocco's. A long line of hard work. When Brother Minister talked about 40 years, I can't even compare to how many years you've been doing this. Many, many years. Yes, okay. Yeah.
We need a Minister Brown Center so that he can show us what he is. So that we have, it's good to have the discourse in the community university, but if we don't take advantage of the people who have done that hard work, that is going to be like Langston's work and everybody else's work, we're going to be looking for the pieces. And if indeed we should lose him, and I hope we won't, but we need to set up an institute that is the Minister Brown Institute.
Absolutely. He probably has the largest collection. I remember I saw when the Nubian, when the Southwest African, the German flag came down,
yes,
and the Namibian flag went up. He's got that on tape.
I was there.
He was there. He taped it. You know, if you go online and see they came before Columbus, that's his tape. I was there.
Right.
We have this history. We can do this. That's what I really want us to walk away with. But if we walk through those doors, out the way we came in, not doing something, we wasted our time here today.
That's right.
We really did. I don't do concerts. I want to do work. I want to roll back my sleeves and assist our community and homeschoolers in developing that educational institution. I want to develop it. We did it before, we can do it again. We did it before white folk didn't exist on the planet. We did it. We built the first schools. We built the first economic system. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you don't have to go back to Kemet for a classical African civilization. You can go back to the plantation. That was a classical African civilization. The civil rights movement was a classical African civilization. We had our pharaohs. And we had our freedom schools. Right in this room, you are classical Africans. You don't always have to go back to Egypt because remember, you are the best of the best. You have the DNA of the pyramid builders, you have the DNA of the plantation dwellers, you have the DNA of those who lived in projects, and you are the future who are going to march into the promised land. But you got to feel it and you got to know it, but to do it, you got to do something. You got to do something, family. We can't talk about this no more. We got to do it for our children, our young ones, and for the ones yet born. We got to get so tired of what we're experiencing. If you want to march, march to the nearest black-owned business. March to the brother with the books back there. You want to march to the black business. Okay? I'm not into boycotting white business. I'm into buying out black business. I want to make it so that the vendors along Fulton and along, well, Harriet Tubman, I should say, and all along the streets that are selling their wares, I want them to have to go home early because they ain't got nothing else to sell. We bought it all. We need to put 10%. If you give 10% to the church, you can give 10% to our small black businesses. Take 10% of your net, not your gross, your net, 10%, and locate a black business that you want to spend your money with every month, and then build from there. When you do that, you'll change the structure of what we're facing. You'll change it just by that. You don't have to march on the right side, don't stop traffic, just march to the nearest black store. We can do this. Hotep family.
Brother Hiawatha.
You know, we're caught up in a mind game. And as long as they have us reactionary, we can never be proactionary.
Yes.
Listen,
It wouldn't have made a difference if Hillary Clinton became the president.
Nope.
It wouldn't have made a difference to me if Barack Obama had been given a third term. It wouldn't have made a difference to me who is in the presidency. If we're on our A game doing what we're supposed to do, and this is what I say to us as a people. Harriet Tubman is my hero.
She's mine too. Yes.
I pray to sister every morning that I get up. And this is what I say. Do you think that Harriet Tubman ever worried about who was president of the United States
not at
when
all.
she was on the Underground Railroad?
Not at all.
Do you ever think she ever thought that somebody in the White House was going to make her job a little bit easier? Then that's what I say to us. That's how I think. It doesn't make a difference who's there. I'm going to do this. This is my thing. My question is, what is your thing? What is your contribution? And have no fear for atomic energy, because atomic energy is them. As you can see, there's explosions all over the place. And I'm saying, have no fear for that, because they're tumbling out of control, as you can see.
Absolutely.
They're tumbling out of control.
Yep.
And it took a little bit of while, but Marcus Garvey told us this.
Yes.
That's right.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad told us this. Malcolm taught us that chickens are going to come home to roost. So it's been happening, because from 1492 on, whenever you set up anything, and this is why we have to be careful, not to start to act like them.
Yeah.
That becomes very important, because when you start acting like those who did to you, when you start feeling the way they feel, then you begin to be entrapped in the same problem that they're entrapped in. Okay, somebody throws you in a pit, you can spend your time complaining about who threw you in the pit, or you can spend your time climbing out of the pit.
Right.
And I'd rather spend my energy getting out of the pit than getting caught up cursing the person that threw me in. And when I get back up on ground, when I get something beautiful and glorious as a civilization that they were building, and then they were cold cop, we call it cold cop, when someone hits you without you being aware, okay, and threw us in a pit. But we were heading somewhere, they weren't.
They still ain't.
And there's still none. Because they're still tripping over the same thing. If we as a human, I get into a lot of cosmology and astronomy and things like that, and I wonder sometimes if a force from another galaxy came down and observed us, watched how we're acting. I'm talking about we as human beings on the planet. If they, let's say our civilization goes back millions of years, but let's say that their existence goes back 200 million years. Let's say that they are on the higher levels of consciousness. And they come down and they look at us and how we're acting. And they're saying, but they're all the same people. There's only one race of them out there. But they're fighting each other like there are differences really amongst them where it's only superficial. Because if you were to roll back this skin, we all look alike. They have a advertisement somewhere where you see two hands that are holding their skeletal hands, but as it comes up, you can see the arms, and one of them is a person of pigmentation, and another is of less pigmentation, a person of European descent. So what the advertisement is saying is that, when you get to the skeleton, we all look alike. And I would even dare say when you get beyond the epidermis, we all look alike. Yet we're conducting ourselves like there's actually, like I tell folk, there's no such thing as a interracial marriage. Because there's only one race.
Right.
So to have a concept of an interracial marriage means that there's more than one race that's inter. You can have an intraracial and an intercultural relationship. And when we talk about the Moors, I'm going to say some things that might make us feel a little bit uncomfortable. But the reality of it is that if we are going to look at this and do what we have to do, we have to be very honest with ourselves. And look at it for real clear. But the questions that you ask is probably one of the most important questions as it relates to how we talk to our children. Because so many of my children that I've had throughout my career ask me the same question. Because when you're talking about how wonderful Africa has been and all that it's done, when you talk about its military might, its Nubian warriors, they say, but we was all that. How did we get like this? And the bottom line to all this is we fight amongst ourselves. Everywhere that I see our history, from Kemet to the Moors, to the plantation, to the election of 2016, we fight amongst ourselves. We are a personality-oriented people, and as opposed to an issue-oriented people. I work with people who can't stand me. And honestly, I don't care for them. But it wasn't about our feelings towards each other. It was about the job that we had to get done. That's it. There were times I had to take directions from them, and I obeyed them. There were times I had to give directions to them, and they obeyed me, because whatever we felt towards each other, we were able to leave that at the door before we came in. And we became issue-oriented. We fight amongst ourselves. You see, and here's why. Dr. Edwin Nichols, brilliant scholar, talks about the two major things that drive the human, okay, is the need to survive and the need to thrive. Survive and thrive. There is one thing that Eurasians have that is very powerful and has come into existence because of their existence. They have a keen sense of survival. We lack that because we have always been around. And we also know that we will always survive. We may be living in hell during the survival, but we know we'll always be around. If we go, everybody goes.
That's right. That's right.
Ain't nobody going. Right. We and the cockroaches are here to stay. You see, they have not. This up, but the idea is that we have to begin to understand where we are as a people, and we have to come together and begin to develop an understanding of what it is that we have to. And we'll keep talking about this as we go on, because we're going to Egypt. Had done all the footwork first. So Dr. Van Sertima knew where to take us. To Palenque, to see those stone heads, to museums, to Alexander von Wuteno's studio.
That's right. Where
he chronicled over 60,000 artifacts that demonstrated the African presence in America. Because it's not just the stone heads and the pyramids that you should focus on. It's the little things that are day-by-day things that show you where Africans were. Vessels that they used, goblets that they drank from, incense burners that they may have had. These are all evidences of a people that are living there. Okay, the idea of having like certain shells or bones of animals that you're only going to find in Africa, like hippopotamus. You know, when they make something out of hippopotamus bone, well, there are no hippopotami in America. So you have to ask yourself, well, where did that bone come from? Right. And when it's chiseled into a pipe or into something, you have to figure that they purposely carved it from that bone, and they had to have known the bone and been familiar with the bone to do what they did. So these are the psychological concepts that we have to bring into our thinking, so that when we're standing up and talking to people, that they don't give you the okie doke. And that's why, you know, like I tell folk that I'm not invited to many things. The last thing I was invited to was at the Hall of Science. And in the Hall of Science, I did something on the Shabbat Stone, which is the African coming into being of the universe. And I was dropping all this information down. I was showing them all these books. I was showing them all these other kind of things, which may be a later presentation series we can do. But it took me 3 months to get paid.
Wow.
I guess I should have known they weren't going to invite me back no time soon. But when you approach things scientifically is what I'm really getting at. Not anger, not emotion. This is science. They don't want you around. Because if they can get you angry, then you're in their ballpark. And they will win through that anger and through that emotion. But when you apply passion to science, and you can demonstrate, as we will go through this series, and one of the first things that I wanted to do I need to talk into the microphone?
No, I'm good. You good?
Yeah, we're good.
We good.
But if you need to.
Everybody back here can hear?
But basically, is that this piece that I shared with you, this is the syllabus, this is the outline for the class. And basically, the description is Africans in medieval Europe will include, this class will include the exploration of concepts in African and European civilizations. Presentations will include the research on settlements and subsequent movement of African people into southern Spain in 710. To their defeat of the last recorded African ruler Boabdil in Granada in Spain on January 2nd, 1492. And then class 6 will examine the lasting impact Africans had on Europe and the expansion of Moorish culture. We'll look at people such as Alexander Dumas, the grandfather, the father, and the grandson. We'll look at people such as Alexander Pushkin, Beethoven, George Bridgetower, who was a mentee, who was a student of Ludwig van Beethoven. So we're going to look at the lasting impact that Africans had on Europe. And so the book list I've given you, The Golden Age of the Moor and the African Presence Early Europe. Now, as you're reading them, what you're going to see is that in terms of the reading, I've put in abbreviation APEE, which means the African Presence in Early Europe. So you'll know what book I'm referencing. GAM is The Golden Age of the Moor. And then the initials in front of the essay tells you what essay you should read for that particular piece. So today's class is going to be race and origins in early Europe. But the question becomes, how did human life originate in Africa and migrate to Europe? The reason why I put questions or statements, you could have a class statement or a class question, is because as an educator, I want you to know what I'm hoping you can answer. And if I do this class and you do the reading and you can't answer that question, then there's somewhere that we have to catch up, where we have to figure out what do we have to do in order for you to be able to answer that question. So at the end of this class, for me it's important that you understand basically how did human life originate in Africa? Because we say it. But what were the reasons for it? Scientifically, geographically, historically, where's the evidence of it? And again, you know, I'm hoping that when you look up here and you see me, I want you to see you. Because I'm charging you with going back into your community. Go into your homes, into your friends' homes, and to the things that you do, and share this information. Of course, to the people that want to hear it. Because, you know, it's a lonely world when you know the truth, you know. Common sense ain't that common anymore. And so then the second class is something that I'm going to combine the ancient Mediterranean Isles and mainland Greece, but I also want to show you a part of North Africa. I want to go into the kingdoms of Carthage and Numidia in North Africa. Because when you understand what was happening, give or take about 200-300 BC in North Africa, when you understand things dealing with the Phoenicians, see, these are all missing parts of history that we don't get in touch with, so there are always lingering questions that are asked that we can't answer, not because the answers aren't there, but because it's called episodic history. Episodic history is when you take episodes in history and you study them. But when you study it in continuity, in relationship to each other, then every step you take knowing the step you took before. And so that's why we start with the origin of life in Africa. You can't understand the Moors if you don't understand how life originated in Africa. Because a lot of what they're going to accomplish are going to come directly out of all of the different kingdoms and nations that came from the very beginning of time. So I want you to not only understand, you see, there is no such thing as Greece. When people are saying Greek civilization did this and did that, they were not calling themselves Greeks. It didn't exist. It's an illusion that they've created that's become a reality when they say Greece. You're talking about a Mediterranean basin. You're talking about parts of Italy and Greece, Sardinia. You're talking about the islands of Crete. Okay, you're coming up around the west coast of Turkey, which in the ancient world was called Anatolia. You're coming around Turkey, and you're coming into the northern part of Africa, what today is called Israel. Yesterday it was called Cana. Okay? We get lost in that. It comes into North Africa, and then it comes around. There's a basin. If you just look at the Mediterranean Sea, look at all the land that's on the coast, all around that was all Cushite. That was all African. And then you have Europeans coming down in waves from the northern part of the world, having experienced the Ice Age, and they're coming down and they're mingling with these people. Long before the Romans were in Italy, they were the Etruscans. The Etruscans are black. Okay, and these Europeans are going to inhabit these mountainous areas known as Latium. And out of Latium is going to come the word Latin. But these are Germanic people. These are people coming from Germany, Norway, Sweden, coming from the northern region. They have been impacted by the Ice Age. They're going to come down into this region and they're going to meet black people. And people such as Iamblichus and Pythagoras is going to be told by the Cushites there, look, you're pretty slick, you're pretty smart, but if you want to get smarter, you got to go to Egypt. Because that's where the fountain of knowledge and wisdom is. And so Pythagoras is going to go there. But then they're going to let him into school for 22 years. They say, you're not ready. And his name wasn't Pythagoras, it was Pythagora. But again, that's all that we do that becomes an illusion in our understanding. And it comes down to language again. Always comes down to language. And that's why the brother's book is so important, to understand how language is framed. What is an adjective? What is an adverb? Because when you understand that, you have to understand that there's no, amen doesn't mean so be it. It can't mean it. Because so be it is a sentence. It be so. You've got a subject, a verb, and an adverb. It be so. So then you go back into the Latin language, and you look up the verbs, you look up the language, and you come to realize, well, it can't mean it be so. It be so in Latin doesn't mean amen. But then when you go to amen, what do? You go back to Kamene, and amen means the hidden waters, the hidden fertile waters. That's part of the Shabbat Stone. This is our history. But we have to approach it in a way that we get the paralysis out of the analysis, and so that we can get this done, we can understand this and teach our children so that they can take their rightful place. Because this ain't just about knowing this. This is dead history if you just want to know it. When you see what the Moors did in science and in education, that's what I want to do. I want to go back to those days. You talk about make America great again? I want to make America Moorish again. So that's what we'll do class 2. Class 3, we're going to get right into the Moorish dynasties and Al-Andalus. Al-Andalus. And the question becomes, who are the Moors? Where did the Moors come from? And then we also will look at, that's the prehistory. We'll look at who they were as a people, known as the ancient Moors were known as the Garamantes. Garamantes, Garamantes. And that essay that I shared with you, the African heritage / ethno-history of the Moors, for class 3 is going to give you a good sense of who these individuals were, who these human beings were. That's actually going. Garamantes, Mantes, Garamantes. There's a wonderful sister did a wonderful, Dana Reynolds, did a phenomenal essay talking about these people and what they did. These are going to be the people who are going to travel the Nile, the Happy Valley, and are going to people the Happy Valley, and going to find themselves in this part of the world, and then they'll be sweeping over into the West, and they will become the future West Africans, people that we know today as the Ifa and the Dogon, the Tukulor, the Bambara, the Senegalese. These are all the people that are going to flow over, coming up the Nile Valley, and then going west and peopling Africa. There's a chapter, I didn't put it here, but there's a chapter in Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop's book, Myth or Reality, chapter 10. It's called The Peopling of West Africa from the Nile Valley, where he, in fact, I'm going to show you a map of how it happened. But that's going to be class 3. That's March 18th. April 15th, we're going to do a combined class on the African education in Moorish Spain. You know, to understand what Africans did going into Europe, where there were no libraries. There were no educational institutions. Kings and queens lived in barns with the animals. Hence we have the chicken pox and the German measles. Africans went up in there and said, yo, listen.
We have the expert here right now.
Oh, phenomenal.
We have the expert.
Say, listen, y'all gotta create a place for them cows and them animals. And so they created what's known in Ethiopia is called corral, K-R-A-L. It's now it's a corral, where you corral your animal. You don't let them in and up out of your house. They out there, you in here. Okay? Separate yourselves.
They still doing it.
Well, that's but yes, still.
They still doing it. Can't help you.
Still, but you see, this is a manner of, and again, they are products of their environment. You know, and you know, we laugh, and there's points of humor, but you can only be as great as your environment. And so when you're living in a very hostile environment, everything that has warm blood will make you warm, so you will hug up on that lamb or the sheep or the dog, because that will give off heat. So that it's important to understand that you are a product of your environment. If your environment, your nature around you is angry and hostile, jealous and envy, then your God is going to be angry and jealous and envious, and will punish you for the slightest thing. But if you're living in a wonderful tropical climate where the nature around you will supply you with your food, then you're willing to share your food, because you know the Creator, for you giving that mango to someone else, the Creator is probably going to give you 3 mangoes and probably do something real nice wherever He dropped that mango seed. So you create your psychology around your environment. And so in a very warm tropical climate, you have a very loving, a very giving, a very trusting, which brother goes back to something that he asked about, how do we get here? Because when they came upon us, we sort of kind of thought they were like us. That, yeah, okay, I'll share this with you, but we didn't realize that for every 3 mangoes that they did, they were in the back of their mind saying, we definitely have to refrigerate this, and we're going to take them all. We're going to take the whole tree. The African concept is that you eat what you're hungry for.
Right.
Native Americans never hunted for sport. They hunted for life. So if one bison or one buffalo would feed them, would clothe them, would create bandages, then that's what they did. They didn't have an idea of putting the bison's head up on their wall to prove that, look what I killed. It's a whole different psychology. And that's who we're dealing with now. You're dealing with a people who killed for sport, who hurt for enjoyment. And so, class 4 will also go into more science. We're going to talk about science and the science that they brought in. There's really a great article in the Golden Age of the Moor, Cairo Science Academy of the Middle Ages. And there's another one that Dr. Van Sertima wrote. It's called The Egyptian Precursor to Greek and Arab science. Really good piece of writing. Class number 5, May 20th, we're going to look at the music of the Moors and the role that the Moors played with music. The first musical conservatory was brought into Europe by Moors.
Yep.
Classical. All of that. What Africans did is that they took the xylophone, the kalimba, which is the finger piano, and the harp. What they did is turn the harp sideways, encase it in wood, and practice the kalimba, and that became the piano. Well, nobody in Europe playing piano in 400 AD. It did not exist. And the music that they did play came from the harp, which was introduced to them through Africa. People say, every time you talk, you just, it's all about Africa. Well, yeah, it is. It is. And if you had any sense, you'd know you're African too. So it's not like I'm saying something about you that is not part of your historical knowledge. It's that you have separated yourself from the human family. Dr. Jacob Carruthers calls it the philosophy of alienation, where the Western civilization has separated themselves from nature. They see themselves as something other than in nature. So therefore, they are in battle with nature. Whereas when you deal with the African concept, we are nature. So that the idea is that you don't battle something that you are, you just find a way to manipulate and take it to the highest level. So you become one with nature. Michael Jordan, what allowed him to go up so high and stay up so long was he became nature. And who's to tell gravity what gravity can do? You see, and when you get to such a point, such a passion in what you do, you can almost become one with that thing that you're doing. So it makes it seem easy when you see our dancers and our singers and the way they just get up into all these different types. You wonder, what a phenomenal way that they dance. But actually, they become one with nature. They become part of the air. So when you see Michael Jackson, or you see Chris Brown, or you see any of the dancers, they don't say, or any of them doing what they're doing. What they're actually doing is that they're allowing their molecules to become part of the air around them, and that's what allows them to do what they do. And I'm saying to us that we can do the same thing in the classroom and do that with our brain. It's not just about sports and entertainment. While that is a wonderful way, and is a wonderful way that we've expressed ourselves, but the same thing that made the Williams sisters do what they did, and Tiger Woods do what he did, and Jackie Robinson do what he did, is the same thing that can allow our young scholars to do what they need to do in their classrooms. We just got to apply the neuromelanin to our thinking process and go back to thinking the way African people thought, because we're not thinking like our ancestors thought. And that becomes a very serious challenge. But you can't blame us. We're worried about paying our rent. We're worried about putting food on our table. We're worried about, is my grandbaby safe in the street? And when you're living under those conditions psychologically, your neurons are not allowed to connect the way they do when you don't ever have to worry about where your next meal is coming from, because you know you're going to eat. Somebody going to feed you, if not you. You're not worried about where you're going to sleep tonight. You're not worried about someone taking your home from you, because in African communities, these were no issues. So their neurons were allowed to connect in ways that were phenomenal, which allowed them to think on levels that we can't, as long as we're being blocked by our everyday struggle for life and fear about who's in the White House. Have no fear for atomic energy. Don't worry about that. Let that handle itself. The question is, you do you. You push on with what you're doing. Is there a musical legacy in Europe? You know what you do sometime? Take Beethoven. Take any of Beethoven's pieces, Für Elise or Moonlight Sonata, and then play something by Thelonious Monk or Oscar Peterson. Play them simultaneous, and you'll see how similar they are. In fact, they accused Beethoven of doing to music back in the 1700s, what they accused Thelonious Monk of doing and Oscar Peterson doing to jazz in the 20th century. They said, you're sensualizing it. You see, and that's what, when you play and you go off into another world. You know, we'll tell the story about Beethoven and how he did what he did. But improvise. Improvise is something that is spiritual. It has nothing to do with the notes on the page. In fact, you use the notes on the page like a meditator uses a mantra. A mantra is meant to take you someplace. The notes on the page are only written because the people who wrote them are afraid they'll forget them. But Thelonious Monk never played the same piece twice. He always did it different. And he had to, because that was his thing. That was his flavor. If you notice, all of us, we do the same exact thing. I could give 20 young brothers a hat in this room, and every one of them would wear it different. Some would turn it this way, some would turn it backwards, some would put it on the back of their head, some would leave the label on, some would crush it and put it on, because that's our flavor. And that's something that they don't like. That's why they banned, you know, people from doing like Bolt. You know, they banned him from going like that, because they knew that when he went like that, that gave him power. He wasn't trying to say he was better than everybody else. He was just saying, I'm good. And we have never had a problem with that. And we have never had a problem admiring people who are like that. In fact, that's part of our problem. Because some of us admire the wrong people. But the idea is, that's our flavor. That's who we are. Celebrate that. Okay? Brothers and sisters now, I notice, we're bringing, and I don't even know what natural means. Because, you know, like, what's the other thing? You know, people say, well, that's, her hair's natural. Well, European women don't do nothing to their hair. They don't call that natural. You know, in the summertime, you know, they have a word for kinky. It's called frizzy. They have frizz control. No, it's kink control. Because even European hair goes very curly in the hot weather. They're having a bad hair day. No, you're having a very good hair day. You just are living in a bad world and you don't realize. So, that last class on June 17th is going to wrap all this up. And we'll start looking at some things that deal with it. The other screen is on back there?
Yes.
Beautiful. Oh, wow, we got it down. Family, we're going to have a good time.
I know.
We're going to have a very good time.
Yes, we are.
Okay. This is mine.
What?
This is mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. It works. Okay, what I want to do, I don't want to play around too much with this.
You okay? You all right? You sitting comfortable?
Oh, no. Everything is all right. Way to understand how human life came to our planet if we don't understand the cosmos. I always begin my classes with the cosmos. But because of time and because of what I'd have to do, I'm going to leave that piece alone for now. And that deals with the Shabbat Stone. But what I want to do is I want to talk about astronomers, astrophysicists say that our universe, our cosmic universe has existed basically for 12 million years. 12 billion years.
12 billion years?
12 billion years. And that when you break it down into a calendar form, what we're saying is that the cosmic year, if you broke it down into 12 months, and every month was 1 billion years, our Earth would not exist until September 14th. Now that becomes very important because to Africans, we have always been around. Science says that energy cannot be created or destroyed. So therefore, the essence of who we are, this is the African philosophy, this comes out of Shabbat Stone. The essence of who we are has always been around and will always be around. That there is no such thing as afterlife. It's just another version of your eternal life. And it's like living in a temple. They call it, you know, what we call the temple of eternity, where it's like you're in the house, but you're going through different rooms. And the doorway of what we call life is a doorway that you come out of the cosmos and you cross through that doorway, which is conception, when mommy and daddy were together and they created you. That conception was the doorway. The moment you were conceived, you were in the other room.
Wow.
Okay, and you started walking through that room.
Yes.
And that's your life.
Yes.
And then you get to the next room. That doorway is what we call death. After death, you then move on into the next room. So there's no afterlife. There's no before life. There's just eternal life and various phases and versions of that life. Please.
I say this, what do it mean in terms like, you've seen something like, say we're in this room right now.
Yes.
And it's like, I've seen this before, but.
Yes.
Can you say that it was another time or another
Deja
door?
vu, so to speak?
Yeah, but that's like what you're saying, like we're going to another door another time, or maybe, I mean, could that be something to say? I mean, like.
Well, let me say it like this. Let's say you wrote a book, and then you read the book, and then all of a sudden you came upon a thing. You say, "Wow, I remember this."
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you should. You wrote it.
Okay.
So what deja vu? Okay. One of our challenges. Now, please feel free to ask any question. You know, it's cool because I want this to be interactive. This is no like lecture and then question and answer period. So feel free to engage. When you are, we as a human family have potential. We have been put upon by a people who don't have the potential of the original human beings. They have been impacted by an ice age, which has calcified their pineal gland, which is the seat of their spirituality. And they live in 3 dimensions: height, width, and depth. Everything they judge is height, width, and depth. The original human beings lived in 6 dimensions. They had the height, width, and depth, but height, width, and depth led them to space and time. A space-time continuum. Space is geography, where you are. Time is history, when you are. In my research, to me, this is a Kaba thought. It is possible to have a space-time continuum where there is no place and there is no time, there is just you existing. So therefore, your deja vu concept is merely a manifestation of what you've always been. Something happened.
No, it's back. It's
Oh,
back.
back. Okay.
Oh, wait. It's when you're moving.
Is that me?
It's
Short.
Okay.
Each and every one of us is light. And the 6th dimension is gravity, which holds us to where we are. Gravity is a curve in space. So that deja vu is a very possible experience because you've already been there. The past, the present, and the future is all the same time. You're right in the same time. But you have to understand and know it. And as Africans, we understood this and we celebrated it. We're living in a world that if you told that to somebody, like, see, like I don't talk like that around a lot of people. Like it's going, like I'm in some group. I never ask people, "Did you hear that?" Because I hear things they don't hear.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I got heavy dosages of melanin in my inner ear.
Okay, good.
And then I don't say, "Did you see that?" No, you don't tell them that. Because then you crazy. No, I'm not crazy. It's just that I got a lot of melanin in my eyes. I see things they don't see. And I know we get all caught up in wanting to, show people how great we are, and I'm with that. But there are some people, they ain't ready for that. But your melanin, which is another concept that we need to study, plays a very important part in this.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Make sense?
Make a lot of sense.
Does
A lot of sense.
Does that, like, I notice a lot sometimes, and this is since I was a little girl, I would dream something, and then it happens.
Yeah.
Like, I'll give you a quick example. I was working at the Renaissance Hotel here, and I dreamt that the girl came to me and told me that she was promoted. So I do this a lot. I went to her and I said, "Oh my gosh, congratulations." And she's looking at me like, "What are you talking about?" So she pulled me to the side and she's like, "Veronica, what are you talking about?" I said, "Didn't you just get promoted to lead officer or whatever it was at that time?" She was just like, "But I didn't tell anybody that."
Wow.
See? I didn't tell any. I said, "Are you sure?" I said, "I know you told me this." She's like, "No." She's like, "I've been gone for 2 weeks. I actually found out maybe 2 or 3 days ago." And this has been since I've been a little girl.
When you look at science and you look at neuroscience and you look at neurons and neuromelanin, the question becomes, what part of your dream is not your waking state, and what part of your waking state isn't your dream?
See, that scares me. Right.
You see, we're living in a world that it should scare you. But if you were in an African world, it would invigorate you. It would excite you. It would prepare you for whatever's going to happen. But we're living in a world that they're not prepared for us. They're not prepared for this because remember their experiences has really been in the ice, and a lot of their spiritual dimensions has been dulled by that, and they lost their gravity, they lost their light, and they lost their time-space continuum, and now they can only deal with depth and height. We as African people, what we're going through and what our children are going through is like whales living in goldfish bowls. It's smothering us. It's not giving us the oxygen that we need. And this is what we suffer from. And out of this comes why we would shoot each other, and why we would kill each other, why we would murder each other, why we would commit suicide, why we as men and women cannot get along, why we disrespect each other. All of that comes from this smothering of the truest sense of our spiritual abilities and who we are as a people. So what's important about this? A couple things. Number one is that the earth did not exist until September 4th. Now, if that be true, it means that we actually existed for a very long time. However, we had not come to this part of this existence yet. Our earth, Kemites call Geb, came into existence what would be 8.5 billion years after the first Big Bang. Okay? Now, with that, and oh, by the way, human beings as we know them, we have to break down to the month of December because everything is happening so quickly. Human ancestors living in Africa would not have appeared until December 30th. Think of a whole year. Human beings did not come into existence until what we call the Myocene Period, 14 to 25 million years ago, which would have been the 30th. We went through the age of the fishes, age of the mammals, age of the reptiles. Now, the pyramid builders, the people who started to bury their dead, the people who started making jewelry, the people who started doing great things, would not start doing that until the last 10 seconds of the last minute of the last hour of the last day. So you see how I'm trying to show you how expansive this existence is before we even start talking about life coming out of Africa. So we have to get into astronomy, which is where so many of our scholars have said we've got to go before we can even talk about who we are today. You know when that ball is on New Year's Eve, when the ball is up there and it starts to come down, that's when human consciousness came to the earth. The last 10 seconds of the last minute of the last hour of the last day. That's who the pyramid builders were.
Wow. Wow.
That's who the people, and there were no Europeans on the planet at this time. It was only African people at this time. Can you imagine that? See that this is where I want to take you before we go where we need to get. To go back this far and to look at walking through what I call corrective history, or history that has a continuity to it, not an episodic history. Not taking episodes out and examining them, but follow each one to see how this came into existence. So here, you're going to have the human being coming into existence in Africa. But now what is very important to understand is that you have something that when there was a war between the water and the earth, when the earth came into existence, it was a gaseous ball. And it being a gaseous ball, in the interstellar cooling of the area that the earth was in after being thrown from the sun, it was the third planet from the sun, and it was a gaseous ball, but it cooled down. And what happened in the core of the earth, it started to harden, which we call the core. In this core, and in this area, in its cooling of the heat, it's going to have eruptions, volcanoes, earthquakes, and it's going to spew out from the core these physical, let's call it land. But then the water is going to take it over again. There's going to be another one going to come up. The water is going to take it over again. But there's one that's going to come up. The hill is going to rise up out of the water and it's going to stay above the water. That's Pangaea. That's the hill, the original hill. Ptah. That's exactly who Ptah is. The original hill that came up out of the waters of Nun. Okay, now you're going to have it up here, right? And the water's not going to be able to take it. But the reason why Africa becomes so important is because at the tip of the hill, at the top of the hill, in the middle of the hill, that is going to receive most of the light and heat energy of the sun longer than any other part, any other continent, is going to be Africa. And it's going to be the Great Lakes region. It's going to be the countries that we today call Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Congo, and Southern Africa. That's going to be the tip of the hill. That's why life is going to come from there. Okay, now mind you, we're not talking about complexion. We're not talking about pigmentation. This is science. And the sunlight is going to hit this area. Look at Pangaea. Here's another version of Pangaea as it relates to the continents and countries of today. You see South America? Over here, the United States, there's Mexico, here's Africa, okay, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Spain, this is the Pangaea. And in the middle of this, right here, that's the top of the hill. That's the top of the hill that's going to receive direct and powerful light and heat energy. Every animal that exists on the planet has its origins there. Every fish, every fowl, every plant has its origins there. It's not that there are different variations of that plant. Even the dog, there's a wild dog in Africa that is the first dog on the planet. They say, you're always talking about Africa. Well, that's all there is to talk about.
renaissance, how big it was.
How?
How big Africa was when it's
Oh, yeah.
condensed like that, because the map that they use,
Yes.
it makes it look so small.
Yes. Have you ever seen the Peters projection map before?
No.
Okay, that's what.
That's what.
This map right here, the Peters projection map, I introduced to my district in the Bronx, and it just, because the map we use is called the Mercator map. Mercator map, mercantilism came from the mercantor. This map was created by a man by the name of Arnold Peters, who was a cartographer. Map. He took the pictures taken from outer space. So this actually, the Mercator map is done by calculations. The Peters projection map is photographs. This is what the continents look like.
Wow.
Peters projection map. You can go to Friendship Press and you can order yours. Or I think they might be able to order them here. But this is the Peters projection map. And you can see Africa is much more elongated. It's much bigger. Brazil is much bigger. Australia is much bigger. India is much bigger. Europe is much smaller.
Right.
Okay? Just for you to see how big Africa actually is. Okay? Now, as we move through this, what I want to do is I want to talk to you about the basis for what I want to present on. And it's called the scientific method. And this becomes very important to me because I don't want to get caught up in emotion, or I don't want to get caught up in saying things that are grandiose without being able to go through a process of helping us understand. I'm going to give you my short version of what the scientific method is. However, the reason why I show you this is to show you that through the work of Dr. Theophilio Benga, that the scientific method came from the walls of Kemet. And in the papyri written, the Akhmose, which is the Rhine papyrus, and the Moscow papyrus is where the source of what I'm about to talk to you comes from. The scientific method was carved and written in the writings of our ancestors. It didn't happen through Western Asia. It happened in Africa. And on the left side of what I'm going to show you is the Kemetic legacy, and on the right-hand side is where the Greeks did their thing, which comes down to us. The first step in the scientific method is to identify and state the problem and pose the question. That's why after every class I pose the question. What is it that I want you to get? And to our ancestors they called it the Annunciation. This is the science. Now this we teach in schools. This is the scientific method. Step number 2 of the scientific method is to gather information and find the facts from the question that you posed. You'll see here on the left-hand side is the Medunetta, and on the right-hand side is the Greek. And in Medunetta, Dr. Theophilio Benga says, it's called the setting out, the position of the problem. The third step is, after you've gathered your information and after you've posed your question, you now state a hypothesis. You clearly state what you expect to find out from what the facts tell you and the question that you posed. Our ancestors called it the definition or the specification. The fourth step is to design an experiment that you derive from your hypothesis. You design an experiment to test your hypothesis, to test it, to see if it's real. And that's what I try to do, constantly. because I want to know the truth. Not what I hope to be the truth. If it's not, it's not. I can deal with that. Now, the fifth step is a combination in terms of what we teach. But the fifth step, you make observations from your experiment, you record your data, you organize it, and you analyze it. Now, this is all about the Moors. This scientific method I'm telling you now is dealing with the Moors, but specifically in this class, it's dealing with the role that Africa played in the development of human life. That was my question. How did it happen? And we're going to go through my experiment. And I'm going to show you how life came from Africa. Because the final step is called the conclusion. And at the end, I think it will be real clear that life as we know it today came from Africa. And every human being on the planet is an African. Make no difference if you are from Albania, or Scotland, or England, or Germany, or Native American. You're an African. Period. So there is no such thing as an illegal alien. And it's according to who you ask in California who the real illegal alien is. Because remember, California used to be called Mexico. Oh, that's history. That's not personal. And I just wonder, that wall that they want to build, if the Native American had built a wall along the eastern coast, we'd be in a lot better position today. They talk about make America great again. They said to me, what date would you go to if you wanted to go to make America great? I told them I would go to August 1492. That's when you make America great again, before y'all came here. Okay.
So that scientific method is in the book? That the one you had on the screen?
This right here?
Yeah. Is that in the book?
Well, that is my well, see, I write curriculum.
Oh, you got it.
And so what you'll notice is that this is cut and paste. You see, I come from generation cut and paste. Cut and paste in my generation means scissors and glue. So what I did is that I went into today's science book. This is all science today. This is what we teach in the 5th and 6th grade about the scientific method.
It's been a while, but I remember.
Yeah, it's what we teach, right? But I said, okay, let's take what they got, and now let's go to Dr. Deovalio Benga's work, and let's look at what the Kemites were saying. Okay? And then I said, okay, I'm going to cut and paste. So on the left side, I cut out all of the Kemetic, and on the right side, I had all the Greek. And so what I actually did was type all this out, and then cut and paste this information. You see? Now, what if you're interested, I can put together a packet for you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. As we go through this, write down some things that you'd like me to make copies of.
Okay.
And for whatever nominal fee, I'll just make packets for you. Now, when you look at the story itself, there's a book by Ma'at Monjes. It's a book on Kush, where she talks about it's called Nubia, the Jewel of Kush, something like that. But it's a book on Kush, and she says the great civilization of Kemet, ancient Egypt, will remain a mystery until the people and land of Kush, Nubia or Sudan, Ethiopia, Puanit, or today's Somalia, are geographically and culturally enjoined and rejoined to the people of the land of Egypt. What educators do today is it's called beheading Africa. And they use the Sahara as the cutoff point. That's why you hear a lot of people say south of the Sahara. Because they're trying to disconnect North Africa from Africa. And so what's important as we go through this, that we look at it through African eyes. Okay?
Yeah.
This is the Peters projection map that I showed you. And you can see the one on top, that is the Mercator map. And the one on the right is the Peters projection map. There is a big difference. And the Peters projection map it's called fidelity. Fidelity is how accurate something is. The Peters projection map is has far more fidelity than the Mercator. Mercator was made on mathematical calculations by Africans, by the way. Africans created the Mercator map. The map they use comes from a much more ancient map that came from Africa, but Europeans were exposed to these maps through the Moors. And that's why Portugal and Spain are the first on the waters, because they're the ones where the Moors are coming out. And the great majority of people on those ships of the Spanish and the Portuguese were black. In fact, there was one ship that was, I forget, it was the Pinta Santa Maria or whatever, but there was one of them that was owned and operated by two brothers, Pinzon brothers. They were Moors. They were African people. Moors came to America with Cristobal Colon. There's a man by the name of Richard Haklut, H-A-K-L-U-Y-T. H-A-K-L-U-Y-T. He wrote the Chronicles. And in the Chronicles, he records that Christopher Columbus says he met Africans returning to Africa when he was coming to America.
Say the name again.
Haklut, Richard Haklut, H-A-K-L-U-Y-T. See, my thing is, you don't have to believe a word I say. That's it. My thing is not to make you believe me, it's just to make you think. And realize that when someone tells a perfect lie, the truth is unbelievable. We are experiencing something that is just so untrue, and it doesn't allow us to be who we were meant to be, because we don't know who we are. Now, I spoke to you before about the center of that hill. This is the Rift Valley. The Rift Valley is a deep crevice in the earth. That inside the Rift Valley is the Happy Valley, or the Nile Valley. Inside the Nile Valley is the Nile River, or the Happy River. The Rift Valley starts in Mozambique and travels right up through the east coast of Africa into what under the Red Sea and into what we today call Israel. And this is the road that the human family is going to take to people the planet. It's a natural road and a natural waterway. I need to right here is you're looking at the whole map of Africa and the cutout part of what this became. Okay, so this is the Rift Valley that goes straight up. Goes straight up. And it empties into the Red Sea and goes into Israel, or Palestine, or Canaan. Here's the Great Lakes region, the area that we spoke about where the human family was born. This is where the human family is born. Okay? Here is another view of the Peters projection map and Africa. Now, Africans being born in this area, they're going to start to travel. They're going to start to travel north, and they're going to start to travel south. As they travel north, they're going to veer off west. And this, by Dr. Diop, is the route that the original Africans took to people the African planet before they people the world. Okay? Now, remember the Rift Valley, remember the Hapi or the Nile Valley, remember the Nile River. This becomes the movement of African peoples. From that part that I just showed you, coming straight on up. I'm going to show you this now, but I'll show it to you again later in another class. But this is the Kushite kingdom. When we talk about Kush, this is Kush. Taking in parts of northern Kenya, going up through Ethiopia, Somalia, Djibouti, Eritrea, into Sudan, and then into the southern part of Kemet or Egypt, probably as far as Aswan. That's where the level of technology is going to take its place, and these are the Kushites that are going to eventually move into Kemet and create the first dynasty. Another map of Kush and Kemet, looking at the Hapi Valley. But what it is that it's turned around the way it should be looking, because we look at the world from a northern perspective. We look at the world like we're going down south, up north. To Kemites, they went down north and up south because of the flow of the river. The Hapi River flows from south to north. A river that has its origin south of the equator flows from south to north. If the origin of the river, like the Mississippi River, is north of the equator, it flows from north to south. And you talk about your directions at basically as it relates to the flow of the river. So we say we're going down south because you're going down the river, because the river is flowing down south. But in Kemet, it flows down north. And up south.
Wow. So what's up is not down?
No. It's according to your view.
Okay. Yeah.
Your perspective. We're living in someone else's worldview. So you can't help but look at stuff that way. What other way is there to look at it? You know? And this is what we actually face on a consistent level. And most of the decisions that we make. And like Dr. Diop says, that if you want to oppress a people, there are three things you take from them. You take their history, their language, and their psychological factor, which is your values, your interests, and your principles. And then you superimpose your history, your language, your values, interests, and principles on them. So that no matter what decision you may come to, it will never be in your best interest.
That's right.
Because it's not wrapped up in your history, your language, your values, interests, or principles. So folk can feel very comfortable living in the Thomas Jefferson houses. Where you live? Yo, I live in George Washington, or I live in the Morrisania section of the Bronx. Not knowing that Gouverneur Morris came from Barbados with over 300 Africans and settled the Morrisania section of the Bronx and built the Morrisania section of the Bronx.
Wow.
That's why it's called Morris Park.
Wow.
We're very, but I don't blame us. What else do we have? When someone tells a perfect lie, the truth is unbelievable. Please, my sister.
Is there any indication from your research that people who oriented themselves so closely with the cosmos and with the rising and setting of the sun, that they ever oriented north to the east?
I would say, I'm going to be careful to answer that question, because direction really is arbitrary. North, south, east, and west is really voluntary. Okay? Because when we look up, we say, I'm going up to heaven. Okay? But when Chinese people do that, they say, I'm going up to heaven. Well, that's below us. When you get off the planet, there's no such thing as up and down, north and south. So that the orientations would have been on stars that had an impact on the earth. For instance, the three pyramids, the entrance is on the north. And when all three of those pyramids, Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure, all three of those entranceways, if you had a telescope looking through from inside the pyramid up into the heavens, they all zero right in on the North Star.
There was something on top of the pyramids before. It's like
Pyramidion.
Okay, there was something there to like. I guess it was like a gleam. Or
It was black. It was a black pyramidion.
Okay.
That drew and captured light and heat energy from the sun. Because a lot of people believe that the pyramids really are nuclear reactors. The pyramids are as deep as they are tall. The pyramids are about 300 something feet deep. They're 481.4 feet high off the earth, but you also go under, and the way in which it's transfigured, the way in which the underground looks, it looks like a thermonuclear reactor.
So what is it? Because I always get confused with this. It's a lot of people who, like, when I do my research, sometimes I see that they say the pyramids were gateways to other dimensions. And then that gets debunked by something else. So it's like I question everything.
Yes.
I question every single thing. So this leads me to believe when they remove the pyramidiums off of the top, do you think that could possibly be like the Africans use that to travel?
I want to be careful answering that because there's so much more research we have to do.
Okay.
And also, I believe that our ancestors could travel without using physical means.
Oh yeah. I'm glad you said that.
I believe that the mind has the ability to do a lot of phenomenal things.
Yes.
But we are so damaging ourselves.
Oh.
Again, we're six-dimensional people living in a three-dimensional world. And if you don't step up out of that time-space consortium, that time-space ability, continuity, to realize that everything that was yesterday is today and is tomorrow, and that you can experience it all at one moment. If we don't realize that we are all light, that's why we got to be careful with light complexion, dark complexion, because it's not about that. It's about being pigmented or being less pigmented. It's not about being light complexion. There is no such thing as light complexion or dark complexion. That doesn't exist. Complexion is not an entity that can be light or dark. That has nothing to do with it. Complexion doesn't exist. You're talking about your epidermis. Either it's pigmented or it's not. Period. So when you say light complexion, dark complexion, black and white, then you say that was a black day in America. Well, what are our children to think when they say that I'm a black child? If the black day was a bad day, then a black child must be a bad child. And if white has the concept, but there are no white people, you ain't white. You're not pigmented. That's what it is.
Language.
Yes, it goes back to language and your perception of language. And that's why they take it from you to oppress you. Because once they can make you think in another person's perceptual view, then you can see this. Yet the whole while they're telling you that they really honor you in so many different ways. They tell you all the time. When someone is tan, they say, "Oh, don't you look healthy?" And then you say, "Well, you look a little pale. I've been sick these past couple of days." What are they saying? And we're listening to this, but because we have interpreted our world from their worldview, we don't really see that they really love to be us and hate that we are.
Some of us want to be them.
Yes, but that is because, again, that goes from the worldview of seeing, but you know something? I see beauty in everything. And I'm not getting caught up in that vampire's bite.
Right.
I judge people by your spirit. I judge people by the content of your character. Because that's what's important to me. Yes, I. Yes, I. Because there's only one love. That's what they say. See, but we're getting caught up in something. We're getting caught up. And because we're angry and because we're upset and because of all that they do, we want to get them back. But in getting them back, we're not doing what we have to do for ourselves.
Right.
And as long as we focus on them, we can't focus on us.
That is correct.
So, we're we'll exit out of this, and now let's talk about. We're going to deal with, in that area of the human family that's going to be born, Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop tells us that there are 6 forms of the human family.
Yes. That's just crazy.
The earliest form is called Australopithecus. They're called the Australopithecines. Australopithecus. Australopithecus robustus. Australopithecus robustus was a very robust, the operative word is robust, thick, big, okay? Short, but thick and big. Now, let me step one step back, and let's get real deep inside this, because I know a lot of folk are here, okay? Let's work together. Give me a chance to explain. Okay, now I know a lot of us have this thing about coming from apes. Okay, now, science tells us that humanity did not come from apes, but that humans and apes have a common ancestor. Can we swallow that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Some of us can't, but that's okay. The idea is that some people call it Ramapithecus. Lived in the trees. It was part of the and arboreal life was really very good. That might have been why some of them went down. They might have been kicked out because it was too crowded up there, because there was a proliferation of apes, a proliferation of the Ramapithecus that was in the tree. So some of them came down. What's going to happen is there's going to become a huge drought on the earth, and the trees are going to start to dwindle. When the trees start to dwindle, the ones that remained in the trees are not going to have that great a life. They'll survive, but they're not going to have that great a life. But the ones that came down on the ground is going to be great for them, because everything is now going to be done on the ground. It's going to make them do things that they would not have done up in the trees.
Right.
For instance, an ape has an opposable big toe. It has 100% mobility. It can move through the trees using its hands and its feet, okay? However, when this Ramapithecus comes down, that big toe gets in its way when it's walking. So, science tells us that it began to push its big toe up constantly. And over thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years, this entity started to be born and give birth where it was no longer opposable. And that it was born with, as we have our big toe. Okay? When that happened, the entity on the ground lost 50% mobility, because it couldn't use its feet to grab and whatnot. However, it gained 50% stability, because it could now walk better. When it began to walk better, it freed its hands up to start doing things. When it freed its hands up to start doing things, then it looked around its environment and began to use its environment to be able to move forward and do great things. And in doing great things, it made it think better. When it thought better, it ate better. When it ate better, it thought better. And the cycle of life was born in what we call agricultural science. It started to eat better. So Australopithecus robustus, this thick human that was bent over, using its hands sometimes the way they did in the trees, this entity now is going to begin to transform itself. Something that we should take note of today. It's not the strongest that survive, and it is not the survival of the fittest. What helps you survive is that you can adapt to the new conditions that you're living in. See, even sometimes with us, you know, we all want to make America great again. That's over. It's a new world.
Another stage.
And only people that can adapt to the fact that we have other people that live here that are not white males. Until you understand, Islam ain't going nowhere. Peoples of Latina background ain't going nowhere. Black folk ain't going nowhere, and cockroaches ain't going nowhere. So don't be coming up with no raid 2 and extra raid and raid 3 and all that thinking you getting rid of nobody, because we're here for good.
Right.
Cry your river, build your bridge, but get over it.
Yeah, right.
This is the new world, so that to be able to adapt to your new environment is very important. And I'm saying that to us too. There's a new world out here. And we're going to have to adapt to the new world. And those that can adapt to the new world and can function with the least restrictive environment are the ones that are going to survive. Because back then, the Australopithecus robustus, some of them wanted to hang on to the old ways. But there were new ways coming, there were new things happening, and those that could survive, those Australopithecus robustus that could survive, became the second phase of human known as Australopithecus gracile. Gracile, G-R-A-C-I-L-E, is a more graceful, it's a slenderer Australopithecus. It can move around, it can do things that Robustus couldn't do. It can fit in places Robustus couldn't fit in. It could do things that Robustus couldn't do, so it survived. While all the other Robustus died out, this group of Robustus moved on and became gracile. Okay? Now, what's interesting is that gracile, well, like for instance, I like watermelon. I love watermelon. I don't care what anybody says, and I'm proud to love watermelon. You know, if you like water, you smart. Watermelon is one of the most perfect fruits you can eat. It got everything that you need. But see, they got us so shamed and so afraid to admit that we love watermelon. You know? I don't care, you know, but it's funny. But okay, we'll leave that alone. You know, the idea is this Australopithecus robustus, gracile, would eat watermelon and it would spit the seed out. And it noticed, I'm speaking about over hundreds of years now, generations. I'm not speaking about right away. I'm just talking about this group of people. Saw that where they spit the seed, a watermelon patch came out. And they say, wow, that's very interesting. There must be a continuity to this. There must be some type of spit the seed out, from the seed comes. We're not talking about now, how we think now. We're talking about a people who don't have the formation of the neurons that we have today. We're talking about like an infant that is just becoming aware of its environment. Okay? And they say, wow, yeah. Watermelon. And of course, I'm talking about all fruits in general that have seeds. And it dawned on them, you know, if I should make a hole and put a seed in, it'll cut down the time it takes for the watermelon patch to come up. So started to put holes in the ground and put the seed in. And yeah, it did come. Again, we're talking about the early scientists, the early agriculturalists. And after time, they said, yeah, that works, but my finger hurt. So if I take a stick and put it in the ground, then I can do it that way and I can put seeds. And in fact, my children, instead of me doing that, I'll have the children put the seeds in and I'll just keep putting holes in the ground, let my family come and put the seeds in, and that'll cut down time and I won't have to do everything. Because why else do I have children? So, pretty soon it said, well, wait a minute, if I take 3 sticks, I can make 3 holes. And 3 seeds can go in. Say, but my back hurt. So if I take the 3 sticks and attach it to a long stick, then I can just go like this. And then the children can come behind and fill in the seeds. And say, okay, but wait a minute. Suppose I sort of kind of tip tip it, and I drag it. I don't have to put holes. I'll just drag it, and I just, okay, you can see the Australopithecus gracile is going to think better, it's going to eat better, it's going to eat better, it's going to think better. So Australopithecus gracile is going to give birth to Homo habilis, or the human of ability, or the tool maker. This is when the human family began to use its environment. You see, economy, echo comes from a Greek word, oikos, O-I-K-O-S. Oikos means environment, like ecology means the study of your environment. Economy doesn't mean money. Economy means using your environment to better the society and civilization that you're in. It's not about money. It had nothing to do. Now it's about money. But it has nothing to do with money. It has to do with your environment and how you can utilize your environment to better the civilization that you're living in. Homo habilis, human of ability. It's going to start to eat better. It's going to start to think better. It's going to eat better. And what's happening in the brain is that, you know, when you think or when you study real hard and you start getting the headaches, well, you know, it feels like that, you know, well, your brain is a muscle. And when you think, you're actually flexing, you're exercising it. They have found that people who are geniuses don't have big brains. What they have is dense brains. The nooks and crannies of your brain are deep. Because when you think, what you're actually doing is you're making those crevices get deeper and deeper and deeper, and it's becoming denser. But when it became denser in the early human being, it began to push this slanted forehead forward. It pushed it forward and forward and forward, and pretty soon we now have foreheads. But our early ancestors had a slant, like apes and gorillas do. They have a slanted forehead. But you have a part in your brain, you have three parts to your brain. You have your brain stem, you have your limbic system, and then you have what's called your neocortex. Your brain stem, or your R complex, your reptilian brain, is your oldest brain. From that part of your brain grew the limbic system. From that part of your brain grew the neocortex. Now, your brain looked like a mushroom, so to speak. Okay? In your limbic system, you have a particular area that's known as your ventricular system. You have 4 ventricles. You have 2 lateral ventricles that looks like birds' wings. Okay? Look something like this. Your lateral ventricles are joined by a 3rd ventricle. Your 3rd ventricle then has a 4th ventricle. Okay. Now, what's going to happen with Homo habilis as he and she lives their life and growing and developing and phenomenal things are happening? When they walk, they walked hunched over. Okay, which creates cataracts or interruptions in the flow of your liquid systems. Because if I'm like this, there's an interruption in my blood. Because it has to go past here, has to go past here. And in your brain, you have an opening at the base of your brain known as the foramen magnum. Let me stick a pin here for a minute. Because this is why I'm saying to us as a family, we have to study science and math. We really do. Because if we're going to make this happen, if we're really going to do this, it's not about coming to a lecture. It really isn't. And I know that for some who are in the early stages of this that need a lecture, but this 6-part series wasn't set up as a lecture series. It was a workshop series. It's a shop where we're going to work. Because this is about brain anatomy. This is about studying the brain and how you function. Because when we understand this, we can turn this whole thing around, and then we can turn our children around. But like when you're on an airplane and they say if there's an accident and that mask comes down, put it on you first. Because what good is it if you put it on the child and you suffocate? We have to get ourselves together before we can go into our community and do what's necessary there. So that these things that I'm saying to you right now is what I taught my 5th grade students. My 6th grade students when I was teaching them science and brain anatomy. These were, but I taught them in perception of what they needed to know and why they needed to know this. Because when you're sitting down, you have created you have created cataracts, okay? But what's important is the flow of your liquid systems as you're sitting down.
Right.
When you're standing up, the same is true. So that when this Homo habilis was bent over, the foramen magnum, F-O-R-A-M-E-N, foramen magnum, M-A-G-N-U-M, this foramen magnum in the base of the neck, when they were orthograde, looking this way, like that, the spinal cord pressed up against the foramen magnum, which interrupted the flow of cerebrospinal fluid and blood. However, Homo habilis is going to start to stand up, erect. What's going to happen when Homo habilis starts to stand up erect? There are going to be some that don't stand up erect, and there are going to be some that do stand up erect. The ones that are going to stand up erect, the foramen magnum is, the spinal cord is not going to be interrupted by the foramen magnum. But also in standing up and pushing this forehead out, what's going to happen is that the lateral ventricles are going to open up, because the ventricles are like balloons. And in the foramen magnum, you have bundles of tissues known as choroid plexus. C-H-O-R-O-I-D P-L-E-X-U-S. Choroid plexus. Every one of your ventricles has bundles of tissues that produce cerebrospinal fluid. So that when this human stands up, Homo habilis stands up, there comes a free flow of the liquid systems of the body. Think of it like this. You have a hose. You have it bent. You turn the water on. How's the water going to come out the hose? Spurts. Because it has to go the bend. What happens when you turn it up? There's a free flow. This is what's going to happen to cerebrospinal fluid, which has 13 times the amount of melanin that bathes your nervous system. So Homo habilis, the tool maker, in standing erect, when you're walking like this, what's on your mind? What's in front of you. But when you stand up like this, that started future thinking. That started looking out and seeing where you were going, not where you were. So that this human starts to think totally different, and Homo habilis is going to become Homo erectus. The operative word is erect, standing up erect. This is the first evidence that we have of life outside of Africa. Australopithecus robustus, Australopithecus gracile, and Homo habilis can only be found in Africa by millions of years. Then you have Homo erectus, the first form, coming out of Africa and going into places like Saudi Arabia. First time we see anybody out of Africa is Homo erectus. Please, brother.
So Ramapithecus is just coming down from the tree?
Ramapithecus is a common ancestor between the ape and human. It's a common ancestor. It is neither an ape nor a human. It's a very early form of what would be considered primate. Some people don't call it Ramapithecus. Some say the name isn't Ramapithecus. I don't care what we call it. What I'm saying is that there is a common ancestor, because no matter what we may feel about the ape, 99.9%, bone for bone, muscle for muscle, apes and humans are the same. That's just biology. There is a connection. Homo erectus, in doing what it's going to do, and it's going to be in Africa that it's going to happen, is going to start to get the three gifts that were given to human. You know, we as humans have to be very careful, because we have no specialty. Dogs have smell. Yes. Birds have sight. Cats have agility. Humans don't have a specialty, but we have gifts. Very unique gifts that were given to us by chance. It wasn't even, you know, and when I say by chance, of course I believe it's in the divine order of things. We have intellect, reason, the ability to reason, and language. We have the ability to critically think, reason what we're thinking, and be able to express in language what we reasoned that we thought.
Yeah.
That is what puts us as the masterpiece of the cosmic universe. And there is life out there. But that life out there, number one, is going to be black. Because carbon is the unifying factor of what life is. But also, it's going to look just like us, with certain changes possibly because of its environment. But basically, it's going to be structured pretty much like us.
Why do you say that?
Because of the nature of the repetition of what we see happening. Like you're not going to have no reptile-headed people. You know, you're not going to have things that don't look a certain way. There's a certain function in the cosmic universe that creates what might be considered a perfect creation. Okay, and that is something that is an entity that comes in Trinity. A head, a body to function, and legs to take it where it got to go. These are basic things that, now you might see many different forms of life, but as it relates to a critical thinking, because I'm going to tell you something, we are not the most intelligent people around. Do you know what's the most intelligent that can do more things than we can do? Dolphins. Dolphins underwater, there's a lot they can do that we can't do. But there's a lot that we can do that they can't do. So when you're looking at life forms, what I'm saying is that the entities that would be us will look like us. Some may be very much taller than us. Some could even be giants to our standard. And others can be very small. That's how we started on the planet. You know, when elephants were first on the planet, you know, they were about the size of a chihuahua. Elephants weren't born that big. They became that big. When humans were first born, they basically were the size of little monkeys today. As not the humans I'm talking about now, I'm talking about the Ramapithecus and going back in time. Because if you go back in time, before we were mammals, we were reptiles. Before we were reptiles, we were fish. And before we were fish, we were in the water. That's why when you look in the corner of your eye and you see that little ball, that used to be what we would pull across our eye when we were in the water. But when we came out the water, we don't use it anymore, so it started to go in and in and in. You'll notice some people have very big balls in the corner of their eye. That used to be the skin that used to come across your eye when we were in the water. Same thing with your coccyx bone, your tailbone. That's a remnant of our tail. Now I know people don't have, people have serious issues.
I'm one of them, bro.
Yeah, people walk out when I start talking like this. But I'm going to take you to Congo Land in the Bronx Zoo. Because when I went to Congo Land in Bronx Zoo, right, I looked over, this gorilla was calling me over. This gorilla said, yo, brother, we like you. We watch your DVDs. But they said, we want you to deliver a message to people. And that message is, what make you think we want to be connected to y'all? Look at how y'all act. We peaceful up in here. We ain't had a fight since 1944. Nobody fight up in here. They're peaceful. They help each other. They may try to prove their personhood every so often. But gorillas told me, they say, we ain't proud of y'all. We don't want to be associated with y'all. And y'all come here, you looking at us and you laugh at us. But guess what? Who really is in prison here? It's all according to what side of these gates you're on. Because these folk bring us food every day. And we don't ever have to worry about Obamacare. We got our own medical service. That veterinarian right there, watch this. He called them over. He said, fix this. Then we defecate, they come clean this stuff up. So, I say this, sometimes I can extend this story out, and sometimes I make it short. But the point that I'm making is the fact that we are part of nature. We are part of nature, and you can see a beautiful story. When people talk about, are you a creationist or are you a evolutionist? I say I'm a creative evolutionary. Because that which the creator can create can evolve into what it becomes.
I got you.
You know, and it takes time for us, because I know we've all grown up with views towards apes and views towards gorilla, but they are quite a phenomenal group of people.
They are.
They really are phenomenal when you understand how they live. And again, I got exposed to apes by a series of programs I did. When I was doing this work, I decided that I was going to order some books on the great apes. Okay? Because the great apes, there's only one place that you want to find apes, and that's in the Virunga Mountains of Rwanda and Uganda. The Virunga Mountains, V-I-R-U-N, Virunga, G-A, Virunga. That is where all apes come from. And then Virunga, V-I-R-U-N-G-A, located in Rwanda and Uganda, all up in that area. Okay, you have mountains up there. Just like you have mountains of the moon where the humans came from, you have mountains of Virunga. And you have the ones that stayed up in the mountains, and they became the mountain gorilla, or the silverback. And then that same group, some went west, they became the western lowland, and then you had the eastern lowland that went east. They left the same way humans left, gorillas left the same exact way. Virunga Mountains. This is science. This is nature. I love where I came from. Okay? And that's why they call me when I go to the Congo in Bronx Zoo. Because they like me. Because I like them. But I know it's a bitter pill sometimes.
It's interesting.
It's something that we have to continue to grow with. And I ask, nobody don't believe anything I say. Look at the science of it. Study about the apes. Get books on the apes. You know, Google them on YouTube, and stories will come to you, and you'll see. And go to Virunga. Avery Brooks, the brother, the actor, did a 3-part series for PBS on the apes. Phenomenal 3-part series. In fact, I'm trying to figure out where it is. But you'll find out a lot of interesting things about apes and about gorillas and about their relationships with us. Bone for bone, muscle for muscle, we're the same. The only place you're going to find differences is in the limbic system of the brain. Chances are in the locus coeruleus. You're going to see more melanin in the brain of humans than in gorillas. They're going to start to think, and Homo sapiens is going to become Homo sapiens sapiens. Homo sapien means thinking human. Homo sapiens sapiens means creative thinking human. That's the one at the last 10 seconds of the last minute.
Yes.
That's Homo sapiens sapiens. Please, brother.
So from Homo erectus, we go to Homo sapiens.
From Homo erectus, you go to Homo sapiens. And there's an S on the end of sapien. Sapiens, which means thinking. And then from Homo sapiens, we go to Homo sapiens sapiens. But now let me just drop this on you, and we'll stop there, because I just want to say it and then leave it. My research tells me that there were Africans probably somewhere around the end of the dynastic period of Kemet, going into Kush, in that area, that had moved out of Homo sapiens sapiens and moved into a category that I call the super sapiens. And it was based in a understanding of spirituality. They understood when we talk about space travel, mind travel, they had mastered that. And they were able to do things with their minds, like when we as Homo sapiens sapiens look at Australopithecus, and you see how we figure how let's say, primitive they were, super sapiens look that way about us. That we're primitive. Because they were at such a level, they had gone into the cosmic reality. The whole concept of your chakras and your meditation, they had all gotten themselves to a point where they were so deep in the cosmos, they went back from whence they came.
I was just about to ask that question. When you saying going deep into the cosmos or going to the cosmos or take yourself there, if that was meditation that helped get them there?
Meditation, higher levels of meditation. Higher levels of meditation that when we meditate, we're really, it's like taking the first step in a 1,000-step journey. This, you know, what we do in meditation, nothing compared to what our ancestors could do. And that's where prayer came from. Because they did it in groups after a while.
So
and they all started taking off together.
So they do it deeper than how we do it now.
Yes. And when I say deeper, it's not so much we have the potential to do that.
Right.
We just got too much blocking us.
Right.
We have the same potential they have. There's nothing, just like Ursula, it's just like the seed becomes the oak tree. Everything that the oak tree will ever be is in the seed.
That's right.
And everything the seed is the oak tree. We're the same exact way. Everything that is great, we have. We have to unlock those doors. I turn off all these lights in here. You can see nothing. All of a sudden, the light goes on. You can see the pictures, the table, the microphones, each other. The question becomes, did all those things appear in the room when you turned the light on?
No, they were already there.
No, they were always there. Your light wasn't on.
Right.
And so what I'm saying is that the potential of the human body, the potential of the human brain is beyond our understanding, but you have to unlock it. We've been locked by the intrusion of white supremacy.
That's right.
And let me tell you something else so that you can understand this. Let me give you a quote by Napoleon. My decision to destroy the authority of the blacks in Saint Domingue or Haiti is not so much based on considerations of commerce and money as on the need to block forever the march of the blacks in the world. When Napoleon went to Egypt in 1798, and he saw the Sphinx and he saw all that, he realized the very people we are enslaving are the masters of the arts and sciences that we are copying. He said, we can't let that happen. And so they set up this constant block in our mind. Because if you ever unlock your mind, the sky is not the limit. And our children, be around them for a while. See, I'm a kindergarten teacher. Them 5-year-olds, they drop stuff on me that I always say to them, what made you think that? What was the origin of that thought? Because that's where you get the core to genius. It's not what you think, it's what brought you to that thought. And we have to start to have a dialogue with our children to try to figure out, whoa, wait a minute. You know, because that's the voice of the ancestors. That's the voice of and a lot of times they say, I don't know. I say, well, no, you know, but we just got to figure out. Now, if we could get them to know, then that would open up the whole thing for us. They could help us open it. So, those are the 6 forms of the human as it relates to understanding the development of the human being. Now, this is what's going to be important. At some point in time on the earth, see that maybe it won't be that bad. Our Earth, above the 51st parallel, which basically cuts Europe in half, this is the zone that Dr. Diop tells us. This is the zone. This is Ireland. This is England. This is the Netherlands or Holland. It goes across Europe. It creates a polar cap around our planet. It even comes across into the United States, the northern part of the United States. This is going to be the boundaries of habitable Europe during the Warm Glacial period. Now, what I want to do is I want to show you that other piece. Because on our planet, there were 4 ice ages. The first ice age was known as the Gunz, G-U-N-Z. In the American hemisphere, the way in which we judge and we name the ice age is according to what state it came down to. So while there was the Gunz in Europe, it was known as the Nebraskan in the United States because the ice boulders came down as far as Nebraska. There was an interstadial period. So basically they say it was 1.75 million years ago. It's a man by the name of Louis Agassiz. Louis Agazziz. Louis Agassiz. He's the one that came up with this concept of the ice ages. About 1.75 million years ago, the Gunz starts. But by 600,000 years ago, it goes into a warming trend. Then, about 75,000 years later, the second ice age comes. It's called the Mindel, M-I-N-D-E-L. About 350,000 years ago begins the next warming trend. It's called the interstadial. The third ice age is going to come, and it's called the Riss. In Europe, it's called the Riss. In America, it's called the Illinoisan, because the boulders come down as far as the state we call Illinois today. There's going to be that's going to last, give or take 230,000. I don't get too caught up in dates. The dates are going to change. But what's important is the next ice age, the fourth ice age, is the ice age that concerns us as humans, because that's when Africans have found their way up into Europe, beyond the 51st parallel. And it's going to be during about 50,000 years ago, there's going to be a warming trend. These Africans are going to, please, brother.
Excuse me, what's the fourth one is?
Worm, W-U-R-M, worm glaciation. And it's going to freeze, and then there's going to be an interstadial. During this interstadial, about 50,000 years ago, is when human beings, Africans, are going to get into Europe. Now, they're getting in during an interstadial, so they don't know what's about to come. And all of a sudden, worm part 2 comes, and they're locked into these caves. They're locked. Because if you look at the northern fringe, you'll notice there's a lot of mountains. It becomes ice mountains. So what these Africans have to do is retreat into caves. And they're going to put clothes on. Because isn't that what we did? Because when I spoke in the summertime here, we weren't dressed like this. No. And a lot of us wish we could have gone outside to have class. But right now, we're happy we're here, and we bundled up. Okay? And we're losing our pigmentation. The complexion we were in August is not the complexion we are now in January. Okay? Now, just a couple of isolated things I want to talk to you about. Because here is a student of mine, phenomenal student, Caitlin Lopez. she was a student of mine in New Paltz. She was interested in doing something on hair. And this talks about how did the hair become kinky, the texture of the hair, and how did it become straight. And so what Caitlin did, I know she'd be happy I'm using her work, is she looked at a picture. In fact, I can get a better picture for you. This was her lesson plan that she developed, that she taught. Okay. Okay, what you're looking at there is the epidermis of the skin on top and the hair follicle. In your sebaceous gland, you have little bundles, little packets of sebum, S-E-B-U-M, sebum. When needed, that packet bursts and sends the oily, waxy substance to the scalp, to the skin, because you have hair all over your body. In the heat of Africa, in the early human beings, that oil covers the head and protects the head from the harmful rays of the sun. It connects itself to the hair shaft and it makes it elliptical in shape. It kinks it. Okay? As the human moved away from the sun and the heat of Africa and moved into Europe and then impacted by the Ice Age, the sebum that was sent to the scalp did not need to be cooked away. It stayed on the hair shaft and made the hair straight. That's what straight hair is. In fact, when hair is real straight, so straight, what do we call it? Dead straight. Because what has actually happened is that the oily, waxy substance has suffocated the protein in the hair. Again, it's not about good hair or bad hair. It's about science and what the sebum in the scalp created in order to protect the scalp from the harmful rays of the sun. In the cold climate, it's allowed to produce itself and it rests itself on the hair and it makes the hair straight. Now, variations of that go from very kinky, very nappy, to wavy, and then degrees of wave, and then straight, and then degrees of straight. And it's according to where you find yourself on the planet, you can actually see. And then when you get into the northern climate, not only that, but the melanin is stripped from the hair, and that is where you start to get brown hair, light brown hair, blonde hair, and then platinum. That is where the eyes go from black to brown, to green, to blue, to hazel, to pink.
Gray.
Not super, yeah, gray is there too. Not superior, not inferior. It's just science. But it does beg the question, why would you want to turn your brown eyes blue? Why would you volunteer to become recessive? Ain't nothing wrong with blue eyes now, please understand that. I see beautiful eyes in all colors. What I'm saying is that the mindset that has made us see other people as beautiful and us as ugly to the point that we want to become like them, even if it's to give up our dominance to become recessive. Because we don't know anything. And they want to be like black folk. Why? Because somebody making money. No, think about what I'm saying. Everything that they do. Tanning parlors, cosmetic surgery, Indian hair. I saw that commercial on Indian hair the other day. Authentic Indian hair. $1,200. Yeah. But that's where we are. So this is how very curly hair became very straight. Science has nothing to do with good or bad. In fact, if that hair did not do what it did, it would not be able to survive in the cold climate. So nature loved the person so much that it made sure that it gave to that person the wherewithal. Now, with that same concept, what's important to understand is that as it relates to the complexion, I'll tell you this now. If you go to KabaKamene.com, KabaKamene.com, I have a free e-course on my next book, Spirituality Before Religions. And this information can come down to you also.
Thank you.
But what I want to show you is another thing that you have to realize about the humans is that we had hair. As we developed into the human, hair acts as a heat loss system in the body. But when we started to lose our hair, what happened with the human by nature is that there began to develop other glands like the apocrine and the eccrine glands were developed in the skin in order to be a heat loss system for the human being. As the hair of the body began to lose. There's an article by Nina Jablonski. In fact, she has a book called Skin too, but it's called The Naked Truth: Why Humans Have No Fur and How Evolving Bare Skin Led to Big Brain. But the evolving of the big brain that led to bare skin also led to, because if you look at a gorilla, you know, that's why, you know, they got to be careful what they say, because if you shaved the gorilla would look more like Rush Limbaugh than me. Because the gorilla under the hair is pale. But it's the blackness of the hair that allows the skin to be pale. Where a gorilla is black is up here, and that's because there's no hair. And that's the melanin in the face that makes it black. See, this is all science. This is why that person from outer space that comes down and sees us, they say, but don't they know their history? What you know, why are they making this complexion and all the wide nose and thick lip and hair texture so important to the value of the person? I don't understand this. Particularly if they knew where they came from. But maybe that's why they do what they do. It's called it's called dynamic projection in psychology. When you project on someone else your own insecurity and inferiority. So really, when they in their own mind are saying how ugly your skin is or your hair is or whatever, they're really wishing they had it. Like when children say, "Oh, that ain't nothing," and they just want to have it.
What's the name of that book? Skin?
It's called Skin by Nina Jablonski. Jablonski. Nina Jablonski. But if you go to National Geographic, she has a nice little Scientific America, February 2010. She has an article called The Naked Truth. Scientific America.
What was the date on that?
February 2010. And again, something else important is the laws of pigmentation, body mass, and measurement. You have Glosier's law that deals with pigmentation, that says for life to come out, it has to be in a tropical climate. And that's evidence right here. In the summertime, we get darker, and in the wintertime, we get lighter. Now, if you can imagine this human organism in the ice for thousands of years, what would happen to that organism?
Right.
You know, it would naturally, in order to survive, it would do that. Allen's law deals with the idea of limb size, the sizes of the limbs, and Bergman's law deals with body mass. And all three of those factors determine what makes a human look the way a human looks, from physiology to morphology. And basically it has to do with science. And that's why life came from Africa, because of the nature of life coming out of heat. It doesn't come from the cold. Look outside. Everything dead.
Right.
Yeah.
Summertime, springtime, green plants. Everything grows. Science, it's not personal.
Also, Dr. Sheikh Etidiaku was saying how when the Africans migrated into the cold, that's why their nose were elongated, and that's why the hair just came down, and like you said earlier, the eyes were lighter too.
Yes.
And it just made so much sense to me.
Oh yeah, it's all science, and Dr. Diop is the perfect person, you know, to study and to understand these concepts. Here it is. Okay, what I'm trying to get at is something known as 7-dehydrocholesterol. 7-dehydrocholesterol. People tell you. All the things that a society needs to function. Asar is going around the world and done this, right? And then he comes home. This is where the prodigal son comes into the story, but they interpret it differently with the prodigal son. Asar, you know, it wasn't a prodigal son, but they mixed and matched the different stories on the walls of Kamene. Here Asar comes back, and his brother Set is jealous that Asar's been given all this glory, and there's going to be a big party for him, you know, and everybody's going to just worship this man Asar. So he and the 72 Seba'u, which are the forces of evil, they plot to get rid of Asar. So they build this beautiful coffin, sarcophagus that's lined in gold and jewels and gems and diamonds, and it's beautiful. Here's where Cinderella comes in. See, they take all our stories, but they contort them, they contaminate them. They know that the size of this sarcophagus, or this coffin, only fits Asar. But they say to the community, let's have a party. Anyone that can fit in the coffin, you can get in. And so like most people, they all try to get in, and some too big, some too small, some too wide, some too thin. But then they get to Asar, he's the last one. They say, come on, Asar, try. Everybody. He said, I don't need that, because what he's saying is godliness. He don't need all those jewels and gems. No, I don't need to get in the coffin. I don't care. I don't want to go in there. He said, well, come on, man, just try. Everybody. This is the temptation of Jesus and the devil in the desert. Just try. For that one moment, Asar gives in, and he gets into the coffin. That's when the shutter closes. You see, that one moment that even the very best of us give in to temptation is the moment that the devil is waiting for us to open ourselves up to evil. Because if Asar hadn't decided, they ain't going to wait, I'm not going in that coffin, I don't care, I don't want it, take it, we'll find somebody else or give it to charity or something. But he tried. And that goes to show all of us that even in those that are most pure, that try to be, we're human beings. And it's capable of making those errors. But Ma'at says, reciprocity says, what goes around comes around. Nature has no mercy. Nature has no preference. If you do the wrong thing, you're going to pay the price according to nature's rules. You've been a wonderful person all your life, but you just messed up. You're going to pay the price. That's the way it is. And that's the story of us as a people. That is what helped us build pyramids, but that's what also put us on a plantation. That unconditional love. The ethic of mer. Mer. Mer is beyond agape. Agape is said to be a concept that it is a love supreme. It's a love that goes beyond love. Mer goes beyond agape. Mer is a love that's speechless. There are no words for this love. In fact, don't we say it? I love you so much, words could never explain. And that is because there are certain emotions that have no words. They're action-oriented entities that we do. And that type of love is what nature taught us. Going back to what you said, Minister Brown, about nature. Nature is very important. Nature tells us everything. Nature gives a love that goes beyond words. And so as human beings, as we identified with nature and we got into nature, we became part of nature, then we also took on the love concept of nature.
Mm-hmm.
What we did not know is that there was another nature, an ice nature, that did not know that love.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that nature was very hostile to them. It was very hateful.
Mm-hmm.
You mess up, you're gonna be gnashing your teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The African love, the creator, no matter how you may make a mistake, you'll pay for your mistake. But it's not like that.
That's what they call grace.
Grace, exactly. Grace is another word that we need to use more of. Grace.
Mm-hmm.
You know, grace is tough love.
Mm-hmm.
Grace is you have to pay the price, but I still love you. It's when your mama beats your butt, but then caressed your head at the end. She wanted you to know you're gonna pay the price, but baby, I still love you.
It's gonna hurt me more than it hurts you.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and it many times it does.
Yeah, okay.
And it does. It does. So it's interesting how we do this. First, I want to thank Minister Brown and TransAtlantic Productions and Afro Queens, Brother Greg and Sister Yana for making this 6-part series possible. When I was first asked to consider doing this piece on West Africa, I had never, I had to work. But we have to go back to the origin of the human family in Africa. There's no way that we could ever understand this story of West Africa if we didn't go back to the origin. Because the people that are now in Ghana and Mauritania and Niger and Benin, the word is autochthonous. Autochthonous. A-U-T-O-O-C-T-H-O-N-O-U-S. Autochthonous. Which means that you are indigenous to the land from whence you sprang. Ghanaians did not come from Ghana. They were not born in Ghana. I'm speaking about original. There's only one place on the planet where all human beings come from. And that is the Great Lakes region that encompassed the countries we today call Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Congo, and Southern Africa. One of the first things that we have to do is get rid of this image of the countries that I just called. We're dealing with a post-1885 Africa when we have names for the countries. Up until 1885, when the Berlin Conference took place, was when Europe had a conference and carved Africa up. Now, it's interesting because that's later going to lead to World War I and World War II and what we're facing today. However, just to be clear, the Berlin Conference, 1885, carved up Africa. It gave England countries like Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, where the predominant language is English. It gave Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast, Senegal, to the French. Mozambique, other countries, to the Portugal. Okay? Southern Africa wasn't in this yet. But eventually they would get Southern Africa. Cecil Rhodes was in what we today call Zimbabwe. Yesterday it was called Rhodesia. Germany had what we call Namibia today. But this conference carved these countries up. And they were carved up around economical and for political reasons. So that Europe could get an equal share of the wealth of Africa. Italy was left out. They said, don't touch Liberia, because Liberia has the rubber. Ain't nobody getting that. That's why Liberia stayed independent. They really weren't independent. It's just that they were not taken over by any one country because of the wealth of rubber. And then you'd have to look at the technological advancements of that time late 1800s going into 1900, where rubber, cars and trucks, and they found the wealth of rubber. So the only other country they could get was Ethiopia. Now that's going to lead to World War II. But it's going to lead to them getting beat in the Battle of Ottawa in 1896. The Italians were beat. They don't like to talk about when they were beat. They beat them bad. They were beaten as badly by the Ethiopians in 1896 under Menelik II as the Haitians beat the French, the Spaniards, and the Americans in 1804. But I bring this up because it's important that when I say countries, that I'm saying it for another reason. I'm not so much saying it because of the geographic location. I'm calling it the country because it's larger than that. And one of the countries that's going to become important for the end of this class and next class is going to be Mauritania. It's going to become very important. And as we get into it, you'll understand what I mean. The other thing that I want to talk to you about is episodic and corrective history. To know the difference between episodic and corrective history. Episodic history takes episodes out of corrective history and teaches them. For instance, when they teach you about Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, and they call them the great West African kingdoms, that's episodic. But because I've had this opportunity for 6 classes, we're going to do it correctively, where I'm going to show you some things as it relates to West Africa. Where did that great West African kingdom come from? Because when they teach episodic history, particularly like in Egypt, when they teach the dynastic period, the reason why you can get caught up in believing that aliens built the pyramids, or believing that Europeans built the pyramids and the temples and they were the original Egyptians, is because Egypt has been presented to you episodically. Because if you looked at it correctively, you couldn't understand Kemet or Egypt if you didn't understand Nubian, Tarseti, Puanit, or what we today call Somalia. You couldn't understand Egypt without understanding these countries. But when they give it to you episodically in an episode, then everybody can come in and claim that they did it. See, it's psychological. So this is why the 5-part series on the Moors and the 6-part series on West Africa is so important, because it allows us to be able to flesh out this information in a way that we can follow the trend of African existence in order to understand the whole picture. So, class number 1 today. The class question is going to deal with where are the origins of the people of West Africa. So we're going to look at the origins of life in Africa, and then we're going to end today's class with the peopling of West Africa from the Nile Valley. Our next class, which is in August, is going to deal with the nations of Dar Tichet, Dar Walata, and Dar Tangent, which are 3 settlements which we'll talk about. But to understand this now, you have to understand geology. You have to understand that the Ice Age in the polar cap, the Ice Age in the polar cap, right here, okay, that's the polar cap. That's basically the 51st parallel north. That is where the Ice Age is going to exist. It's going to start about 1.75 million years ago. But by 6,000, what is going to happen is that they had some research done on the Sphinx that said that when the Ice Age existed in the polar caps, there was heavy, heavy rains in North Africa. very heavy rains in North Africa, to the point that the Sphinx was covered up to her head. And the reason why I say her head is because the Sphinx is the head of a woman. It's not the head of a man. And many people believe the Sphinx existed thousands of years before the pyramids existed. But that's another side story. So you're going to have heavy rains that are going to touch the ground. This is a grassland. North Africa was beautiful. Grass, hippos, giraffes. No, it wasn't a desert. But what happened about 6,000 years ago, maybe 8,000 years ago, we don't know the dates for sure, is that when the Ice Age subsided and the heat of the sun began to heat the water, it destroyed the land, and dust was created that began to blow west across North Africa that created the Sahara. But there were people living in this area. So in living in this area, people made a choice. African people either travel north or they travel south. And what's going to happen, what we're going to see, is that the group of people that travel south traveled to what we call southern Mauritania. And I'll show this to you as we go through these maps. But right here, this is going to be Mauritania right here. This country here is what we call Mauritania. But down in here, these Africans from Sahara are going to move down here to avoid the desert. Here, they're going to form the great kingdom. Over 400 nations, settlements are going to be in this area of southern Mauritania around 4000 BC. In southern Mauritania. They're going to develop what's called nation states. They're going to develop into a place where they create a king, queen, economic system, trading system. Eventually it's going to become a kingdom. However, what's also going to happen is that there are going to be other things that go on that's going to dismantle the effectiveness, but in fighting back against this ineffectiveness, the ancient kingdom of Ghana is going to be created in 300 AD. All black people. Well, nobody waiting for Eurasians with Islam to come in and develop universities of Sankore and in Timbuktu. They were already in existence. All they did was made it better. African people did. And the reason why the Muslim scholars of Eurasia went there was because of the history of these great schools. They went there because they knew they existed there. Did Islam add to it? Yes, it did. Islam added. Islam improved. So we're not saying they didn't improve. What we're saying is that they didn't invent it. And that becomes very important in terms of our perspective towards African people. In fact, what made Eurasians sophisticated in Islam was the African roots of Islam. Because they were nothing but a bunch of rather wild people who were sophisticated and civilized by the African nations, and then with the advent of this language that we call Afrabic or Arabic, that was given its grammar and syntax by a brother named Antara. Now this civilization, this spiritual system, now had a language, which is interesting because Islam is really one of the few religions that has a language specific to the religion. In other words, if you Chinese and you Muslim, you're going to speak Arabic. You can't worship Islam in another language. You have to speak Arabic to worship it. And that is because of the indigenous of this African language in the formation of Islam in the first place. So, here is Mauritania. And this is going to be our next class. Class number 2. Class number 3. is going to be medieval West. Now this is, remember when I told you that when we did class number 4 on the Moors, I said this is what everybody came for. But we had to do class 1, 2, and 3 before you could even understand what class 4 was going to be as it related to the Moors, Africans in Europe between 710 and 1492. I said you can't even understand that if you don't understand these other 3 classes. So now what I'm saying, class number 3 is what we all celebrate during Black History. The kingdoms of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai. The kingdoms that start about 300 AD and last upwards until the 1500s with the Songhai Empire. But you need these other first 2 classes to understand how Ghana became so great so fast. It was already great. It just was going through turmoil. After thousands of years, it was going through turmoil. And so, to perfect the society, what the people did was take it to the next level, and by 300 AD, that's what we're going to call ancient Ghana. They're going to continue to perfect it. What's going to happen? Mali. What's going to happen after Mali? Songhai. But what you're looking at is the perfection of African scholarship and leadership in West Africa. Episodically, when they hit you with Islam, it'll throw you off. Islam did as much to build West Africa as aliens did to build Egypt. And I know there are people that may not care for that. But bring your documentation. I'm willing to adjust my thoughts. Bring your documentation, because I got mine. Class number 4, we're going to start some special focuses after. Because now we're stabilized. After class number 3, we're stable. You understand ancient Ghana, Mali, Songhai. You understand Dar Tichet, Dar Walata, Dar Tangent. And you're going to understand how they even came to this part of the world in the first place. So class number 4 is going to be special focus. And we're going to look at the Dogon as a particular culture that's going to rise up out of West Africa. Right 200 kilometers southeast of the bend of the Niger River, you're going to have the Dogon people. And the Dogon people are going to create a view of astronomical understandings and agricultural. They're going to have a system of philosophy. So in order to just show you in a capsule sense the greatness of West Africa, I'm taking the Dogon in particular. That's going to be the special focus for class number 4. Class number 5 is a class that unites us here in the United States with all language groups. And that is the importance of the spiritual system of the Yoruba in West Nigeria. And it becomes very important. What are the connections between the Orishas of the Yoruba spiritual system and the African spiritual systems of the Caribbean? And in that, you're going to see Santeria, Voodoo, Candomblé in Brazil, Obia in the English-speaking Caribbean, and the Baptist Church in America. Because even though Baptists may not want to admit it, yeah, you black. And your entire rhythm of presentation as it relates to your spiritual system is based in an African tradition. That's right. Baptist Church is deep inside of that. And then on class number 6, I sort of kind of changed it from what I had. I wanted to look at the educational system of Timbuktu and the University of Sankore. I wanted to do something on education so that we could understand the University of Sankore, which is just a phenomenal university. And what existed in West Africa at this time, the scholars from around the world that came to this university to study or to teach. Because when you get here, now you can understand the Moors. Because this has been going on for a while. This is nothing new. Nobody was waiting for Islam. With due respect to Islam, which I have a great deal of respect for Islam, particularly the Islam of Africa, a lot of respect. And I'm not saying this disrespectfully. But what I'm saying is that black folk ain't waiting. This is what our ancestors call sacred science. And that becomes very important to understand. The same way with the physiologists, the same way with this perfume panther. Again, it goes back to the beauty of Christianity, the beauty of Judaism. They're beautiful. In fact, if people lived according to the way the books say, we'd be living in a great world. But the problem is that the interpretation of the religions is based on world domination and the oppression of other people. That's my problem with religions. I don't have another. People say, yo man, you talk about spirituality. What religion are you? Well, I don't have I have spirituality. But then what is spirit? You know, what is ritual? What is it that we're doing when we're doing this? And I just think all of these faith systems are beautiful, but folk just have so contaminated them because of their own insecurities. They've created a situation. So next class, yes, brother, please.
I couldn't get my first and last name.
Who? Anik, A-N-N-I-C-K, L-E-G-U-E-R-E-R. And it's called Scent.
Got it.
And the book has other chapters in it that's really that's why I sell oil. Because I've always been into smells. That's another reason why my cousin gave it to me, because she knew I was always into smells. I always enjoyed scents. It's probably one of the first senses we really developed, even before sight. Scent was one of the first, because long before we could see, a baby smells. Baby smell mama. May not see mama, but if mama's in the room, baby can smell mama and will cry. But she won't, or he won't see the mother, but smell. Smell is one of the primitive senses that we developed for survival. Sight comes along, hearing comes along, but your olfactory bulbs in your brain is very important. Okay? Questions, comments? Yeah. That's why the DVD